Yes, yes, it is rum and coke night. Oh man, did we need this tonight? And yes, I am drinking tonight. I'm not holding back, even though I had a pretty interesting drunk night about a week ago. I went to go visit some friends, and I indulged, and it took me a while to recover from that. So I'm not going to do that again. But we all need to relax tonight. We all need to have a drink. We all need to talk about certain things. We got many things on the table to discuss tonight. So it's going to be a fun rum and coke night. I hope you guys can share this, bring some other people to the discussion. We welcome anybody to join us. If you want the link, we'll give you the link. I don't have a phone number for it. I didn't set it up that way. I was going to, but I was like, yeah, whatever. People can just join by link. But anyways, just start us off. I'm having E&J brandy with my coffee. Ooh. And we have the lovely vegan atheist Coral in here.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
The lovely Manya.
Hello.
The lovely Michael.
Cheers.
What do you got? Heineken?
Heineken.
Acceptable. Not my choice, but acceptable. And of course, the one. Oh yeah, what are you drinking? Rosé. Nice rosé. The one.
Yeah, that's
the
my
only
go-to.
Landon, Curt, Noll.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude from your friendly second astronomer. And hello there, fine folk. Michael, of course. Manya's always and vegan, and of course the wonderful Steve. And here today, I have a cornucopia of things I can use from. Even this rum and coke. I do actually have a Zania rum. I don't have coke, but I could mix it with root beer. I could go with a Michener's bourbon. I have a really nice Cinnabar port we can go with. 2 Seattle Culver's whiskies. One is a single malt whiskey, and the other is a cask finished gin I could use.
Nice.
And then of course there is Lagavulin, one of my favorite scotches, or I have a nice sake. So
He just broke out the whole thing.
I have no wine. So however you'd like me to start on.
Are we gonna do like a thing and just go like to figure out what Landon's gonna be drinking today?
I would suggest something nice and flavorful and a little bit fruity to begin with, to kind of like sweeten up the palate.
I went with citrus, so I'm doing a limoncello with lemonade and
beautiful. I love limoncello
and some Sprite with that.
So if you said like something fruity. And a little bit of there. I mean, this is or something you said sweet is what you said.
Yeah, a little sweet.
So the Cinnabar has a nice port.
Ooh.
And so this is from California, from Paso Robles. And so I will do that to start with. I will use it in my Addison Scott glass here. So good to see you folks. Good to be back. Look at that. Oh, look at that beautiful. Look at that beautiful.
That has a nice. That's almost like
color.
A nice dark. Is that a port type color?
Yes, that's nice. A port.
Nice. Hey, I'm getting good at this stuff. He's a sommelier, but I mean, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm shit at this. So what's a port?
She's like, I just drink this stuff. I don't care what the hell.
Right.
You put
I have no idea.
And it's mine.
I do.
Right? Fortified
I'm a simple
wine.
girl. Okay.
If you describe port, it's going to be a sweet wine. It's a little bit thicker, a little more viscous. It has kind of notes of like raisin or so forth. It's a fairly rich thing, and only a little bit does it. And of course, the land of port came from Portugal, right? So it's one of the reasons why.
Oh,
and by the way,
okay.
We all were audible today, so that was kind of nice. We started off on a good footing. So here's where I want to start this, because we got a couple things we want to talk about tonight. If you want the link, message me. I'll get it to you directly. I wish somebody was here that could probably do it for me, but whatever. So one of the things I do want to talk about is something that actually happened recently today, matter of fact. My daughter asked me the other day, hey, Dad, can you help me with some homework? Math. And I'm like, yes. What you got? A little algebra? You got a little pre-calc? Maybe that's something that I know about. No, it had to be my worst subject. Well, I think trig is probably my worst, but geometry, my worst subject. She brings over her page with some questions on it, and her textbook. I felt like an idiot. I straight up, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't understand this at all. It was Common Core, and I'm going to show you, I took a picture of the page, and I'm going to ask Landon, who is a mathematic genius. I mean, he's like one of the smartest mathematicians I've ever met. And I'm going to see if he can understand this notation. And if he can't, then Common Core, you need to go F off, because, and I want to get demonetized. Because,
Well, I already say Common Core needs to F off. I'm just saying.
Let's see here. Yes, Paul, I can get you the link.
So how
Actually,
will we see this?
just message me for the link, people, because it's just easier if you message me. But I have to get the link first. One sec. And to do that, I've got to turn this off. I don't want the wrong people to get it.
Geometry is sort of like, I think a lot of there's sort of the foundation geometry are really sort of spatial logic. And I mean, it oftentimes in teaching math in high school, geometry is really where you introduce logic to people.
Yes, and this is going to be integrally related to each other tonight, because we're going to talk about.
But there's a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of things that you can do in geometry that are beyond just the logic and prove this and that. I mean, the work I did in things called in-clusters were combinatoric geometry. And in doing the research, I can tell you I found a wide variety of papers with really bizarre collections of notation. The issue I find is when someone has describes a notation and they're not consistent in a notation. That drives me. That annoys me.
And you've already said like 4 terms that I've never heard of before. Or if I did, it's been like over 10 years.
Combinatoric geometry. You know what combination? Right?
Combinatoric. Permutations, combinations.
Yeah, and so combinatoric geometry has to do with imagine of things where you talk about, like how many ways is there to have a shape with certain property, or folding of something, or so forth.
Like, you know what a combination lock is, vegan? That's not a combination lock. It's a permutation lock. Why do they call it a combination lock? It's not a combination. Those are permutations. I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah, there's a difference between combination and permutation. Combination is it can start from a combination of 2 to a combination of 5 if you have a 5-letter word. Permutation is entirely different than that.
Because one cares about order,
one doesn't,
and one doesn't. And so in a combination lock,
you care about order.
The permutation of the 3 numbers is important. You can't get there and say, well, I'll put a 5, but I'll put it anywhere in the sequence. It actually is
the specific sequence matters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm following.
All right.
And so the property. I mean, I can tell you that the one of the problems that I solved as an unsolved problem, and that I solved was, does there exist what's called a 6 cluster? You have think about a plane, right? Grid,
like 6 cluster, not sex cluster.
6, exciting.
Either or, take your pick.
So,
it's what
I hear it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got a grid, right? Of line rectangular grids, and you're going to put 6 points on the crosshairs of the grid, right? In such a way that no 3 are in a line, no 4 lie in a circle, and all the distances between points are integers.
Okay, so meaning I know integers. That's the full numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got that. Yeah. Okay, so then the other things, it's more like it's almost like a Sudoku where you have like a thing, and then you got to make sure that you got to figure out where it can't be this, but it has to be this. Okay.
Yeah. Now think about.
I think I'm getting it.
Think about your line, because if I have 2 points on a plane, I can define a line between them.
Right.
So we say we got that line between 2 points. I don't want a 3rd point on that same line.
Right. It would need
so
to be
no 3 points can be on the same line.
Got it.
Now
okay.
It turns
that
out,
makes sense to me.
and you can define 3 points on a plane. Can define a circle. You can put a circle through those 3.
That makes sense.
And so we don't want any 4 points on a circle.
Okay.
And you've probably heard of Pythagorean, triangles, right? 3, 4, 5 triangles.
I do. Well, I do remember learning about that. How much of that I remember? Again,
but I got that 3, 4, 5. Those the vertices of that are a 3 cluster. You've got 3 points on a plane. Their coordinates are integers. No 3 in a line, no 4 in a circle. There's not even 4, and that's a 3 cluster. All right.
Okay.
So now, so do you understand? You got your 3, 4, 5 triangle, right? And you've got no 3 can be in a line because they're in a triangle, and you don't have 4 for a circle. So that's and all the distance between the points are whole numbers.
Oh.
Okay, that's a 3 cluster.
Okay.
So now put a 4th point onto that plane. Make it a 4 cluster. Where do you put that 4th point?
Well, it can't be on the line, and it can't be in the circle, and it can't be in the 3 things.
Yeah, but and the distances to all of the other points have to be integers. Pythagorean thingies, right?
Oh, okay. So the distance, regardless of all of the points, have to be the whole numbers.
Whole numbers, right?
Okay.
So you put 4 number there, and you put 5. How do you go from 4 and add a 5th one? Put a 5th one. So the question, that's a fair gentleman named Erdős. He was extraordinary mathematician. He asked the question: do 6 clusters exist? Can you put 6 points in a plane? No 3 in a line, no 4 in a circle, and all the distances between each other turn out are whole numbers.
Can we back up for a second? When you're doing the 5, like, so the 2 needs to be a straight line. The 3 is supposed to be the triangle or the circle. And then 4, you have, no, it was the triangle. Then you have the circle, and then you have the triangle. What's the 5th?
Well, I would say, so the thing is, you can't put more than 2 on a line.
Right. Regardless.
So, and you can't put more than 3 on a circle, right? Because they always define circles. You can't put 4 on a circle, 4 or more, right?
Okay.
So there's no 3 or more in the line, no 4 or more in a circle, and all the distances between each other, they're on lattice points, they're on whole number points. The coordinates are 2 numbers, and all the distances between the points are whole numbers.
Right.
That's the thing.
So when you do 5, though, it's not like or 6. It would be like not like an octagon or anything like that, right?
No, okay. You can't. And that would also form a circle, right? If you had an octagon thing, right? You could form a circle there, and so forth. So you can't put them in nice rows and so forth on there. And so the question becomes, can you form? And it turns out actually you can, and in fact you can do it with 7 points. We've actually constructed 7 points. And then, by the way, there are similar in higher dimensions. This is combinatoric geometry, as an example, a sample of problems in combinatoric geometry. And it turns out that brute force, people who are trying to find 6 points on a plane with brute force of computers, it was too massive a computation for computers to do. You had to think about it.
Manya,
we use computers.
Your mic is buzzing a little bit. If you can turn down the gain, or just because every time somebody talks, Manya's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even really smart computers couldn't figure it out.
Well, we're getting more powerful computers nowadays that are, maybe we could do.
We're talking like the quantum computer, right?
So, go ahead.
Real quick, have you heard, Landon, of James Trussell? He studies a lot with the perception of light and how it could change your perception, and he's a mathematic genius as well. And he's very interesting. My buddy is studying architecture, and we were just discussing a topic for his paper that he was writing the other night, and I found it to be fascinating on how you can confuse the mind using mathematics and physics. It was pretty interesting.
I mean, isn't he out of? I think he's out of Princeton.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting. I know his work. I've not had the pleasure of meeting him.
Landon, if we can resolve NP equals P, if we can find a way to do things in exponential time rather than a polynomial to validate the certain things, then hey, none of this would be a problem. Protein folding would be a cakewalk. Even. And
so some of these problems on the combinatorics actually have particularly the n clusters in 3-dimensional space. So how would you go with 3 dimensions? Well, we said no 3 in a line, no 4 in a circle. Well, at 3 dimensions, it's no 5 on a surface of a sphere.
But isn't it not the case? If we could validate P NP equals P, that system would be able to do these very complex things in in polynomial time and solve them.
Well, it would show that such solutions exist. I don't think it would tell you how to solve them.
No, it wouldn't tell you how, but it'll tell you that there is a possible solution. Well, there would have to be a solution that you could solve the hard NP problems in polynomial time.
So what would you say? I mean, do you think that there's good evidence that P equals NP or P does not equal NP?
Well, okay, so those are categories, right? So P problems are a subset of NP problems, right? But there is a subset of NP problems that is isolated from the P problems. They're the strong, or I don't remember what do they call them? Strong NP or hard NP or super bitchy,
complete,
super bitchy ones. The technical term is complete NP. So there are NP problems that we have figured out that we can do as P, but we've never once had any complete NP problem that has been resolved as P. So we don't even know if that's possible. We know it's possible for certain types of NP problems, but NP problems are not what we're looking at when it comes to NP equals P. Even though it said NP, it's not actually just NP. It is the complete NP, which is the much more difficult problems, right? But no, I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think it's resolvable. I don't think we may be able to solve complete NP to P.
Yeah, and so it's P problems and NP complete. Are they disjoint sets? Do they overlap? And by the way, just because you have just because you have a problem you show that's can be solved in polynomial time doesn't mean it's solvable. Practically speaking, right? Some polynomials can be quite nasty, right?
Yeah.
So just showing now NP non-polynomial things where it's exponential gets nastier even faster, right? But so there are NP problems you can solve.
Mm-hmm.
Even by
there have been some NP problems we've solved,
and there are P problems that can't are just.
If somebody finds a unique way to do something, they'll be like, "Oh crap! Why don't we think of this before? We have a very elegant solution for an NP problem," and that has happened. There's been a few of them. And in fact, if I correct me if I'm wrong, Fermat's last theorem probably would have been an NP problem. That wasn't easily solved, but that was resolved. But that would have been NP, wouldn't it? How would you
and to talk about and we might say, for example, we say that P is quickly solvable because really what we're talking about is the amount of work it takes.
Yeah.
Is
computational power.
Like for example, x squared. Like say something where x things take you x squared steps. That's polynomial.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, there's a difference between solving.
On the other hand, if it's 2 to the x exponential, at some point 2 to the x becomes much bigger than P squared and just leaves it in dust.
Yeah, there's a difference between solving something in 2 days as opposed to 10 raised or 2 raised to the umpteenth power. That would be take trillions of years in some cases. All right, so let's move past that real quick. So I want to show you this, Landon. Ready for this?
Okay. All right.
All right. So you're gonna have to wait for the outside to catch up here. So here's the image that I scanned for my daughter today. All right, and it's going to take a while. Yeah, I'm sorry if it's a little blurry, but it is what it is.
Do you have to watch it from outside?
You have to watch from the outside because I don't want to change the layout. It'll come up here in a second. So basically, why it's coming up, it's talking about translations. Okay, and a translation is basically a way of geometrically changing something to have a transformation. So if you rotate something along an axis, if you do a flip of something, right, or a reflection, those are different types of translations. So if I slide something to another location, that's a translation. So it's all comparative to the ordered pair. And by the way, this blew my mind. My daughter is taking geometry. They did not tell her what an ordered pair was.
Oh dear.
This is what I'm saying. Common Core, you suck. Okay. So, so in here, the very first thing. This was the first. And this is a handout that she had. The very first thing, and it says in exercise 1 to 3, refer to the figure at the right. What is the image of H under? And then you have this nomenclature that I've never seen before in my life.
Now I presume.
I do understand it now because Josh Garver, who is a mathematician, explained it to me. But had he not, I would have been like, okay, I don't. Yeah, I felt like a dumb.
This looks like they're trying to do mapping notation.
It is similar to mapping notation. Yes, it's a function notation, is what it is. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a map function. But they don't tell you this. She didn't have any idea what a map function was, even after Josh told me. But can anybody solve this? And don't cheat by asking Josh.
I think I know what is 2 talking about that 2 points on a line thing?
I have no idea. Stick with the 1. Let's go with 1. I want to focus on 1. So what?
So it's saying
I want to see if
1,
anybody
I have
can-
no idea.
So yeah, I want to see if
H.
anybody can solve 1. Take your time, because I would have never been able to figure this out until Josh explained the nomenclature. Which, by the way, he even said this is unusual nomenclature. I've never, he has never seen it until Common Core. And again, I don't think he even seen it in Common Core. This was the first time I think he may have seen this, but we can ask him. But
Is that
I
y
think I have
plus
an answer
4 or
for. I
is
think
that
I
y
have
plus 4?
hang on,
I think I have a possible answer. If I understand the notation.
All
I have
right,
a
don't give it
possible
yet.
answer
We'll
for
see.
Y.
We'll see what the outside chat says first. So what is the outside chat? So it says, what is the image of H under x, y, which is the ordered pair? And I will tell you, this is a function that maps to the ordered pair of x minus 2 plus, or x minus 2 and y plus 4. So if you look at the graph, you can find H. So if you had to give us an answer to this, what answer would you give? And this is, like I said, Common Core. This is what they're looking for, a specific answer. I would have never have figured this out without Josh explaining this to me.
It's just going over and down, right?
Is
Well,
it C?
What do you think I mean, just give me the answer. I mean,
I
once he
thought it
told me,
was-
I got it, and I was like, yeah, this is
Okay,
this
so
is easy,
so I
but
think is
I didn't understand the notation.
is
I think
the
it's H.
answer.
So
I
it's
mean, I
it's
think-
moving
I think
minus
I-
2. It's moving minus 2, and then on the x-axis that's
Yeah.
moving
So-
plus 4 on the y-axis. I think so.
Would
That's
it not
what-
be?
So it would be B.
Would the answer to 1 be minus 2 comma 2?
No.
no.
Again,
Isn't that the
according to
mapping?
Josh, who like I said, he said this is how they're expecting you to do this. So. So that
I would
I have what he
fail.
wrote me, the answer. He said this is what would be the case.
My guess would be B.
No.
I'm saying C.
That would be
I'm
my
going with
guess.
Once, like I said, once I explain it to you, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, then I get it, right?" But
I'm saying C. I'm saying C. Is it not C? No, it's not C. Okay, cool. Bye.
oh no, what'd you say? It's Anya.
C.
So
C.
it's C. Well, I mean,
The master's degree.
wait a minute,
the
but
master's degree in electronics
I was-
gets it. Go,
wait a minute. Wait.
was
You know, I was
close.
correct.
Yeah, you were correct.
Oh well, you give Oh no, you weren't correct because you gave the ordered pair. They're not looking for the ordered pair. They're looking for what is the image of
The
H.
letter.
The letter.
The litter.
This is Common Core here. You were right about the ordered
But-
pair, but they don't give you
Give
credit
the
for that.
coordinator.
Okay, because they didn't.
On
I
what
actually,
C
it was
is
hard. I'm
present,
having
so you're
trouble.
technically
I'm having
right.
trouble seeing the diagram, and I do see that there's
Aw.
something that now is C, which is
Yeah.
at that
That's
spot.
fair.
All right, we'll
That's
give you that.
fair
We'll let-
because
we'll let-
it is blurry.
We'll let Landon
Technically
slide on
still
that.
right.
Yes, we'll
He's
let
still
Landon
right.
slide on that.
My God, I remember my mathematics. I'm so happy. Graphs.
Yeah. So
All right, we'll let Landon
so-
slide on that one a little
Megan,
bit.
what that again?
But yes,
How
so I
are
would
we
I would
supposed to figure
agree.
that as mere
I would agree.
mortals?
It's C because I did the translation of the coordinates, and they want
Yeah.
the point, the
Yes.
labeled point on image H. Now, by the way, yes.
Yeah, you got the concept
So
right.
it's simply moving. It's simply moving minus
the
2
left
on the
and then up.
x-axis
Well,
and
let's
moving
look at the
plus
next
4
one.
on the y-axis.
All right,
Okay.
put the next one back up. All right. So what? I don't know the answer to that. What? I think I might.
So C. So the answer,
see.
the point label is C, which is minus 2 comma 2.
I'm a guess on this one. What rule describes translation from B to A? That to me would just be sliding, which is also known as what do they call it in the geometry when you just
be-
slide something? You
X,
translate.
Y,
B
X
to
comma Y arrow in parentheses X comma Y on parentheses arrow.
But moving B to A,
parentheses,
all you're doing is moving something, right? So if you're just taking an object and you're sliding it,
X minus 8 comma Y close parentheses.
Right, because I think because it's on the same line though, aren't so wouldn't it be like
So, yeah,
you're not trying to move it up and down
Yes.
the y-axis. You want it to just to go the x. So y would be a 0, right? And then the
Yeah.
x-axis would be.
So they actually the
I-
rule.
I-
and
I
I think
think-
I think they're saying the rule.
I would think number 2,
Eight.
the rule
But-
is
but-
translation. That's what you.
So the rule
No.
should be.
I think
open
Daniel
parentheses-
Cooper in the chat has it right.
So
Where
the
it's
rule
x
is
minus
open.
8, comma y o.
Oh, it's not looking for the rule. It's looking for the
The-
mapping
the-
function. It's looking
Yeah.
for the
Yeah, so the
mapping
rule
function.
Yeah.
is, as I said,
See,
is
who the hell-
parentheses
we
X
all
comma
understand
Y
this shit.
close parentheses
What are you
arrow
looking for?
parentheses X minus 8 comma Y.
Yeah,
Right?
no, I think
Close
Daniel's right.
parentheses.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, no, okay.
I said it. Landon is right. I said that.
But here's the thing. This is bizarre way of looking at this stuff. How are we supposed to know this? It's just ridiculous.
Imagine
I've
though
never seen
taking this crap and like trying to like,
Visualize
I
it.
think I'm gonna go take some math
Visualize
in
it.
college.
Yeah, I mean, what
Now
rules
that we know,
describes this?
I
It's
can
not-
answer all those three questions.
it's
Like
not- to
I
me,
can answer question number 2. I
hang
can
on.
also question number 3.
I
Answer like
hate the
question
fact they call it a rule. Okay, it's not a rule. What it
Yeah.
should ask is, what is the
Yes.
ordered pair that describes the translation from B to A,
Yeah.
which would be negative.
What is the mapping?
What is the mapping?
Yeah.
Right.
What is the
match
mapping?
to? Oh
Yeah.
my
What
God!
is
This
the
is what I'm
mapping
saying.
function?
How is it? When you study these things, and we've all had these type. We've all had ordinals. Not ordinals, ordered pairs, and we all had math this before. This basic shit. But when you look,
Yeah.
when you have this type of question, then in this kind of notation, and you go, what is it asking? That's what makes it
Yeah.
difficult. Because
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
was
that's
saying-
not a rule. That is an ordered pair
I
or
have
a
the
mapping
same problem
function.
with my assignment yesterday, and I was screeching over that. Like, if I bring up my assignment from yesterday, hold on, I'll tell you. This is my assignment. This is supposed to be a 3,000-word assignment. Hold on. A major health hazard in the construction industry is dust. Discuss the sources of dust, both external and created by the work processes. What do you make of that?
Say it one more time.
Yeah, sorry. A major health hazard in the construction industry is dust. Discuss the sources of dust, both external and created by work processes.
Sure.
Wind.
Okay. You want to start
excavation,
discussing it now?
digging,
Moving an object,
tornadoes,
cross contamination.
whirlwind.
I don't know. I think standing.
devil.
So it's talking about work
Standing
processes, and
things.
then it's saying external. So in regards to external, is it talking about external to construction industry or external to the work processes in the construction industry?
I have no idea.
Outside of the work, I would say outside of the. I would take it as outside of the work processes.
So
Right.
it can be inclusive in the construction industry.
So
but
if,
outside
for
of it-
example, you have regulations on construction, and there are things outside of the regulatory powers because you've got something else like a sandstorm coming in, that's an external process. By the way, Steve, is there a typo
Moving
in
on.
the question? Is there a typo in the question number 3?
Well, let's look at 3. What is the image of C? I put it back up under. All right, so X and Y. Okay, so C, and then you go X minus 2, right?
I mean, can you?
He's asking
I
if
put it
there's a
back up.
typo.
Right away.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay,
it's-
so it's
I
G.
think
It's G.
they're asking you. I think they want the answer to be E, but that's not the
Minus
I
mapping.
can't see it anymore. Steve.
No, I get G.
minus 2.
Minus 2.
2. Which what?
C.
So
No, from C, so you go minus 2, so you end up with minus 4.
minus 2.
Right? And then you go down
And then
minus
Y
4,
minus-
you get up a
Yeah,
G.
G.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, minus 2.
Yeah, G.
Okay.
Minus 2 across the from so
And then
so
minus
it's,
4. Okay, so
yeah,
it is
yeah,
G.
yeah.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out which from the memory there, but yes, it is.
Yeah.
It should be G.
Yeah. Now, Landon, have you ever seen this notation before in your mathematical
Yes.
career? You have.
Yes, I've seen it, but not
have.
described this way. I've seen the notation,
Mm-hmm.
but I've not seen this description. Right. So, what is
Yeah.
the image? Is I think I have issue with image.
Yeah, I said the same thing to Josh. I said, what does it mean by image under H? And he said, it's image under H, under the function. So you have to read that as function. So it's what is the image of H under this function? That's how you read it.
But they're calling it a rule,
Yeah, I don't. The terminology is bullshit, to be straight up.
and they're saying
There's
under
messing with the terminology.
image of H under there.
Yeah.
And
Right.
what rules
Am I-
describes a translation.
Right?
No, I'm with you.
I'm sorry, but an ordered pair is not a freaking rule. A rule is prescriptive.
Yes.
And I can't even see what they're asking for. So to say they've given us the vertices, and then they've given us the translation. It's so light. I can't
I'm
even
gonna tell
see
my
it.
daughter it took a whole bunch of people to figure this out, and these are like the smartest people I know.
So I agree that H is to C, and one of the things in particular as well is that you should say that C is a label,
Yes.
not the point, right?
Yes.
So
Correct.
so
Correct.
you could say a better thing is to say an answer
The
to
point
one
labeled C.
is point labeled C, which is at the coordinate
Yes, that's how I learned it.
Yes.
-2.
Yes,
I'm gonna take the
that
image
would
off.
make much more sense.
I'd rather have people look at
Yes,
you guys in the image.
baby, yes.
That's how I learned geometry, right? Ordered pair. Here's the label for this particular pair. If you want to do a translation, then this is how you move it. I mean, you can't understand matrix theory if you don't know how to do this kind of stuff, because matrix theories involves
remember doing
transmissions.
this. Yeah, I remember doing this and trying to count which way and figuring out. And half the time you had to put the dot on the actual thing, and half the time you had to put the actual, what was in the parentheses.
Because labels aren't the thing. Labels aren't things, right?
Right.
You have effectively a trivial vector space, and they're giving you a mapping, and they say, how does the point labeled at, let's say C map to under this mapping function. That's So the words are odd, and I could see, Steve, how. But if you were
consider myself a dumbass, and I couldn't figure this out.
I mean, I do, but
you consider me a dumbass. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, I'm saying I consider myself
She considers me a dumbass. You heard her, which is fine. I still love you.
I was talking about me when it comes to math, but that's because I know that's not my thing. When it comes to math, I will own it. I am not. I just. It's been a long time, and it does not stick in my head. And like I did all the way up to algebra 2 trigonometry back in high school, but I haven't touched 90% of what I learned this entire time. So like my smarts come down to like etymology and words and philosophy, that stuff, and not my degrees in English.
If there's some information that's not important for my brain and for my survival, I will not keep it in my brain. If I can go back and reference it, I will never keep it in my brains. If it's something that I need tomorrow, I'll keep it. But apart from that, forget it.
I agree. And I say, and that's the thing that Edward Teller used to tell me, is that an expert is a person who knows where to look things up.
Oh, hard agree.
Amen.
I believe very sincerely that. I'm like, I may not know something off the top of my head. I know where to find it most of the time because I've seen it before, because I've read about it. So when somebody says, "Hey, do you have a citation for this?" And I do have a list of citations, I'll be like, "Well, I mean, here, I remember where I read this, and let me go find it for you." Most of the time, I should say some of the times.
All right, so I've done the port. What's the next thing? Bourbon, gin. Whiskey, scotch, sake, rum.
Oh, I'm thinking scotch. It is rum and coke night. You should. I mean,
I'll get. I promise. I do have a rum. I don't have coke. I have root beer. I can do rum and root beer. But I heard scotch as the first thing. So I will do.
That was
lovely Lagavulin, a nice peaty scotch there that I recommend.
Oh, I got a question. Good. I was in the liquor store not that long ago, and have you heard of Glencadam?
I think I said Glenlivet.
No, Glencadam.
Oh, Glenlivet.
How is it spelled? Oh, Glencadam? Is that Scottish? That's got to be Irish or Scottish.
It says Highland single malt Scotch whiskey, aged 25 years.
Nice.
I've never heard of it, but at first I thought you were thinking of a Glen. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it correctly, so I apologize if I'm not. But at first I thought you might have been referring to, I think it's a Glenfiddich or Glenfiddich.
Yeah.
Which is a really expensive Scotch whiskey. It's a very expensive Scotch.
Glencadam is it's Highland single malt, as I recall.
All right.
So I went in there, and this is just in the regular section. Price tag $600 just on the regular shelf.
Nope.
Right across from the door.
Nope.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
That's
$600.
That's not that bad.
In it for that price.
That's
actually not that bad.
The Lagavulin, because I like the peat that they get on the peat bog, that they do the burn for the still. The smoke you get a really nice peaty, smoky flavor that's got, that I like. So, but
you said what was that you were drinking, Landon? Was that the port, or is that something different?
So no, I was having a Cinnabar port, and now I'm going to the Lagavulin 16-year
Nice single.
That
malt.
does look good.
That does look good.
That looks really good.
That's something
I
I
love a
would,
good
I would
scotch.
enjoy that with Landon. Yes, to say the least.
By the way, hi Leo.
It's like $9.
Ah, look how I'm, guys.
Thank you.
My funky
Okay.
little magic glass. Woo!
There we go. And Steve, I look
Cheers.
forward to the time when COVID allows us to actually sit
It'll
down.
happen. It'll happen. No,
I'm going cheap tonight.
Yeah.
Hi there,
Really?
Leo. How you doing?
Budweiser's is great.
How's it going?
Love it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I did
We
want to
don't
say to
judge
Steve,
here.
Don't judge.
I don't know what homework your daughter is doing, but go find her geometry teacher and slap him or her across the face.
You know, I just realized that nobody can see me. Nobody told me that. Because
Oh really?
yeah.
Well.
Well, you guys can, but the outside can't. I just realized that.
Oh.
So
'cause I'm
nobody knows what the hell I'm
mostly looking at
talking
us.
about. So I'm gonna have to add this as a separate
What
source.
did you hide yourself or something?
No, because
Steve?
I'm
What
not.
did
The stupid thing doesn't show me in the Hangouts because I'm hosting, so I got to put it as a separate. There we go. There I am. So I'll put me in the top. I'll put me in the top corner here because
Why don't?
By-
Yeah, I was gonna
by-
say, don't bring yourself through Google Meet. Bring yourself in through.
a direct. I just did a direct source.
Yeah,
There.
yeah.
Hi, people.
By the way, Leo,
Yeah, I didn't realize nobody could see me.
really-
Why didn't you guys say something? They just heard a
Yeah.
disembodied voice. I'm like, oh look, here, I'm like showing people on the camera
God.
they can't see it. I'm like, look, $8, and they're like, what the hell is Steve? What is Steve drunk? Is he not? Is he high? I've literally like 3 sips, so it's like,
Like showing.
By the way,
Nobody knows.
keep me on my toes, man. What the hell's wrong
Mine
with
is
you people?
13% alcohol, so I don't know how many sips it will take for
Well, you
me.
need to finish your stuff first, so.
Yeah, you gotta do homework. You gotta do an
Right.
essay.
I rely on the people watching to like keep us on our toes, to pay attention to
I
what's
know,
going
right?
on, and then they just don't. They don't care. So whatever.
Yeah.
It's all. It's all.
So Leo, I really liked your Dr. Eigenstein explains the expansion of space-time.
Oh,
Did
did
a
you?
video.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
People
And by the way,
should go
it's
and subscribe
Dr.
to his channel.
Eigenstate explains,
Yeah.
Was
which
he right?
is a name I got from a friend.
Was he right? Was he correct in it? Did he do a good job?
I think he did a good job.
Good.
It was relatively cringe-free.
If you were going to
That's high
give
praise
him
from
a
Landon.
grade, if you're going to give him a grade, what grade would you give him?
As long as it's not below a B-, I'll be happy.
I would say maybe A-.
Ooh.
Did you? Okay, Landon.
I can work with that.
Did you ever watch my? Okay, I don't know. Did you watch my presentation on Polonium Halos?
Oh yes.
What would you give that a grade?
I'd give that an A.
Woo! Woo! All right. How about my presentation on Calc 2 Taylor series? I don't know if you saw that one. That was one of my better ones. I thought I did a good job on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I give that an A as well.
Yeah,
I think
so.
Now I feel
Landon.
left out. I need to do a beginner's version of something just so Landon can grade my work.
No, but I think and folks should check out his channel because he does, like your wave particle duality was an interesting one. Your galactic redshift engine one. These are sort of useful things. But your uncertainty, I think, was your better one. I think I give you that. The uncertainty one, I give an A.
Well, speaking of
I
channels,
did want to ask you, did you watch the one that I did on wave function collapse?
Is that did wave particle duality? Is that was the title?
No, it's
Or
just
is
wave
there-
function. Dr. Eigenstate explains wave function collapse.
Do I see that?
I think that's the longest one I have because naturally it gets a little hairy dealing with wave function collapse mathematically.
real quick, while we have an opportunity, Mr.
Oh,
Landon
there it
Curt Noll is back on YouTube after his long hiatus because YouTube had told him, we don't like you. You can't be on our platform. He told him to stuff it and got it fixed. He is back now. He has his channel. It is in the video description. So let's do this real quick. Everybody's watching, by the way. It's a very light night tonight. It's been light. People have been. It's that time of year that everybody just does their own thing for a while.
I subscribe.
But come on, guys, go.
I'm
subscribe to
really
this channel.
excited about the new show.
Right?
It's an empty channel. I just put up 2 previous videos because they said it had to be non-empty. So I had 2 videos about making espresso. But I will have there's some stuff being planned. And Steve and I hopefully we'll have a conversation. So I'm going to use wine and cheese. I'm not as classy as rum and coke.
I love
Wine
it
and
though.
cheese.
I'm so
Disgusting.
excited. I'm already subbed. It looks like it's
So
going
am
to be
I.
awesome.
He's got 112 subs. We got only like 40 some odd people. So let's go on. Let's give them some subs. Come on.
Yay.
I'll have to
Thank you,
I'll have
thank
to
you.
shout out to him when I get non sequitur back, if we ever got.
Yes. So yes, I see, because you have. I like your. That was your wave function collapse. Okay. Yes. I have not watched that one. I'm sorry. I watched the Redshift one, and then certainly one, and Duality one, and I think you have a new. Oh, you have a new one on. Much
High
Ado About
praise.
Time.
He's watched multiple of them, so that's how
Well,
you know
folks-
you got somebody's attention.
Yeah.
Folks
Well,
should
the reason
watch
I
his panel. Go ahead.
the wave function collapse one is because I think I did all right in that video, but I want somebody who's significantly more versed in the mathematics to watch that video and confirm that it is accurate enough for describing what the phenomenon wave function collapse is generally taken to be.
Yeah, I watched your video as much better than I tried to watch your video, but I ran screaming into the bathroom to have to violently projectile vomit. That would have been worse. Yeah. You didn't have good video then. No, for Landon to watch your videos, that's some good stuff. I mean,
That's high praise.
Can't get higher review than that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I do appreciate it though, very much.
So another thing I want to talk about tonight, and we're gonna eventually get into fine tuning argument because Landon has prepared for that, and we're gonna eventually do that.
Oh.
And I know Leo interested in
Interesting.
that. And I did try reading a paper that I got most of the way through on electrons and love. Interesting paper.
What?
About
Okay.
yeah, it's an argument against fine tuning by psychophysical laws being such that electrons can actually develop a mentality and fall in love, and it's an interesting paper. But anyways, we'll get into that later.
What?
We'll get
Wait,
Hold
on. Wait. Psych.
Oh, it's just like because of the difference of energy and got it.
it's a paper called Divine Fine Tuning and Electrons in Love by Neil Shinabi for the
Oh my
American
gosh,
Philosophical
though-
Quarterly.
Just taking a moment though, how many people that are woo peddlers are like, see?
It's not panpsychism either. It has nothing to do with that. So these are actual peer review papers. So
I draw the line at having to ask the gender of an electron, right?
Right.
I will,
Well,
or what its gender identity is, or what its preferred
maybe
pronoun is.
maybe to an electron.
Spin state.
I was going to say maybe to an
spin
electron their
state
spin
thing,
is
okay.
equivalent. I mean, you mean maybe they choose can they choose their own spin? No,
It could be.
I don't know.
Well, you guys have to remember the gender of elementary particles is subject to uncertainty.
That's true. And so if gender is akin to spin, what is a particle's spin if you haven't measured it?
What? I don't understand the question.
It's nonsense question. That's why
Okay.
Yes, it is.
we're not idiots here,
Well,
Landon.
good. Well, I am. I thought we already established that, at least when it comes to this stuff.
It's so funny.
But
People
like, even
underestimate
I
us.
was like, well, maybe I just don't know, but it sounds like nonsense to me.
Yes. Yes. So when you get to a system state and you're doing your measurements, you need to determine the preferred pronouns of the particles before you can address them, right? And until then, you have uncertainty about their gender identity.
Is it like Schrodinger's cat where it's
I bet you, by the way, there's a paper about that somewhere.
Some gender study paper, yes, in some college. But all right, we'll get back into that in a second. We'll get back to the fine tuning. I'm winding this up so people can see the lovely Landon. Okay, so another thing I want to talk about is logic, just simple Boolean type logic. Now, people know by now Landon is
break out
your notepad here. So people know by now Landon's background, right? He's very intricately involved in computer systems. He's a computer scientist. Boolean is his he's mastered that kind of stuff. So, when it comes to truth tables and things of that nature. So I go into these Facebook groups, and I'm in a lot of Facebook groups. And what I try to do is, well, the one I'm left in,
get kicked out of them or muted.
Well, there's 1,000 Facebook groups, and they all have the same kind of people in it. So it doesn't matter whether I get kicked out of this one or that one because I still have the other ones. But it makes no difference to me. But they always get kicked out, even though I'm putting out correct information. And they'll find some reason to kick you out if they can't refute you. I've noticed this. This is a fundamental thing up with New Atheist and TM. Is that if they cannot refute you, they'll find a way to remove you, right? The TM, yes, very specific subgroup.
Oh yeah.
And,
You need to do like
and so
a new thing.
what I try to do
Oh,
is
you annoy me, so you get out of the group.
what I try to do is I go into some groups and I'll put something that is objectively true, right? That I've already verified, already vetted, have no compunction whatsoever that it's incorrect. And one of the things I started talking about was logical reasoning. And a couple people said, "Hey, can you break it down even simpler?" And I was like, "Okay, let me explain logic from." And so I did. But a lot of people are having a hard time with what's called a conditional implication. And
okay, what is a conditional implication?
A conditional implication is P there for P, if P, then Q. If P, then Q. It's conditional, right? It's based upon the if, then, right? Because my WASP argument,
okay.
if P is there only, then Q, not like anything else.
My weak atheist special pleading argument is a if, then else, right? And as a computer scientist, Landon is well familiar with if, then else statements, right? In programming, that's, so if you have the condition that is met, then you do this. If not, you do this. If, then else.
I got it.
That's like programming. Okay. It's like
no, it is programming. It's not. Yes.
So it's not like it is.
So
I got basic programming, so I know if then statements. So you got me. So we're good in the beginning.
so some people,
it's all downhill from here.
Some people might have remembered Landon's and I's Venn diagram. I kind of made the Venn, and then he helped me with the legend to make sure that it was about as informative.
I refer
as
to this all the time, though. So
yeah.
Especially when trying to read the blog, trying to figure it out.
It's a Venn diagram, which is basically a Boolean system described in 2D, right? Space.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, Steve, you did a mapping about theism, anti-theism.
It wasn't anti-theism. This week, and it wasn't anti-theism. But week.
So week. It's right. It was week.
Yeah. I'll put it up for the people. But
I'm gonna switch to my phones. Give me a second.
But I was saying that diagram was relevant to the debate about atheists, theists, agnostics.
I have no room for anything. We'll have to move some stuff around. We're going to put you guys on the bottom here. There we go. We'll put you guys down there. We'll make room for this stuff. I don't want to cover anybody up, so that it looks lovely today. All right. So this Venn diagram. We call it the McRae-Noll Venn diagram because it's co-developed. Mm-hmm. And so to date, nobody has explained why this is wrong. Nobody. Matter of fact, I had a person in a group say, well, I have an expert in logic, and I'll give it to them. And I'm like, okay, they did. They came back and said, well, they didn't see a problem with it. No kidding, right? I was shocked to hear this.
Good, though.
It really just blew my mind that
I still say, though, you should do up a paper and submit it for publishing.
Well, I've talked. Okay, well, here's the thing. I've talked to Dr. Malik, and Malik, I'll be on his show coming up. He actually left a message the other day and said, "Hey, you want to come discuss my paper, defining atheism and the burden of proof?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, absolutely," because I did a blog entry on a review on it, and I actually have my proof for second order burden of justifications. He likes all that stuff. He thinks I did a great job on that, and he has told me write a paper. This is how you would go about doing it, and doing it under your own name. Don't do it with anybody. But I was like, I still think I would need somebody because I don't know how to write a paper. It's a completely different thing from writing a blog. And I would have to include the WASP argument in a very different way, and it would be very complicated. I'm more of a general person where I'd be like, I just want to write it as a general, PDF or book, and then have somebody read it as a reference kind of thing. But anyways, long story short, I post these types of things, knowing that they are correct, and one of the things that came up recently was a modus tollens argument, which is the argument that if you have a conditional and you have the negation of the consequent, you could get the negation of the antecedent, which is P implies Q, not Q, therefore not P. This is a well-established. She's so excited. This is a well-established rule of inference, right? But when people say that your logic is invalid, they're telling you you're not using a valid rule of inference, which is nonsense. I mean, clearly, modus tollens is a very well-established rule of inference. What they don't seem to understand, and it took some time to figure it out in some groups. Now, some groups got it better. So there was one group I am in, and they actually would take the time to have a reasonable and respectful dialogue, and we had a great time. The admin is good, and we actually sussed it out, and we were able to talk about it in a very good way. But their argument is twofold. One, they don't understand that the premise in a modus tollens argument, your premises are not P and Q. Your premises are P implies Q, not Q in a modus tollens argument. P implies Q, P in a modus ponens argument. Those are your premises. The P and Q are not your premises. These are your atomic propositions. Okay, that's what you determine if your conditional implication is true. And the conditional implication is always true unless, if and only if, your antecedent is true and your consequent is false.
So Steve, let's back up, so you don't lose too many people, and
Right.
let's put some labels onto
We're
that
gonna let
stuff.
Landon
But-
explain from
Please,
there.
please.
Landon,
Okay,
explain to them what the hell I just said.
So like for example, in a proposition, your proposition is God exists, right? That's let's say in that statement, right? That is not your theorem. That's merely a proposition. And so if you state, I do not believe that God exists, you are expressing a belief that atheists hold and agnostics hold.
Correct.
Now that surprises some people, because you said, well, I thought, what's the difference? Well, the difference is that if you said, do you not believe that the negation of the premise, that is, God does not exist, is true. So you do you think God does not exist? If you don't believe that's true, and you do not believe that God exists is true, then you fall into the agnostic part of the diagram. You leave the subset of the weak atheist, and you enter into the area of the agnostic.
Yeah. And let me
So can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, absolutely,
Sure.
Michael.
So I'm pretty new to this. I've been following Steve forever, and I watch a lot of your stuff, but this is my first time really attending formally. But thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for joining.
Isn't all of this inherently unknowing, or am I incorrect in that statement? I mean, is this something that we're never going to discover for certainty, whether it's real, not real?
No, this is certainty. This is logic. I mean, if I say 1 + 1 = 2, that's certainty, right?
Right.
So
Correct.
this logic holds for a Venn diagram. There's nothing. Doesn't make sense here. You have what's called an intersection, which is what's called a conjunction.
There's a difference between knowledge and logic. So
Well, yeah, but I'm okay with knowledge as far as mathematics. I think we do know things. I'm not a skeptic, right? A skeptic denies
So-
knowledge.
No,
Let's
but
say
when we are following logic, we can, and we are making those logical statements. It doesn't matter whether we actually have the knowledge, whether God exists or does not
yeah, that's
exist,
irrelevant.
and yada
So-
yada.
so
yada.
Sure.
It's just important to say with Michael is that if I said the premise is Darth Vader exists, and we'll debate, do you believe that Darth Vader exists? Do you believe that Darth Vader does not exist? Do you those examples of stuff? This diagram, this logic that Steve and I diagrammed out works if your premise is about Darth Vader. It's not a theism thing, Christianity thing, so forth. It's logic. It's independent of the proposition.
Yes.
And
Okay,
on that
thank you
note,
very much.
We do have a super chat as well.
Yes, I noticed that. Would you like to read it while I do something real quick for me? In your
Sure,
lovely
it
voice?
is $5 from My Unfinished Journey, Angry Orchard. Also, dipping fries in bacon pepper jam instead of ketchup. Oh,
That
and
sounds better,
woot
actually.
to Landon.
Oh, thank you kindly. And by the way, I had Angry Orchard yesterday, so Angry Orchard is actually a nice
Nice.
commercial photo.
All right, so I just put in the screen here, and you'll see it on the outside as it comes up. Darth Vader. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what the proposition is, right? This is what Landon said. Hey, Darth Vader does or does not exist, and then the logic's so exactly the same. It's just a label at that point. There's semantic things it's called.
Got it.
And that's important to understand is that about Booleans is that they operate over valid axiomatic sets, right? And so this notion of I would be a strong Darth Vader atheist.
Yes.
Because I know that Darth Vader was created as a fictional character.
Right. I'm okay with that. Again, I'm not a skeptic. I
I'm
think we
okay
have
with
knowledge.
that too.
So
Doesn't mean I don't even it's not a cool character, but
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah, I'd be with you there. I think.
So what the point of this particular Venn diagram, there's a couple points actually, but one of the main points is that what it shows is this, and you may have to read into it a little bit, but it's follow the logic here. This is where people seem to get confused with this, just like they get
Right.
confused with a conditional implication. That's your premise, right? P and Q are not your premises. Implication is, and then your second premise, which is either P or not Q, depending on your rule of inference, modus tollens or modus ponens. There are other rules of inference, but whatever. All right, so what this shows is this. The atheist weak and the atheist strong position, right? The weak atheist, weak theist. Those are what I call not resting positions. You can't, and this is my own terminology. And again, I don't mind people having their own terminology if it makes sense. I have things like non-transportable justification that I use to explain certain things. And then I say to this is at a resting place. And the reason why weak atheism is not a resting place, because if you are a weak atheist, there's only two possibilities. It implies something else. It implies that you're one of two other positions, because that is what is called a subalteration. It is the belief that God does not exist, or the non-belief of both propositions, P and not P. You have to be one or the other. There's no other logical thing possible. So if you say, I'm a weak atheist, okay, what do you mean by that? There has to be one thing further. You cannot rest upon that. You have to say, I'm a weak atheist because I'm a strong atheist, because strong atheism is a subset of that, which to me sounds really odd, but whatever. Or I'm agnostic on the proposition. I have no position either way. You cannot hold to just not BP, because it is in a subalteration, meaning that B, not P, implies not BP. That is not a truth. It's not a matter of, if you look at the square of opposition, it has nothing to do with the truth value. It has to do with the implication. And so,
What's BP?
BP is believes proposition true.
Gotcha. Okay.
But Steve,
Writing that down.
so you're implying to somebody who merely does not believe the proposition, and you're saying that they've got to move on from that. Why do they have to move on from that?
Well, if they don't believe the proposition, is either because of one or two conditions. Why they don't believe it. It is because they believe that it's false, or they have no position either way.
Okay.
Because there's only three epistemic positions. There's believe, P, disbelieve, P, or believe neither, right? I mean, theoretically, you could have believe both, but that would be obviously a state of diatheism or contradiction.
Yep.
So we're not going to include that as a rational epistemic state.
Sure.
Unless you're vegan, she believes these things all the time. Contradicts. I don't want to choose a side.
All
I
the
pick
time.
both.
All the time.
Would you
Oh,
be so
we
kind?
have another
Yes,
super
would you be
chat.
so kind?
I'll read it.
But yeah,
I
go
got it.
ahead.
I got it pulled up. I joined this call. And
Yeah, go for it,
introduce
man.
Myself.
What's
Might
up,
as
buddy?
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, knock some out.
Hi.
Okay,
Welcome,
we got
welcome.
Stefan Lincoln. I'm hoping I'm saying that right.
I don't know.
For American. Can London give us a commitment on Henry
Poincaré.
Poincaré?
Poincaré.
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 And I like to think I'm a pretty good narrator. Been doing it for about 8
He's
years
French.
now, but I looked at that like it was gibberish.
Yeah,
But
French
let you
names are
guys know.
hell to pronounce.
By the way, I thought
That would be Henry Poincaré.
I thought you had to go to the store.
I do.
Okay.
I just decided to postpone it.
All right, good.
Would
Thank
it
you.
be Henry or Henri?
By the way, I don't know if you wanted to. You know you have your actual name on the screen, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
All right.
I've actually been I've been doxxed before a few times.
So
if
can
you
we
wanna
tell
figure
people?
out
You
who I am.
want to tell people who you are?
Hello,
I'm
I'm
you're one of
that
my
creepy
secret
reading.
gems that nobody knows. I have a lot of people that nobody knows about. It's a reason.
Yeah,
for this.
I am one of the secret friends because I saw your video on like what happened with the non sequitur show, and I was like, I gotta reach out to this guy. This guy needs some help.
I do.
you know, and I'm working on it. I swear to God, I'm really slow at
Do
making.
you want
videos.
to give the name of your channel? By the way, he has well over 250,000 subs. He's a big.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm that creepy reading.
No.
I make videos on pretty much anything that falls into the realm of entertainment and horror, and very much an anti-censorship advocate and a fond lover of the legal system.
Free speech.
mean,
We have to have a. You know what?
Fantastic.
We have got to have a stream on things like freedom of speech, freedom of press, First Amendment, Second Amendment.
Yes.
I would love to do this with you and
Please.
Landon. Would you do that, creepy reading?
Wait, one more time.
I would love to have a discussion with you and Landon especially on things like freedom of press, freedom of speech, First Amendment, Second Amendment.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
I would love to do
lovely,
something like
yeah.
that.
That would
Yeah,
be
I'd love to do
awesome.
that. Talking about, I don't go. going through? Are you talking about the various amendments to the U.S. Constitution, or
No,
some
I think
particular? What's the
particular? Okay, first of all, like I said,
Just
but
give me
go
one
ahead.
second. Read
So,
what I
anyways,
gotta
he
say
is going to be doing a documentary on the non-sequitur show eventually. A lot of people are. So I have some big names that are going to be invested in this. But anyway, so yeah, what I want to do is on this, like for example, and I don't know how we're switching tablets, but that's fine. It's rum and coke night.
Always.
Always, right? But when people say like freedom of the press, right? What people don't understand is this: freedom of the press does not mean, whoa, hey, music, yeah, careful, buddy. Hey, what's up, my friend? You wave hi. He's all
Hey,
getting down.
Hey, Mikey.
What's up, Mikey?
By the way, we do have the
Hello.
question that's in the chat thing. We have to do. I don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to forget about that,
so.
Stefan. We'll get to that real quick, Stefan. I promise. So
Stefan has asked a
Stefan.
question.
What people don't realize is we're the press. Freedom of the press means the people. The freedom of the press does not mean you have to have credentials or you work for NBC or MSNBC. There's no such thing as like that. Freedom of the press is the government cannot retaliate for the people having grievances and having public information. These are what the amendments are for. If I have a public information thing, that is freedom of the press. Straight up, I am people. It's people and government or corporations. Anything like that. It has nothing to do with CBS News. That's not. That obviously is freedom of the press, but it is.
Yeah, there was never
we are the
like
freedom
a
of the
point
press.
in history
Right.
where the press got elevated to its own social class.
Thank
Only
you.
recently did we decide that corporations and entities are considered people too.
Yep.
So technically they only
FTC
got
versus
elevated
Citizens
to
United.
our status.
Yeah.
Recently.
All right, so Landon, why don't you answer
In
this question?
2010,
real
I
quick?
believe it was.
I don't know how to answer this question because I don't know what it is.
So, I mean, meta theory is really it's a theory whose subject matter is itself. And so you get into you come up with these sort of systems where you build essentially you're exploring, let's say, logic and reasoning, and you come with abstract theory, right? So you don't get bogged down in particulars. So that's one of the problems sometimes is that when you're trying to deal with the process of how you go about dealing with a theory, meta theory is really dealing with, and so meta theory as an example is the theory that's its own subject. And now I'm not, however, familiar with Poincaré's meta theory work. I'm familiar with meta theoretical investigations. I do not know, however, there now. Henry Poincaré has had was an extraordinary physicist and mathematician. He is very well known in physics and in mathematics. There that had enormous impact on the world. And it is also he has some of the things. For example, he had various conjectures that were really great. And so here's the thing I can talk about of a great scientist, a great mathematician, is a person who knows how to ask the right questions to the right people at the right time. And so his for example, his Poincaré conjecture, which was a very unsolved problem, was a really interesting problem that ended up allowing people investigate deep mathematics. And it's the question that's perhaps more valuable than the actual answer. Perlman solved the problem, but in terms of came up with the proof that the conjecture was true, but the question itself is probably more there. But on the other hand, I'm sorry, I am not familiar with
and I would have no idea how to answer.
Meta theory.
23. I'm young. I have no idea. I haven't.
But did you notice he
opportunity.
whipped that big shit out on the live chat? Look at this! I got a check mark and I got gray. Yeah, just whip it out, man. Just put it on the table. It's okay, man. It's okay. We don't.
I had to like.
Whip it.
I sometimes feel weird about commenting on videos because every time I do, I always get that one commenter who's like, "Oh, look, it's a check mark," and it's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Here's the thing: we only give a crap about content. We don't give a crap about size. Size doesn't matter.
I give a crap for what Manya's eating. What you eating, Manya?
And I'm interested in Manya's question about construction and dust and
some jalapeno Cheetos.
Jalapenos.
Oh, and big kudos to Mikey's new podcast.
Hey, Mikey.
What new pod? He's had the bin
Mr.
forever. You got
Landon.
something new?
No,
I have
it's
so many
D&D stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, Nat 1 Heroes, super awesome.
Oh, wait, let me
What do
check
we
the
mean
back.
when we say D&D? Because I can think of two potential responses to that.
Well, what?
Death and destruction.
One's not allowed on YouTube, I don't think.
Well, no, because when I hear D&D, I think
Dungeons and
of
Dragons.
David. Well, that's what I figured, but amongst people who know like the A Song of Ice and Fire and the Game of Thrones lores, D&D is often utilized to refer to David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, who developed the show. That they didn't develop the show; they took the Song of Ice and Fire series and fucked it every which way from Sunday and turned it into a show.
Thank you very much.
That's
Leo.
a different discussion.
And I am proud to say that after seeing a couple of shows and what they were doing to the books, I stopped watching that TV thing, and I'm waiting for the books. I will.
Never
And
watched
I
kinda just
promise I will
watched
go
it
back
for
and
Amelia
return to the
Clark.
show once I read the books. But the show.
Never seen it.
Sorry.
Hey,
Sorry.
some
Don't
of the
watch it, just
series
read the
was good,
books.
Some of the acting,
Read the
was,
books.
the ending was terrible. They fucked that, but I mean, some of
What
it was
ending?
good.
What ending? What are you talking
Exactly.
about?
Exactly.
Listen, this is why I warned you guys. This is why I warn you guys about reading so much. See, that show, I never read the books. The fucking show was great for me. I loved it. I was like, ooh.
Because that's always the case.
What show is this?
Game of Thrones, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've never
Yes.
watched. No, I watched the. Okay,
I've
seriously,
never
I tried
seen
watching
it.
the first season.
I gave up
couldn't-
in the 8th season. The final season
I gave
was
up in the
so
first season. I
abysmal,
couldn't
just
do
gave
it.
up.
I
was like,
believe I heard that maybe there was a bunch of sex and gore. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I watched the video with Amelia Clark being naked. Who wouldn't? I mean, but other than that, I just lost. That was the only interesting thing, and it had
I'll
nothing to do
say,
with the story.
I'll say
They
this
threw
about
that in
it.
there as gratuitous. It's like, oh, she's cute.
The
Let's make her naked.
the Battle of the Bastards, the cinematography on that whole section was fantastic. Like there was some stuff that was fantastically done.
I agree with
No,
you, David.
there's
I think
the
that the production quality of the show looked excellent, but knowing what the show is about, knowing that the author repudiated some of the premises that the people in that show did and took off and made a
D&D.
It really is a is a shame that the show so dominates people's minds. And so if you have a movie based upon a book, the two things are different, usually different viewpoints on a subject. But I found that the show people diverged because of need for the show, I guess, and out of disrespect for the original author.
Yeah.
I mean, there were certain changes that they made that I think are fine. You know, like they had a lot of Roberts in the book. Like there was like 4 people or 5 people named Robert. And for like the average viewer, that's like confusing. So they switched one to Rob and one to Robin, just to, like delineate the like there was small changes that make sense for
that
film.
makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, these
But-
things are adapted for TV for a reason. They call them
Yeah.
adaptations.
I'm also
Yeah, like
aware
there-
that
you know,
they ran
I mean,
out
I
of
heard people
source
get pissed off
material
about
near
that too.
the
Like,
end.
they're like super purist. Like the book said Robert for the. It's like, yeah, I don't mind that stuff.
What, Austin?
I'm pretty sure near the end of the production, the reason why it ended so badly is because they ran out of source material for the final season, and instead of waiting, they just.
Well, it's not just
And
that.
true,
Wait,
but they were
um,
exceeding the books for a while, and they started deviating out of book 2.
Yeah, they started deviating
Hang on,
in the
hang
third
on.
season.
Hang on. How could you run out of source material? All you have to do is say, "Hey, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fuck you." I don't understand how you could run out of source material. You have
the
whole
problem-
bunch of options for that.
The problem isn't necessarily they didn't have the source material.
Or do
the
both.
problem is that they didn't care. D&D wanted to sort of move on to bigger and better things. I think they had some
Yeah, they got
projects
that
coming up
contract
with
for- what
Disney.
was it they got?
And
That they're
I don't
doing,
know.
like,
I think it was
Star
something on
Wars or
Disney
Star
or
Trek or
something.
something?
Yeah, maybe it was the Mandalorian. No, I don't know what it was. But they just kind of like said, "All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna end it really, really quick," and that's that.
Yeah,
And that's
and
what it
HBO
was.
offered them more time, I guess. Like they offered them
Yes.
to take longer to finish. Because here's the thing, too. Even the story that they put down in the final season, from like a story perspective, is fine enough. It's not.
Yeah.
It was. It
It's
was
that they rushed it.
Like the pacing
Yes.
was terrible.
It was 6
If that
episodes.
same series of events happened over a period of time that gave you a room to breathe for the changes in the characters, it would have made sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, George R.R. Martin himself said that just with the books that he had released, the 5 books he had released, they could have easily gone 13 seasons. They just chose not to.
Yes.
He also said in the Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, like Landon said, he pretty much it wasn't straightforward, but subtly he repudiated D&D quite frequently for what they did. One of his biggest problems was in the scene in the first season of the television adaptation. D&D had Drogo rape Daenerys, which is not something that features in the books. Now, in the books, he does technically rape her after that moment, but if you consider, you know, the history of, I mean, a man can fuck his wife whenever he wants 1700 years ago, and nobody's going to consider it rape. We do in the modern age, that's fine. But in the book series, specifically the consummation between Drogo and Daenerys was not technically considered rape. And he said that really upset him.
Wasn't it something like that in the books that Drogo asked permission from Daenerys, actually?
Yeah, asks permission, well, tries to make a move, she says no, and so he continues to just gently seduce her and everything, and then he asks the question no, and as it's worded in the books, she takes his hand and moves it inside her and says yes.
So
then the
yes.
I gotta read these books.
No, but it's kind of like, there's a very thin line there, like
books
whether...
are worth reading. Are actually worth reading. And I'm looking forward to the last.
I got too much on my plate to read. I have a PDF.
The book series was good. You know, there were characterizations of certain characters that I think were well done in the TV series. I liked what they did with Tyrion. I think that Peter Dinklage did a fairly good job, although he obviously didn't look the same as described in the books. And I thought Littlefinger was quite well done.
Yeah, in the final season, he's known to be very shrewd, but the way they showed him that he got so easily manipulated by Sansa and even by his own sister, I was so disappointed. I'm like, this guy showed promise.
Yeah, and
this is the guy who killed his father.
But the problem,
and he got easily manipulated by his sister.
That area, you're out in the weeds. You're out into stuff. So you know what they did.
And
the
also
White Walkers and fundamental premises are not there. So don't. You know, it's its own thing, and
don't expect it to be similar to the books. Yeah,
pay attention to the books.
I love George
the books are much
Martin.
richer.
He's like a fat man after my own heart. He describes dry, passionless sex, but let me tell you, those food descriptions, he knows what it's about.
Yeah. Some of the books I think almost get too descriptive, not like with the gory scenes, but just in stuff in general. I think it was A Feast for Crows. Some of the like, it's just like, I was like, why we don't need to know these particular details.
It's important to George,
series.
Rob Jordan, yes.
Those books, I tried to read them, and they're a slog to get through. Like, it's like he wants to describe the moss and how it's growing on an irrelevant rock as they walk by, you know? Like, it's...
I mean, as an author, I can appreciate it, though, because, like, I often tend to be too detailed and ramble on in my little descriptions and stuff, so I can appreciate that, you know, he's doing it. I don't know, maybe for the authors, because I really enjoyed it very much.
I've always
it is different than an action.
I've always ran with the premise that it's in order to get the most people on board with anything that you're trying to do, you got to be willing to condense and try to present the information that you have in the most entertaining way possible. I could theoretically describe every pebble in like my front yard, but you know,
Stephen King.
If I have to read that, if I have to read those descriptions of pebbles trying to get to the red wedding scene, I might never get to the red wedding scene.
Well, you know, one thing I do like about Stephen King is he does get overly descriptive. I mean, he has 3-4 pages to describe like something that most authors would probably do in 5 sentences or less. But he does it in a way that is entertaining.
Right. You can also
It's
like
usually
King's work.
if he's over describing something, it usually has some relevance to the story.
Like it's some reason, right?
Exactly. Like
pay attention to.
I don't know if you read
this
Needful.
Yeah, pay attention to this thing. It's important. I'm going to give you more information about it.
Did you ever read
Whereas,
Needful
like some
Things?
authors just want to describe something and it's absolutely irrelevant. I'm like,
Right.
why did you do that?
Excellent point,
Dave.
David.
Have you ever read Needful
the
Things?
moss on this rock? It
Needful Things
looks
is exactly
delicious.
that. If you read Needful Things, the description in there, everything he says in there has a relevancy somewhere down the line. I mean, it's just.
I'm sorry, Steve. Every single time you've repeated yourself, I've only heard the second part of it as things, and that's it. So can you say
Needful
whatever
Things.
it is? Needful Things. Okay, thanks.
Great story. Great book. One of
One of my favorite authors still is Douglas Adams.
Oh,
Yes,
hell
absolutely.
yes.
Amazing.
His
Amazing
writing,
gentleman.
it may not be it's condensed. It's not the most sophisticated, but it has a rhythm.
It's also popular for a reason.
Yeah,
And he had
Galaxy is
fun.
brilliant.
Fun, but
He,
Douglas
Douglas
he
Adams
is
had
popular for a reason.
Absolutely, great book.
had a hell of a lot of fun in those books and that whole series.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's another thing that I see like on YouTube all the time. The moment something gets popular, all of a sudden it's like not cool to enjoy it, and they want to poke fun. Like with the Marvel movies, they're insanely popular for a reason. People enjoy them for a reason. Are there obvious problems with them? Sure, but then you got a bunch of people who say, well, because I think Iron Man's stupid, the whole thing sucks, and you shouldn't watch Marvel movies, and you're a plebeian for doing so. And it's, I mean, it's a little annoying, you know. I always like try to see the good in things, even if I don't necessarily understand why it's popular. Like with Fortnite, I played it.
I tried.
I enjoyed it, but
it's one of those.
We do have a super chat that came in.
Yeah, it's
if
one of those,
I may.
Yeah, one sec. It's one of those one and done kind of things. Fortnite, I can play for a night, but then my daughter wants to play, and I'm like, maybe I'll get back into it. But it didn't hold my interest. Yes, go ahead. Super chat.
It's from Kuyasa for I'm assuming 5,000 won. I don't know if that's.
It's like $2 million
correct.
American.
Yeah, Steve's becoming a millionaire. Hey, it still beats reading Hegel, Kant, or other German philosophers.
Okay, no, hey, wait a minute here.
I
I'll give you
love
Hegel.
them,
I'll give you
though.
Hegel.
Come
That's not
on.
bad. I'll give you Hegel.
I don't
love
like Hegel.
reading
Nobody
I don't.
likes Hegel.
Schopenhauer
Nobody
is
understands
a
Hegel.
little bit of an interesting guy.
Here's
Come
my rule of
Sure.
thumb. Here's my rule of thumb.
I'll fight you over
hang on, here's my rule of
that. I
thumb.
love Kant.
There are
Popper.
There are
I mean,
two-
Popper is a good,
I disagree with Popper on a few things, but
but it's good to read.
yeah.
I think Hegel's a funny name.
When I
Yeah.
hear somebody say one of two things, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be able to talk to you. One, they're an objectivist and think Ayn Rand was a real philosopher, or two, they understand Hegel. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Spinoza's interesting at times.
I'm like, you don't understand Hegel. I
Two
tried reading.
the sweat of their own brow.
Dude, I tried reading Hegelian dialectics. No way in hell. It was like. There was the English version. I kind of like think about it in the German version. That was more complicated. I was like, yeah, I don't know what the hell's talking about.
There's an interesting collection of German philosophers there, but some of them are and you don't have to agree. But for example, Gödel is a very rich philosopher and is very dense, and I don't think Gödel even understood Gödel.
Well, it's funny is I just had somebody today talk about Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Like, actually, there's two.
I don't think I've read
Yes,
that.
there's two.
Yeah. Wait, and I think I got it right too. So Gödel's two incompleteness theories. The first one is that for any given formal system F, you can never prove all propositions or statements in that system. And the second one is that if you have a formalized system F, you can never have a consistent system where all propositions are true at the same time.
And Steve, you're correct, but that second is usually the first, and the first is usually the second.
Hey, look, I'm not a mathematician for a reason. Don't listen to me. I couldn't even do my daughter's homework today. Okay, I'm an idiot.
I dropped out of high school.
Hey, the funny part about it is
I'm a dry high school dropout.
I have to chase that internet cloud.
So
I dropped out of high school too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and now is the smartest person on the planet, just about.
I actually have a question for Landon, if I may. It's not really very personal at all, but some people are iffy about this. I'm just genuinely curious. I'm assuming you have like probably more than one PhD.
No.
So you only have one.
0.
He doesn't have a PhD.
Wait, 0?
Yeah. He has the equivalency. I always tell him that. I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, you have a.
Oh yeah, it's all just like he's done so many courses together at so many levels.
He could
that it's
easily
like
go
if he
get one.
combines, then he can get a PhD if he wants.
And again, I'm not going to speak for Landon, but I would assume it's more like lines of why bother? It's extra work for nothing.
Like Landon,
As
I
Elon
PhD
Musk says,
title is for
it doesn't
peasants.
matter.
PhDs go to him, right? They
I
don't,
used to, the advisor used to say that could have been your thesis, that could have been your thesis, and you blew it because you weren't in a program, so it doesn't count. So yeah.
So
I managed somehow to graduate high school early and need to get a GED.
Yeah. Oh, you should.
Because I
don't have a degree, and whatever.
Neither do I.
This is how I
have a
accomplished
degree
that.
and I work in a totally different field.
So this is how I did that.
Sorry.
Technically, I did graduate high school. However, the school that I went to was a Christian home study school
you went
or
to
whatever.
a funny money school.
Assholes.
No, the school is completely 100% legit. The problem was Hurricane Katrina hit. They lost 100% of all of their records, and since it was a private school instead of a public school, all of their records was lost.
Well,
so even though I was in the military already, completely graduated, they had to have all of my documentation for me to even go into the military, and I still had to go and get my GED in order to go to college.
That's bogus.
What branch did you serve in?
Coast Guard.
The Coast Guard.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank
she's
you.
a Coast Guard
Thank you,
woman.
by the way,
Yeah.
Vegan, for your service in the Coast Guard. They're fine folk.
Yeah,
Have you guys
just like
briefly
nuclear guys.
What, Awesome?
What's that?
You guys briefly discussed talking about like freedom of speech and all that fun stuff.
Yes.
And there is like honestly, there's like kind of the old school thought on that where we're talking about it in the sense of government and their restrictions on it, but also there's like a new sense, a new discussion that's been forming around the idea of like cancel culture and the public restriction on speech.
I completely agree.
I don't believe in either public restriction or in of speech or
that's the discussion that I want to have with you and Landon at a future date. I think that's a whole show unto itself.
Oh, and so yes, so I was asking about the limits. How many amendments went through? There was because when I became an elected official, one of the things I realized was that I had to swear an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of California, and the City Council, the City Charter against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that meant actually knowing what it is. And I found that many of my elected colleagues had no idea what was in the Constitution. They swore an oath to defend it, which seems to me
that's not surprising.
A problem.
Should be a requirement.
And in fact, I never, it was very rarely did I even get a question from a constituent in the campaign relevant to the Constitution. So knowing that, and I was always a person that had a copy of the Constitution and the state of California Constitution and the city charter stuff, because sometimes actually it was quite useful. And so going through a discussion about the Constitution, and by the way, folks, particularly if you're an American living in the United States, an American citizen, just read the Constitution. It's not that long.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember a lot of the stuff in it, but I get the gist of it, kind of thing.
And if you're in the military and you're defending Constitution, it might be nice to actually know what it is you're defending.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I have a few books on it and stuff like that. I absolutely love reading. I'm weird, and I love the history about it. And so I definitely went and geeked out. When I went to DC, I definitely went to go see it. And so, like, I had that shit memorized because I felt so much about it, and how much that like I did not want to join without knowing what I was joining for, because I knew that I was against taking someone's life And I was conflicted because I wanted to do my duty, but I had morally, I wanted to make sure that I had good reason to defend my country. Is this really the ideals that I stand up to and that I'm going to be fighting for?
And the people who work that the Coast Guard does is extraordinary. And some of the people there that put their life on the line, and sometimes for idiots.
Yeah.
Those idiots' lives are worth saving too. It's anything, but also, it's not only just on our coast, but around the world, right?
Yes.
The Coast Guard is very active down in Antarctica and up in the Arctic.
All over the world. Yeah.
Hats off
literally all over the
Coast
world.
Guard. Thank you.
And they've been involved in every single major conflict that the U.S. has been involved with, and not only doing humanitarian things, drug interdiction and migrant interdiction, but also saving lives. And the one thing that was the defining factor of going into it was the fact that we save lives, not take lives, but we'll take it if need be because we're guarding our coast.
Landon, I did have another quick question.
Somebody from trying to put out a lava flow with a garden hose.
Oh my gosh!
It's
I didn't see that coming.
Spray bottle. It's a
I
spray
always
bottle.
find that there's absolutely no ethical way to do anything, and it makes me feel depressed all the time.
But it's still important.
Okay, we're gonna offer humanity. With North Korea, right? Oh, let's offer humanitarian aid because they're all starving down there. And what happens? Well, the dictator
That money never goes into that.
I've learned my ethics are a little bit more malleable of all the shit that I've been through. I'm thinking to myself, hey, you know what? Maybe there's good justification to bring back, flogging and quartering and shit like that. Because some people out there, some shitty people.
Except the 8th Amendment says cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, we need to repeal that. No, I'm just kidding. But
you're saying that
by the way, I actually brought suit against on the 3rd Amendment.
Someone's gonna clip that, right?
What, not housing a combatant, or not housing a soldier for quarter, giving them housing without their consent.
Private housing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow.
But
go ahead. Don't threaten me with a good time.
The point I was trying to make is
hello, sailor.
If you give a dictator humanitarian aid, like food and all this stuff to help their people, what they'll do is stop investing money in so much food.
Yeah,
yes.
and also,
then it's we're helping a dictator.
They're taking the credit for it too, right?
Yeah. And it's is this ethical? Is helping people ethical if it goes towards helping a state that ultimately is there to subjugate them?
Basically, with North Korea, it's like what that guy is saying is, listen, I got nukes, all right, and there's a place that's our neighbors that's called South Korea. If you don't want me to blow our neighbors up, I don't care if we get blown up in the process. But if you don't want them, who are your allies, not to get blown up, give me money.
We're actually North Korea kind of only exists in a stalemate of conflicting superpowers. Basically, North Korea wouldn't exist if any intervention wouldn't lead to a world war. Basically,
well, that's the problem, right?
China doesn't want the Americans in there because they don't want the Americans on their border. But the Americans,
China doesn't want the Koreans in China either. So,
but China wants dealings with us because we're interconnected.
Did you guys
economically
see?
Go ahead.
Right, they just don't want to give us the advantage there. So basically, China doesn't like North Korea, but North Korea needs to exist there because China can't just take North Korea without American intervention, and Americans can't take North Korea without Chinese intervention.
Well, did you guys recently see that Russia and China are actually having a private meeting together? They're both building their armies.
They have private meetings all the time, though.
I know, but they're supposedly they're building their armies. They're investing significant amounts of money. It's this big deal, and I guess we should just open our vault.
Oh, you know who's gonna get caught up in between this?
Mao stuff. I mean, they've been trying to do that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. A couple questions here, Jenny.
Oh no, I'm concerned about that because the first countries that's gonna get caught up between that is India.
Yeah, but you don't live in India anymore.
You have a new super chat.
Yeah.
My parents live in India. My brothers live
families there.
Look, man, you have more worry about Pakistan than you do North Korea. Okay.
And we do have a super chat.
Yes, I'm getting there. Daniel Cooper asked us, should people be sworn on the Constitution instead of the Bible? Yes, I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think that people should be allowed to choose to be sworn in on a holy book. If you're going to serve in public office, you are sworn in on the Constitution, or you're not
because
serving.
you're gonna follow the Constitution, not the holy book.
I don't see what it is about the Bible that makes a difference. But
I think that also has the byproduct of elevating the Constitution to this sort of like sacred, fixed, unchangeable thing that it's clearly not.
I don't think so.
I don't think
hang on.
Well, I think that goes into the debate with the dollar bill, right? In God we trust. I think that's a
that was added after the fact, and that should I think
that was added
wrong too.
I think
60s, right?
I think the important. I think
56. I think.
I don't think that it elevates the Constitution to any kind of special divine type status or religiosity. What I think it does is that you're having a commissive. When you join the military, you have a commissive and a duty and an obligation and a promise that you're making to uphold certain things and do certain things, right? These are promissory acts in speech act theory. Yep. And so you are swearing on that. Why not do it on the very document that you are, swearing to defend? Why would you not do it on that document? I have no problem with that. Makes sense to me. Right?
I'm going to drop out for
you're making a record.
Make sure you
get. You're making a record.
I was going to say, make sure you get your ass back here. I just tell YouTubers what to do. I love it. The power I have. Just like get your ass back.
So basically, what you're doing is that you're making a public record of saying, okay, I will follow this document, and then when you don't follow this document, you can be held accountable for it. Well, you swore. Well, you said you're going to follow it. Why aren't you following it, you idiot?
Excellent point, Manion. And that's
you would think so, but
sometimes critical when fellow elected officials would do something that I consider to be blatantly unconstitutional, and I would bring out the arguments of why it was not constitutional, and they'd do it anyway.
So super chat, for 5,000
So it's a dangerous it sets a dangerous precedent when you are swearing on a religious textbook, because they're like, I never made a record statement that I'm going to follow the Constitution. I made a record statement I'm going to follow a religious statement. Like,
I was told I would be a terrible soldier because I would question everything.
Well, you're supposed to question certain things, but illegal orders. But why is it any different if some foreign military swears on the Quran? We would probably be like, hey, they're kind of the fundamental terrorist organizations. But Kawasa 5001 says, yes, please don't blow up North Korea up. I'm still in the civil defense age group. He is actually in South Korea, as people know. That's the 5001.
Oh wow.
I got a good friend in South Korea. I mean, you guys should meet up and hang out. He used to be a part of this channel, and he decided to join the military against my advice. Now he hates it. Shocker. But oh man. And I saw some other question too.
So I was saying right now, I finished the scotch. Should I go to sake?
I had sake the other day. It was so good.
Gin.
It's not a sake night.
What brand of whiskey is it?
I would do gin after, in the order that you're going in.
I wouldn't do gin at all because it tastes like shit.
Gin and tonic.
My heart is with the whiskey.
This is
what brand of whiskey?
So Copperworks.
What brand of whiskey?
So it's Copperworks, a single malt sherry cask special release.
That looks good.
American single malt whiskey. Or I could do it. Someone said the gin, which is a cask Phoenix gin.
Oh, that's a dark gin.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I recommended it. Yeah.
Oh, now okay. See that changes the game up.
Let's start with that. Let's go with the gin.
Hey, real quick, because I'm getting messages on some of the face groups. Let me see if I can screen share this real quick. I'm just gonna.
In that meanwhile, Smitty from the live chat said something very interesting. They said the person swearing the oath isn't supposed to swear to God. They're supposed to swear to us. I'm like,
to the people.
Yeah, the people govern this nation.
And if I can comment on that, I don't think it raises the Constitution to anything. If I go get a new job at Walmart, they're going to make me sign the employee handbook, and I'm signing saying that I will do what is in this handbook. If you're going to go into office, you need to swear on the handbook of the job that you now have.
Yeah,
that's your Constitution. Yeah.
Good point.
There was a point that I wanted to mention, and some of you might know this, some of you might not, but the Republican Party in the United States being I would argue at this point almost inextricably linked to fundamentalist Christianity. It never used to be that way. I don't think that really started until I want to say
Reagan. It's Reagan.
Yeah, it was about the Reagan administration.
Maybe Reagan.
That this happened.
Motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Reagan.
Ragan's policy single-handedly put us on the path to the second Gilded Age that we're in. He lowered taxes on the wealthy and raised them on the middle and lower classes. His supply-side economics, which was an attempt at massive amounts of deregulation, forcing us into an almost laissez-faire economic system, is what put us on the road that we are on.
By the way, this
real
gin
quick,
is
to defeat that,
extraordinary.
Just open up a bunch of LLCs. I'm a business major, and you could expense everything, buddy. Not a problem.
Look, I'm all for LLCs too, and I
actually believe you. I have worked.
Well, hang on. So Michael's a business major, and before I get into what I'm showing here on the screen on the outside, so you guys can see it. Keynesian supply and demand curves, magic.
Keynesian.
Keynesian supply and demand curves, magic. They don't. Nobody understands them. Anybody who tells me they understand them, they're lying. It is just I don't get.
It's like
them.
saying you can predict the stock market.
I don't get them. I literally took macroeconomics, and I'm
that they can manipulate.
I'm sitting there going, I got a B too, but I'm like, I don't understand this. But you want me to do this, I'll do this. I have no idea what I'm doing, and it's funny, Michael, because the other day on a video, I do agree to argue show, right? And somebody had posted on there. Because I had said that I almost have a degree. I have
Beer run, I'll be back.
I have 120 credits, which is enough for a bachelor's degree. And they accused me of lying. They're like, oh, well, Steve just went through a 6 months program. Blah, blah. I'm like, actually, it was more like 2 years before I was fully certified. But I was like, no, I had college afterwards. I went to Texas A&M, macroeconomics, microeconomics. I had computer algebra through Texas A&M. Then I went to another college, and I took tons of courses. I mean,
Steve, you shouldn't even have to explain. I mean, here's the thing, right? Elon Musk, some of the largest entrepreneurs in the world, from a business perspective, are successful purely because of how they execute, right? It has nothing to do with actually their IQ, but how they're able to apply their specific skill set in an area that's productive.
I agree.
And I think that's where we get confused, right? So Elon Musk he's been in several podcasts. Joe Rogan took him on, blah, blah, blah. But he actually says, in blatant words, you could be a complete idiot and have a master's degree.
Yeah.
And that's a controversial topic for some people. Let me give you guys an example, right? I'm a used car salesman. I have a lot of friends that are doctors, and some are architects, and I'm a used car salesman, and they're like, they laugh at me all the time, and we don't get into comparing pay stubs, but for obvious reasons. But I kind of laugh because they invest all this money, into the knowledge that you can literally learn or research completely on your own if you're interested enough in a specific topic. And Steve, you've brought so many topics up to light for me. And just listening to Landon talk when I first came on tonight, I could tell you firsthand, you can learn from other people's expertise without even going to college. You can gain so much more. And I've learned more on jobs than I ever have. I never thought I would make six figures.
I learned more by observing other people
for a month. I barely made a dime.
Reading. Let me just say.
I've learned a lot just watching a lot of things.
I didn't know anything.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. You started going.
I was just going to say, I've learned a lot from watching a lot of videos on YouTube, and they have especially the ones that put the citations in their actual thing, or have websites attached that have the citations, and then I go in and read the actual citations to the studies and things like that. And so I've actually learned a lot doing it that way. So even though my degree is just in English, I've learned so much in regards to philosophy and even the logic stuff when I come on with and listen to Landon and Steve go on about a lot of stuff I don't get, and I'm always asking some dumb questions, but it's because I'm trying to get there.
No questions,
I literally think that from what I have learned about some of these topics, and I hate to say this, people I'm gonna get shit for people like, oh, look at Steve, but I think I could teach an actual course in atheism. the axiology of atheism, the understanding of atheism. I've talked about these things so much. I have so many blogs on this particular topic. I think I could actually teach a whole course on this. I do.
You
think.
convinced me 2 years ago,
Just
Steve,
call
that I
it
was
Steve
agnostic.
McRae's How
I'll
to
never
Not Believe
forget
in
it.
Shit.
Hang on, what, Michael?
I said 2 years ago, you convinced me that I was agnostic. I had no idea what I was. I remember coming into a video chat with you. I had a small debate group, which I was like, yeah, this is too much moderation for me, way too much. And I sucked at it, but it was a lot of fun. And I remember coming into a chat with you, and we were talking about it. I'm like, well, what are the differences between the different categories? And you're like, well, you're an agnostic. And I was like, well, what's that? And then you kind of went into it, and it's really deep stuff. From a surface level, you can read something off of Google, but I mean, it goes a lot deeper than that for some people.
Yeah, go watch the episode I did. I did a review of a paper on this particular topic, and a lot of intricacies in it. But I understood the paper just fine. It was one of those veritable moments where I was like, oh, I can actually get this, and I was able to explain it. But to somebody who's never been exposed to it, they'd be like, what the hell is this even saying, right? And I would have loved to taught something along those lines. But real quick, McQuacky Atheist for $2. Hello, fellow kids. Would you like a link? Would you like a link? You can't have one. No, I'm just kidding. I'll give you
I did want to say really quickly that I did very poorly in math in high school, and
Welcome.
not at all a fan of math. And it wasn't until maybe 2016 that I started actually teaching myself some of the stuff. And I'm not by any means a mathematician. I would still say I'm not well versed in math, but I understand enough of concepts in, say, calculus and linear algebra to understand some of the physics that I talk about. But it wasn't something I was interested in. I taught it to myself. And the one thing I can say is that calculus, or at least your introductory single variable calculus, is probably the most overrated mathematics I've ever found out about.
Really? I think calculus is fascinating. No, I don't get that. I think calculus is amazing, especially like when, for example, like when I had to take thermodynamics, right? Calculus, integral calculus is amazingly related to thermodynamics in ways that you wouldn't normally expect. For example, we have what's called a Carnot efficiency, which is the optimal amount of efficiency for any type of heat engine. And in a type of Carnot efficiency, you have a curve. And what this curve allows you to do is say, okay, based upon the temperature, pressure, what is your state of the relationship of the volume? And this is how a heat engine works, right? So you have these adiabatic process, and it says, okay, my volume's going up, my temperature's staying the same. And so like a piston, right, in a gas engine, you have a 4-stroke engine, right? So you have all these different lines of where you're at for the pressure, temperature, and everything else. Amazingly enough, due to magic, the area underneath the curve for the Carnot efficiency, the area, like the integral area underneath the curve, is exactly equal to the work done by the system. When I learned that years ago, I was like, holy shit, this is blew my mind. That you can have an integral of the area, and that area tells you the amount of work done on a system based upon the Carnot cycle. That was really amazing to me. Anyways, a side thing.
What I think is really interesting, though, about like what I'm hearing from everybody is that when you find things that are interesting, it's important to dig in and not just do the surface level of it. A lot of times people just kind of watch the surface level or read the surface level news articles or whatever. They don't actually like dig into it. And whenever you actually find people that are kind of geeking out on whatever subject you're trying to learn, that's where you could really learn a lot of really cool stuff. But you got to dig into what it actually means.
I remember leaving a comment on there was a question that was on Steve's group. That was the non sequitur show. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve. Correct?
Yeah.
And I remember that he had a group on Google Plus, and I left a comment. And I mean, this guy just wrecked me, right? And I'm reading it, and I'm like, wow, I know nothing about this subject.
I bring the heat.
I go to the
I bring the heat.
And I go to the drawing board, and I'm just reading and reading and reading. And I'm like, all right, this is like going to be a month-long course for me. But, you know, it's very humbling. You have to be humble and willing to learn. Yeah. I think that's key, and I think that's what we're missing a lot of.
I'm glad you said that, because
I always find that if you don't know enough about it, like, pretty much anything can be interesting if you've learned enough about it. Like usually when something seems boring, it's because you just don't have enough information
I mean,
to really
a lot of people have to have an interest in
content.
it, but here's what I find, because I'm in a lot of these groups, right? People say, well, atheism is just a lack of belief, and therefore you don't have to know anybody. You've stopped there. You've limited yourself now. You just said, that's it, all I've got to know about it. And of course, we all know there's much more detail to that. I mean, it is a vast, I mean, I could literally do a whole course on that topic. But when like somebody had pointed out, Daniel had pointed out, well, Dillahunty says you're wrong. Yeah, well, but he's never demonstrated it, right? Of course, and that's the point. Mm-hmm. All they do is they say that I'm wrong. Landon's wrong. I'm in a group right now, and I'm going to show you this group right here, which is, by the way, a public group. I don't show private information. If I do, I block it out. But a public group is public. This is a small group, and it's been fun in there. I'm not going to say that I haven't enjoyed it, but there are some good and bad people anywhere you go. But a lot of them will just say, hey, Steve, you're wrong. I have one person. You were shown you're wrong 4 years ago. I go, by whom? How?
Right.
Not one of them has shown the logic is wrong. Not one of them has cited a paper, and I have so many papers that I've cited. And so it's really disconcerting because, as you said, they don't even know what they don't even know, kind of thing. They just they stop at a certain limit and they say, hey, look, this is all as far as I'm going to go on it. Anything past that is just bollocks or whatever, and it's not. The people that take the opportunity to learn past these things, they open up a whole new thing to them, and they I think they become better critical thinkers, which is the whole reason why I do this to begin with. I want people to become better critical thinkers, but they don't see this. And so if you guys can see the outside chat, this is something that I put in a couple groups, and again, I have a lot of things that I write, and I just wanted to show that a valid and sound argument for God or against God exists. It's possible. That's it. Yeah. These were not to prove God, not to disprove God. It was to show what a logically valid, sound argument would be if God does exist or does not exist. These have turned into a clusterfuck, to say the least. Because, not to get into the specifics, okay, but the very first thing is, if God does not exist, then 2 + 2 = 5. And they don't seem to understand that this is your premise. These are not your premises. This is your premise. They're conditional. And so when both those are false, when P is false and Q is false, the conditional is true. And they keep on saying, but there's no relevancy between the two. Well, this is not relevance logic. This is classical logic. There doesn't need to be any relationship between the two. And relevance logic, I get it, but we're not talking about that. All proposition or sentential logic cares about is 3 things that I found. And somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. This is only what I found. But they care about 3 things, I'll say. 1, they care about a valid rule of inference. 2, they care about an operation or about some kind of operator. And they care, and they care about the truth values of the atomic propositions. That's really about it.
I understand it. That's correct.
Are based on that. So
it's funny, Steve, because the number of times that people have come to me and go, "Oh, well, Steve's wrong about this," and he's been. I've had people come to me say this, and none of them seem to even understand what your argument is to disagree.
No.
Like we don't agree.
I've had people tell me that this is wrong.
There is sufficient.
They're like, this conditional, it makes no sense. They say it's nonsensical, therefore this first premise is false. I'm like, wait a minute. If God does exist, this premise is true. If God exists.
They seem to be just arguments from incredulity. Well, I don't understand your argument, so it must be wrong. But I did want to comment, just before we get too far past it, I would be very brief, on something that Coral said, that, if you're really vested in learning something, and I think, I'm sorry if I get the wrong person who said this, I think it was David, said, I think it was, like I said, I'm sorry if I get the person wrong who said it, but somebody said, I think it might have been David.
You better be right.
You have to have a level. I hope I am. You have to have a level of humility to really understand. You have to know what you know and know what you don't know, and seek to know more when you know you don't know something about, the humility. And when that happens, you buy books.
Yes.
And I think the words are probably. But I'm going to tell you, anybody wants to learn quantum mechanics, just the basics of it. There's going to be some math. It's not that hard. This book is, in my opinion.
Who is it by?
This is Quantum Mechanics, the Theoretical Minimum by Leonard Susskind and Art Friedman. The other one that I've heard is really good. I've read like small parts from mine, but the Feynman lectures on physics. The first one I think is like a lot of the classical mechanics, thermodynamics, and a bit of special relativity. The second one, I believe, is electrodynamics, or rather classical electromagnetism with some special relativity. And I think the third one then is quantum mechanics. And this book on quantum mechanics is really good. And then I've heard that the the third Feynman lecture on quantum mechanics, the book, is also very, very good. That they're obviously naturally there's math in them, but it's not anything removed from what a typical high schooler would likely.
Did you see Mikey Pham just literally prove string theory? You weren't paying attention. He just proved string theory to you.
Yeah, he has a non-quantumly local cup.
By the way, so yes, Landon actually knew Dr. Feynman. Did you ever associate with him after anywhere outside of the class? Did you ever hang out with Feynman?
Yes. We in fact, because Feynman was really into trying to come up with really simple, elegant explanations for things.
Yes.
That did not, as you said, contain the language of the priesthood. Right.
Yeah.
That was really, and so he took the time up at Berkeley to lay out special relativity and general relativity, which was just beautiful to me, dead obvious stuff, right? The way he presented it. But then, and to my embarrassment, when he started presenting to me quantum mechanics, I said, quote, "Well, now you're just being silly."
You sound almost like Albert Einstein.
And of course, because his reaction was not, from a point of view of like a certain atheist, well, I'm Feynman, you have to believe me. It's like, okay, you
realize he was right at the end, though. You're like, you messed up, not him. But
and so what we did was say, and I gave what I thought was proper relativistic objections to some of the things that he was implying.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "That's great. That's a really interesting argument. Go off and prove it. Go off and do the experiments."
And you tried and you failed, correct?
And I tried and I failed. I spent a pretty good time trying to catch quantum mechanics.
I'm the same way. Look, try. I invite people try to disprove me and my Venn diagram of the WASP argument. I will invite you on the show. I will invite experts on. I'll get PhDs in logic on if you like. I invite people to do that. And how many people have even tried? None. Yeah. I have not seen a single bit of logic from them.
The sad thing is that Feynman died before I could go back and apologize and say, yeah, you weren't being silly. You were right. I was just being too steeped in relativity.
You want to read?
Can I?
Super chat? Hang on, super chat. Kwasa, I'll read it. Thank you, Kwasa. Not only that, but they want to trivialize an entire academic field as, quote, useless for the sake of their dogma. That's really bad. Yeah, and that's well. This is again, and I get shit for this, and I say the new atheist TM, right? People know what I mean by that because they know I'm watching my channel and I've had all the lists we've gone through. It's not all atheist. It's not even new atheist. It is a subset of atheists that argue in a very specific way, just like any other flat earther or wrong earth creationist or dogmatist. It is the exact same thing. I see it all the time.
Dogmatism.
Here, Steve, you're wrong. Have a meme. Or this is nonsense. Argument, to the stone. Or this is incredulity. Nothing of substance from, I would say, 95% of the new atheists I run into. Nothing of substance.
Here's what I don't understand, right? The entire basis of a lot of the current regurgitated arguments seems to just be trying to avoid having an opinion to argue. Right?
Well, sure. Yeah, they don't want to.
So it's the one-upmanship. It's trying to win the argument for
the game of one-uppings.
Worse,
instead of actually digging into what the actual argument is.
Modern debates in general.
Mm-hmm.
Debates used to be two people coming together, picking a side of the proposition, whether they held that or not, and trying to arrive at a mutual truth as a joint act. It wasn't an argument, it was a process.
Shut up, poopy head.
Discourse.
Right? So you'd hope that if both people strongly present for each thing, that maybe you arrive somewhere in the middle. Like the whole point was to refine an argument, right?
Yeah.
And now it just seems to be stomping your feet and saying, no, you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you why, and I'm not going to listen to you. Which is
here's why David's wrong, and I'm going to tell you why after I stomp my feet here.
When I get things like, well, hey Steve, there's so many people that tell you're wrong and just like you. I'm like, there's so many people that tell me the Earth is flat and that the Earth is 7,000 years old. I don't care. That means nothing to me. Demonstrate. Why is that so hard? I'm not even shitting you. I had a guy ask me in a group, and then we'll get to this particular group. And by the way, welcome, Lawrence.
MA, how's it going?
Atheists.
And so I had a guy in a group was asking theist, does any theist out here have any evidence for God? And I was like, well, and he's like, gods are BS, they're all myth, and I'm like, well, you're now saying imply implicature that there are no gods. What is your evidence for this? He absolutely refused to answer the question. He's like, kept asking me, where's my evidence for God? I'm like, I'm not making the claim God exists. Oh, you're a theist. I'm like, when did I say this? Right? They did a ridiculous argumentation. Oh yeah, and I told him this. I'm like,
well, that's the thing. They'll try to say like saying the negative is not a claim. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Now, I say I'm an atheist, but I have a very specific reason for claiming that.
I shit you not. I have, and I put it on my Twitter. I put it on my Twitter. The person said, "quote I have never met an atheist that claims there are no gods," and I was like,
"Hi."
Really now? I find this to be very, very difficult to believe you. I don't believe you. I don't think they give me evidence for this because it's subjective. But I'm like, really, you would like to come on and talk to 1,000 of them probably that have eventually.
So
I mean, here's the thing: if you want to stick within a philosophical framework, then the argument of being agnostic makes sense to me. Like within the all possible realities or gods, whatnot kind of thing. But so far as the gods I've seen and been presented with here on Earth, the ones that matter to my day-to-day life and that people claim to believe in, I think there's ample evidence that the claims that are made are silly and that those gods.
It's like this. So if in fact you say that the atheists don't exist, how come they're Milwaukee atheists? I mean, if they're
vegan atheists.
I look at it this way.
And American atheists and Canadian atheists. Are they atheists?
It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer. A lot of people assume that those people are actually atheists, but it's just a misnomer.
This is a little bit extreme because there's so many different planets out there. But let's say that you visited 1 trillion planets out there. At that point, you can by induction go, there are no gods, or there is no intelligent life. You've never found any. I have no problem with that. This is your inductive arguments. If an inductive argument, it works like this: I have, let's say, X many gumballs. I have 1,000 gumballs. And I say the most of them are red, right? I like gumballs.
That's a lot of fucking gumballs.
If I say most,
are you doing fluffy bunnies?
If I say most of the gumballs are blue, and I draw a gumball at random, right? I can say inductively that gumball is blue, not probably blue. I can say inductively that it is blue. You can make statements like that in inductive reasoning. There's no different for a god. You can say, look, all these gods that I've heard of, all of them don't exist to me. There are no gods. You can make an inductive leap from that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's not even just saying, I don't believe it. Like, to me, psychology a mixture of psychology, sociology, and anthropology, I think pretty strongly makes the case that there are no gods and that they're a byproduct of just normal psychological traits.
I don't have a problem arguing with that. If I was an atheist, I think the best way to argue there are no gods is from theoretical virtues that Oppie would argue.
So real quick,
I agree.
That's certainly an approach.
Yeah, it's a really good approach.
That's sort of like.
Hold on, can we back up? What is that approach?
We'll tell you in a second, but everybody's talking. Michael, what were you saying?
I was just going to say there's 4,300 religions, right, that have been established throughout history and that we modernize. I am
that's a lot of gumballs.
I'm a firm believer. So going off of what Steve was talking about, the gumballs, right? Without studying fully all of those, how are you going to really draw any conclusion? That's my thing. I just don't have enough time to really.
So
I would say it's human behavior.
The appealing to theoretical virtues is Oppie's argument. I think it's very good. Is that there are, I think, a dozen well-established theoretical virtues for what a good theory would be: simplicity, beauty, elegance, depth of scope,
consistency,
experimental, deep explanatory power,
explanative power,
predictive abilities, a whole bunch of things that goes into what's a good. These are called virtues, right? They're virtuous. These are things that we want. Again, virtue is something we strive for. So we want a theory to have these virtues. Now, when we talk about explanatory things and we talk about what is the most likely the case, all of our, and this is Oppie's argument again. And I don't know if it's just something native to him, but maybe he picked up other places. But I heard him talking about long ago, and I thought it was brilliant. That we've only experienced natural things. We as a collective have really no experience drawn as a supernatural. Now people can claim certain things. But as far as a theory, when we see something like a rainbow, we found a naturalistic explanation for it, right? And this is not an appeal to naturalism. What does it appeal for? Is it appeal to naturalistic theories because that's what a science does.
I think DMT would disagree with you, Steve. No, I'm just.
Hold on. I saw somebody in the chat, Cafe, who I know I do like. I disagree with him on some things, but I do like the guy, and he's big on like mystical experiences with drugs. But really quickly before we get too far past it, and I'm gonna ask you, Steve, because if I don't know if you're okay with this or not, and I just want to make sure before I do it. Is it all right if I shout out a good friend of mine that was in the chat?
You can shout me out. I allow it.
But, I mean, I'm already here, so why do you guys shout me out? Of course you can.
So my buddy Brainbug is in the chat, and it's Brainbug, all one word. Check him out on YouTube. He talks a lot about entomology, bugs and stuff. Brainbug is obviously Brainbug.
He's very cool. I love that dude.
Quite a bit of zoology and evolution. So I just wanted to shout him out. He's a really, really good guy. You should go look him up on YouTube and subscribe to his channel. There was another thing I wanted to mention. And I do like this guy. I think he's wrong on some things, but I think he's a respectable individual. It's Jamie Russell, and we were on the channel that's run by a guy named John Maddox. He goes by Logical, Plausible, Probable on you. I call him Quantum John because he thinks he knows quantum mechanics, and he didn't even know what a complex number was. So it's just kind of a joke that I do. But we were talking about, and maybe we can touch on this because I do have some questions for Landon as a subject when we get to fine tuning if we get there. It's a rum and coke night. They were talking about the axis of evil in cosmology, and he says that I had a bad night. We were talking about that because I brought up the fact that the consensus of cosmologists is that this isn't really something to really seriously consider.
Right. It's nothing. It's no consequence for anything.
Yeah, we don't think that. Like that group, we don't think that as.
And I don't. Even if I agree, there's anisotropes, but even if there's some kind of apparent alignment, so what? Shit happens. It does. And let's say that the Copernican principle is not true. Again, so what?
So what?
It doesn't. It means nothing to me. Seriously, it just doesn't as far as the validity of that. But we do gotta get. Hang on, we do gotta get to the fine tuning argument because Landon wants to talk about that. I want to finish up with
before
real quick.
I think Coral was going to ask.
Yes, we're going to Coral. I would never forget Coral.
Well, no, but I'm kind of trying to predict what she was going to say. Is that she was going to ask what the Copernican
predict what a
principle
woman's
is?
Going to say. Never even try to.
No, he's actually right because I was going to say whatever that word you just said was. What the f is it?
Yeah. Copernican principle states
which one? Yeah, which word? The and it, but as is were be being been.
No, I can do the three-letter ones. It's the big one. I'm like, what? It just sounds like.
It just means irregularities in the cosmic wave background radiation.
Yeah, you just slow down when you talk.
It's not. It's rum and coke night. I talk quickly. I have to because everybody talks at once, right?
But so I'm not as smart as you, so you got to go slow when you
ask the question.
Maybe like rum and quaaludes or something. You gotta take it down a notch.
That'd be fun.
I'm opposed to big words. You just got to do it slowly so I can actually hear the word.
Right,
but I did want to explain what the Copernican principle was for her. It's essentially the principle that states that humans here on Earth in our solar system, we're not preferred in terms of how we look at reality, that there isn't anything there that says that we're in a special place or that we observe things from some privileged or preferred frame of reference. That reality just is what it is and we're in it.
What it basically means is this: the universe doesn't give a shit about us.
Exactly.
Which seems pretty valid. I mean,
actively
it seems like there's so many things
the
trying to
Copernicus
kill
principle
us.
basically is that anywhere we look, everything should be, to relationship to us, it shouldn't matter. We're nowhere special in the universe. We're nothing.
I would be pretty bummed out if I mattered.
You're special.
Hey, Steve,
it's the long hair.
There's actually mathematics where the whole universe revolves around Lawrence. Using Galilean transformation. So let me finish up with this real quick.
That's why I live nearby him. I have less centrifugal force fucking me up every day.
This person asks, just look at the first line. If God does not exist, then 2 + 2 = 5. It implies the equation is somehow dependent upon God, which it is. If God exists, that statement is true. And I'll get into why.
Okay.
I submit that they do not. Whether God exists or not has no bearing on 2 eggs plus 2 more eggs equaling 4 eggs. But here's the thing. Propositional logic doesn't give a crap about that. The relevance between P and Q does not matter. Now you have to be looking on the outside for you.
A couple hours in, we're good.
Yeah, watch the video on the outside. You won't be able to follow along. I said the condition, of course, depends on if God exists. If God exists, and by the way, we'll see. We'll do a knowledge check. Good thing Landon took off because he would obviously know all this. If God exists, if God does not exist, then 2 + 2 = 5 is true. It's just a mathematical fact. What makes that conditional true, Leo?
Wait, hold on. You're gonna have to repeat that again. I'm sorry. I was reading a text. I apologize.
You weren't paying attention to class.
Steve,
You
were going so fast.
Hold on. Everybody chill. Everybody chill.
I'll slow down.
Steve, if you keep blowing past the speed limit of normal human interactions, I'm gonna pull you over and give you a ticket.
I will slow down. So Leo.
Yes,
we get it.
All right, Leo,
This is why I have to talk fast because I don't get
no
a sentence
breath.
out.
Like literally no breath with that too.
All right. Well, you know what's funny? Hang on.
You don't get through because
See, I
people
don't get a
interrupt
sentence
you.
out. This is what I'm saying. This is why I talk quickly.
I'm following with it. I'm trying to read it while you're reading, and I still couldn't follow along.
So on Discord, people will and Leo and I have been on Discord pretty recently together quite a bit, and this is the case. They never let you get a sentence out.
No.
Right, and you have to put.
Steve,
you have to put
what's that got to do with us?
You have to put 5 paragraphs. This is why I speak quickly.
Yeah.
Because you have to get 5 paragraphs out in a matter of 3 seconds.
Yeah, you're guaranteed maybe 10 seconds of talking before somebody fucking jumps in. So condense a minute and a half in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not even fronting, so that is one of the reasons. All right, so everybody's going to mute. Everybody's going to. So Leo.
All right, I'm muting.
Leo, I have your attention, Leo. Right?
Yes.
School's in session.
Undivided.
You're the student. I'm the sensei. Okay. Now, even though I'm not, so I don't teach any of this shit. All right. So. What's the statement? If God exists.
So yeah, guys, not one here. I'm just kidding, Steve. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
I know where you live, motherfucker.
It was too funny. I had to do it.
God, he's so lucky that I like him. All right.
He's got a sense of humor like mine.
If God exists, then if God does not exist, then 2 + 2 = 5 is true. What makes this statement true if God exists? Why is that the case?
So are you asking why is
I don't think the two are comparable.
Are you asking why 2 + 2 is true
No.
if it's the case?
What
Or
I'm
I mean
asking
why
is-
2 + 2 equals...
I think this is a consciousness topic. It's not a topic about mathematics.
It's mathematics. All right, so
It's a logic question.
All right, so very carefully. Do you want me to explain it to you as I go, or do you just want to try to figure it out on your own, Leo?
I can try to figure it out on my own. Yeah, I like a challenge.
So break this particular. I'll lead you through it though. Break this sentence down. What are the 2 components? And if God does not exist, then 2 + 2 = 5.
Tengo una pregunta. Can you say it one more time?
What are the 2 components? Break this down. There are 2 atomic propositions in this statement. It's called a conditional implication. So conditional is P implies Q, or if the P, then Q. That's called a conditional. What are the 2 atomic propositions in this statement?
Well, I would assume that, as I understand it, and I may very well be wrong on this, that the antecedent would be if God does not exist, and then the conditional would be thereby 2 + 2 = 5.
Okay.
I believe if-then statements can, just because the genuine question, it can't they also be classified as a counterfactual, that it's not saying this is the way the world is, but it could be
counterfactual
this way or something along those lines.
You're talking about counterpositive. Counterfactual is a subjective case, right? Counterfactual is something. This could be a possible other case if it didn't happen this way, right? That's called a subjunctive case. But no, this is a counterpositive is always true if the conditional is true. Okay, so the counterpositive is not Q, therefore not P. But here, look at this very carefully, though. In this statement, you have the antecedent, which you said exists, and you have the consequent. P is God does not exist, and Q is 2 + 2 = 5. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. If God exists, then P is false, correct? If God exists.
If God does not exist, then P is false.
Right? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 + 2 = 5 is clearly false, right? So you would agree that in that statement, P and Q are both false.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the truth table for this. What happens when you have a conditional implication where both true P and Q are false? The conditional is true.
Mm-hmm.
The only time, and if you look on the outside, I'm showing the truth table. The only time, if and only if, is the case that the conditional is false is if the consequent Q is false and the antecedent P is true. That's it. This is the only time. Any other time, it is true. So that this conditional is always true. So what happens when both of those atomic propositions are false? Q is false, P is false. Oh, the conditional is true. That's what makes it true. That's why classical logic works. That's how a conditional implication works. That's how modus ponens works. But trying to explain these concepts to and again, I'm using new atheists because they don't want to understand the logic. They'll tell me this is wrong. I'll ask them, can you give me a citation? Can you show me in a truth table generator? Can you do a tautology?
I'm sorry, Steve. Is the conclusion that God exists?
No. No. The conclusion is that there's no conclusion. I'm talking about the truth value of the conditional. The conditional is true. That's your first premise.
If that's what you're talking about, that's fine.
Right? That's your first premise, right? So in this right here.
So why are people objecting exactly?
Because they don't.
They don't
get it.
They don't understand it.
They have two objections they don't understand. They think there has to be a relevance between P and Q, and in classical logic there doesn't. In relevance logic it does. Two, they don't understand that your first premise is P implies Q. Okay? Q, in modus tollens, P and Q are not your premises. Your premises are the conditional and not Q. Those are your premises. So if God does exist, this statement P1, which is the conditional, is true. If not Q is true, it is not the case that 2 + 2 = 5. Conclusion: God exists. This would be a valid and sound argument if God exists. The problem is we have no idea whether he does or doesn't, right?
Yeah.
But it would be valid and sound if God does exist. That's what I was trying to explain. One of these has to be the case. One of these arguments has to be valid and sound. They're both valid, by the way. One of them is sound. Yep. One of them is not sound. We have just no idea which one. That's it. That was I was just trying to relate a concept to people. And the pushback I've gotten has been extraordinary. Especially when I have new atheists going, you're trying to prove God. No, I'm not. This is the dumbest thing you could possibly say. When you read what I say here, it's very clear what I'm doing. I even show Plantinga's, well, maybe on this one, but I note that Plantinga notes, and I think on one of the other ones I actually show Plantinga's argument. He used a disjunction, but he said the same thing. I'm like, these are not something that proves God one way or another. What it does is just shows there is a valid and sound argument for God or against God, depending on if God exists or not. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And I just wanted to say really quickly, Steve just ran this by not somebody who's just an atheist, but is a naturalist, and I still understood.
And you're probably an anti-theist too.
Well, I think
I am not actually an anti-theist.
Okay, nice.
I am. But I was going to say, that being said, the people that are so scared of that, like you said that they thought that you were trying to prove God. So what, even if he was, this would still matter. And like, if he did figure out a way to solve for God or whatever, that would be exciting and interesting. And that's part of the journey of having the discourse. So why are people upset because he's trying to prove God?
Because they want to be right.
No it's ego, right? That's our number one downfall. As human species, there's ego destruction, which is a new type of therapy that's out there. But the biggest problem that we have is that we allow emotion a lot of the time to replace logic, right? So
very true.
I was a huge victim of this when a couple of years ago, probably in my early 20s, I was like, I would get emotional over a topic and never really deep dive it or figure out why it was I was emotional about it. I was just like, no, this is the way it is. And then I started questioning, well, why is this the way I am? And really, the real reason is it's either culture, the way you were brought up, either it means something to you deeply. It's deeply rooted. These are deeply rooted topics in people's subconscious. And when you start implementing somebody's subconscious and trying to change that, a lot of times it's kind of like trying to teach my grandmother how to use an iPhone. She just doesn't want to do it. You know what I mean? She's like,
no, and they'll give you so much pushback, right? But see, I don't mind the pushback. Here's the thing that, and again, this is why people seem to hate me. They give me pushback, which I don't mind. I don't care about that. It's when they give me pushback, say I'm wrong, and then make it very personal and pejorative to me. insulting and
Yeah,
demeaning.
the problem.
That's
the
what
problem
I hate.
isn't that there's pushback. The problem is that the pushback isn't. The pushback is okay, but when your pushback is very much emotionally charged and isn't substantive, that's when it's a problem.
Right.
When you're just objecting for the sake of objecting and not
yeah.
providing a cogent counter argument.
Yes.
I think Lawrence was to say something.
Lawrence, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's also kind of because I think there's a loss of nuance in today's discourse.
I agree.
And definitely the ego thing that Michael mentioned, huge. People are so concerned with being right that they're not actually.
Can I interject with just a really quick phrase that I think you guys are really going to love with that attests to that? Everybody wants to be right, but nobody wants to hear the truth.
Yeah. Well, and everybody wants to be right, and some of us are.
Steve, just for change of pace, I'm just going to pejoratively agree with you because I agree with you, you dickhead.
Yeah. Wise decision. The people, by the way, the people who have agreed with me in the past tend to fare pretty well. The people that disagree with me tend to be shown to be incorrect. As Landon has,
I disagree.
As Landon has astutely pointed out, you can argue with Steve, but don't argue with facts with Steve. You're going to have a bad day.
Your Honor.
You're going to have a bad day.
Steve, you're a poopy head. What do you know about facts?
So look what this person wrote to me. They said, and again, looking on the outside, they said, is it fair to substitute 2 + 2 = 5 with red equals blue? That is not a proposition. Red equals blue is not a proposition. 2 + 2 = 5 is something that has a truth value to it. Now, some people might be technical on this. If there's any real technical mathematicians out there, Landon, now there might be a logician that says, look, 2 + 2 = 5, when it should be more 2 + 2 = x when x = 5. Is more truth apps. I've seen that argument in things I've read. Nobody's ever brought it to my attention. I've read something along those lines. But we are going to be, for a simplistic state, to say that is what we're saying. 2 + 2 = 5. It's something that is truth app, meaning that is either the case that is true or it's not the case that is true. So it's just a short.
Contains a truth value.
Contains a truth value. That's all I want to. So that is propositional in the fact that it contains a truth value. Although
exactly.
And by the way, I have logic books that say this very thing. 2 + 2 = 5. Plantinga uses 7 + 5 = 12 or something, or 6 or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Yeah, because that would be the case. But he whatever he uses, it's just a shorthand. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that. But red equals blue is not a proposition, right? Unless you're asking, are they the same thing? But well, there's no mathematical equivalency there. These are semantic contents, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what what is that asking if it's true or not. I don't know what that would really mean to say that's propositional or not. I don't think that's propositional. And I'm not willing to give principal maturity on that because there's no mathematical relationship there, right? It just, what does that mean? Potato equals dog. I don't know what that means.
I just saying that they're identical, that they're the same thing or interchangeable.
See, but here's the thing, as Landon will...
I guess if you're talking about matter, maybe?
Well, here's the thing, is Landon will tell you the equal sign.
My dog.
The equal sign is an equivalency. It is saying that whatever's on this side is equivalency on this side. And it starts off in set theory. It's really based on set
equivalent
theory.
under some
kind of rule or set.
Under some set of axioms or assumptions or something like that. Yes.
What would you say? 2 + 2 is an expression, and 5 is a numeric value, and therefore they're not equivalent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But 2 + 2 = 5 is not an expression. Obviously, it is an equation. So it's red equals blue. There's no axioms by which that makes it propositional. Now again, I'm going 100%. And by the way, we're being really technical here because we understand what the relationship is because he has a real analysis and I understand the concepts. But this person I'm talking to, I could not be able to explain to him in this kind of format on Facebook why the hell red equals blue is not propositional. I can tell him it's not, but he's gonna be like, "Who's Steve? He's a poopy head." These concepts are beyond most of these we have these conversations with.
I don't know if it's beyond them. They just haven't learned it because there's been several times concepts completely, like you start saying P is condition, or if P then Q, and then equals 2 + 2 = 5. And I don't understand completely where you guys were, but I know 2 + 2 = 5 is wrong. Then I'm going to associate that with being that whole thing is wrong and nonsense.
Exactly. They don't understand the line of logic or the line of reasoning that Steve is using to make some much broader point.
But I do
the big thing is, I think they're focused on the meta of the discussion rather than focused on the actual content contained within it that draws you to the more fundamental point that Steve is trying to reach. And it's just lost on them because they're focused on the meta. They're not digging into that.
Leo, I do have a philosopher that's in this thread or in this group and stuff like that, and he's been telling them everything Steve has said is true. He's like, you know, he's talking about
big surprise.
He's like, this guy's had all this stuff. He's like, no, from a classical logic perspective, what Steve's saying is correct. You can't say he's wrong. You can say, look, we think that there should be a relevance here between P and Q. Great, I'm not disagreeing. If you want to have relevancy logic, but that's not what the argument is. They're saying that it's nonsensical. They're saying, look, I had one person tell me this. That's not a valid conditional. And I'm like, well, validity goes to the rule of inference, right? And if there's a valid rule of inference, which a conditional implication is, then what does that mean that it's not valid? The only even way I think that makes sense is that somebody had a conditional implication where you had P, it basically boiled down to P implies not P. Well, that conditional is nonsensical, and that's a contradiction, right? And so when they said, well, let's say P is the car is red, Q is the car is not red. So P implies Q is a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
And so that particular,
I think we need an algorithm to force people to become open-minded.
Good.
I'm not entirely opposed to that, but a big problem I think that a lot of people suffer with here is that the thing with logic is it's not entirely hard to understand, but it's the nomenclature that I think confuses people. It just, and I don't want to sound mean when I say it, but I think that sometimes the nomenclature just flies so far over people's heads that there's God knows how many dents in the Hubble Space Telescope from it. It just, I said they're focused.
Keep it simple.
They're not focused on this point. They're focused on the discussion.
Yeah, like, what's all this? How can you add and subtract letters? That doesn't make any sense. Get out of here, Steve. like that kind of shit.
I'm glad we finally addressed the elephant in the room. You can't subtract letters, Steve. You're supposed to use numbers.
That's A-B bullshit. What are you, stupid?
I was waiting for everyone to get it all out, and then I can address the obvious.
Yeah,
Steve,
I don't know.
Use numbers.
So fine tuning arguments. Let's go address
all right, let's move on. Let's move on to fine-tuning arguments.
Let's do it.
All right, so Landon, why don't you, for the rest of us mere mortals, explain to us what the fine-tuning argument is arguing?
I mean, in terms of I mean, the fine-tuning argument itself it usually is brought up in right into what's called the fine-tuned universe, and the argument effectively goes like this: that says, you know, if the parameters of the universe were slightly different, we wouldn't exist. And therefore, the reason why we exist is someone fine-tuned, someone created, someone caused this universe to be just the way it is, so that we, the special things, can be there. And that you know, then they do a lot of arguments where they'll say, hey, you know, the quote odds that you could pick a universe and it would be these exact values are so small it had to be created. It tends to be used, I think, in somewhat fallacious arguments. Well, God exists because look how fine-tuned the universe is.
Yeah, in a nutshell. So basically, the way the fine-tuning argument goes, it's a little more deeper than that, I think. And I'm gonna try.
I mean, but I'm gonna say, if I can finish by saying it really is that the universe was finely in tune that suggests that life in the universe is very sensitive to essentially the fundamental values, fundamental constants, and that, you know, and that these, you know, for some reason, you know, that the current parameters are so improbable that there must be some supernatural reason why they are the way they are. All right. But Steve, you probably have a better way of explaining that.
Well, the way I put it, the reason why the theist wants to make the fine-tuning argument into something that's what's called a teleological explanation, rather than a teleonomic explanation, is more along the lines of this. And I would put it this way. The universe, we exist, right? And we have mental constructs. We are a being that exists that has mental capacities, has intentional states, has things like morality, has things like the ability to have cognitive thought processes, and that is unique to us. There are animals out there that have certain processes similar, but we are self-aware and we are able to do things very specific to the human race. Now, in order for those things to have occurred, the fine-tuning argument argues that there has to be conditions in the universe that have to allow for this, right? And it's not so much the argument that, oh, look, the universe is fine-tuned. Oh, look, but it's more fine-tuned for black holes because, it's inhospitable to us. Most of the universe, 99.99999% of the universe is vastly inhospitable to us.
Mm-hmm.
But the parameters of the natural units, which are going to be things like the speed of light, things like
fine structure,
fine structure constant,
gravitational, Planck's constant,
all these things are such in a way that we have developed as a sentient being in order to apprehend the universe, right? If something had changed, somebody had argued, and his name was Robert Collins. Dr. Robert Collins had argued that if I think it was either weak force, it was a strong force. If the strong force was 50% different than what it was, then we could not have any kind of real atomic structure. And when the reason being is the strong nuclear force, the secondary effects of the strong nuclear force is over what is overcoming the electro forces that are in the nucleus of the atom themselves from the protons. Because in the nucleus you have protons and neutrons. Well, protons are the same charge, and we all know that if you're the same charge, you tend to not want to be next to each other, right? They want to fly away from each other. But there has to be something that overcomes that, right? What overcomes that is
love.
Love.
Yeah, it's love.
No, he was just
actually,
it's love.
It's so funny the whole paper on electrons
Full
and love.
circle.
But
we're back over to the love thing.
The secondary effects of the strong nuclear force, which holds the quarks and the gluons and all that structure together inside the protons itself, that has a actual radius that extends past the proton itself. That is what holds the nucleus together. If it wasn't for that strong nuclear force,
pions,
it wouldn't be able to hold together. So if it was 50% any different, we would not have atomic structure. Now,
I'm not sure about the 50% is correct.
That's what he said, Robert Collins. I'm going to just arguendo that it's the case. To me, it seems awfully high. I would think that it would be a lot less than that. Okay, personally, I haven't researched it, and I'm just going by what he has said from the paper that I've read. But we'll go with that. I think it's.
Can I ask just a really quick question?
Yeah.
To interject really quickly, and Landon, even you, Steve, might know, but I thought I read somewhere that the strength of strong interactions over electromagnetism is like the strength is at least equal to the strength of electromagnetism over gravity at the same scale. That's how much stronger strong interactions are over electromagnetism.
Yeah, the funniest thing about the strong nuclear force is that it doesn't exist after a certain distance.
I think it's 10 to the negative 18 meters, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so the thing, but also understand, I should correct myself and say that when you talk about the fine-tuned universe is a cosmological argument. There are people who make that a religious argument, but there's also a thing that says, why is the parameters? Why are the physical constants of this universe the way it is? And there's this anthropomorphic argument saying, well, if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here.
Right.
So it's fine-tuned so that we can actually ask that question.
So
exactly.
So is
there
a different fine-tuning argument for, say, the thing that's causing this universe to be fine-tuned is a creator deity, and then there's also a fine-tuning argument of just the mechanics of space-time and all of that other stuff?
Yes, Megan. And so I know that the argument, this argument says if the constants of the universe were radically different, we wouldn't even have this discussion. is kind of what they said. And so one of the things in particular you got to be careful is that some of the things we think are fundamental may not be fundamental. They may be manifestations of other things, and that you may, it may be that because what is, the example is, why is C the value that it is, and could it be different, and if so, what would be implications of it, and does it vary? So some of these things that we think are fundamental may turn out to be a consequence of something more fundamental.
Well, yeah, but the problem with that is if C varies, then the natural units vary as well, right? Because they're all integrally related to each other. So if C varies, then obviously gravitational constant's going to vary. Planck's constant. But
I have a thing with someone that said we could just magically make a universe with this other parameter just a little bit more, because then there's a lot of stuff that's interrelated, right? And so if you start messing with C, a lot of things
you could have a bad day. I think hang on a second. I think one of the things that Leo, your mic. I think one of the things the theist really kind of points out, though, is that they're going to argue it this way, Coral, that God is a moral agent. God has all goodness. He's omnibenevolent, right? And so he values things like morality. He values things like self-awareness. He values things like intentional states. These are values, right? And so he's going to create a being that has the ability to do these things. It's value to him. It is something that a virtuous being, a maximally great being, would want to have, right? And how would he go about doing that? Well, he would go about doing that by creating a universe that would be optimal for that particular being to exist.
Right.
Can I make
a comment? Couldn't the opposite argument be made that
I know you guys got to stop talking over each other. Hang on, I was talking. Hang on, I can only hear one person. Carl, go first.
Vegan, then David.
Yes, Carl, go ahead.
So wouldn't the argument then be that if you did tweak that little thing a little bit, couldn't we still be here, but just be a little bit different than what we are? Like maybe if you make gravity a little bit different, then maybe we are still here, but we're able to. If
gravity changes, right, then the electromagnetic constants change. The Coulomb barrier will even change, right? So you would have it all comes down to, can we have stable nuclei, right? Now, the paper that I read, it argues even without stable nuclei, there could be psychophysical laws that we're just unaware of. That because mental states are very difficult to reduce to physical states. And again, we've talked about philosophy of mind; it's very complicated. But he argues that you could have a universe where you don't have complex forms, you don't have complex minds. But what you have is psychophysical laws that exist, that an electron could be conscious. It could fall in love with another, to a proton. It wants to be around that to form, a hydrogen atom, but, maybe it can't be. It wants to be away from other electrons because, it's
so the Bohr model is really just a dating game.
It's a dating,
right?
Yeah, and so it's like I said,
I feel like we're just humanizing
electrons in love. But he's arguing, and
it's space Tinder.
But he's arguing that you could have a universe in theory. You could have a universe in theory where you could have these sentient entities like an electron, and you wouldn't. It'd be fine-tuned for it, not fine-tuned for us. Yes, Leo. Well, actually, let David go first. I'm sorry, Leo.
Fair.
What, David? You had a question?
No, I was just saying, when people make this argument that God would want us to be a certain way because he has these values, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see why people jump to the assumption of an unknown thing deciding that it wants to make us versus us deciding to make things that we value in gods.
Well, I don't think they do it in isolation. I think there's other reasons for that, but it follows along in their schema, right? It follows along that if there's that type of benevolent being, it would make sense that he values certain things.
Sure.
Would it?
Yeah. I think because if not, you end up having different types of virtues, and I think they'd be conflicting. Right? If you had all benevolent God that didn't have,
even earlier when you were talking about,
if you had a benevolent God that didn't have like certain things as virtuous, and he created a being that was the antithesis of that. Now, again, he gave us free will, right? Which again seems odd because you would think that he would want us to, he wants us always to do right? But you would think that an omnibenevolent God would probably make us do that. I mean, it's just, to me that would kind of make more sense. Right?
It's an odd. To me, even when you were talking earlier about the idea of the virtue arguments, right? Like, that we like to have certain consistencies. That holds true, seemingly, across culture and language pretty consistently, right?
Salud.
Like, you don't go to a different culture and they go, yeah, we really prefer nonsense arguments that are hard to understand. Like that doesn't happen. And that's because I think that there are just fundamental things about human psychology and the way that we function that sort of transcend cultural origins. They're sort of evolutionary byproduct. And I think that amply explains why there are different religions of different brands that share similarities, and it would make sense that that's something that we're just creating.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't think that's a bad argument. But I'm just relating it from the theist point of view.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just commenting on the argument, not on you specifically.
All right, Leo, go ahead.
So, and maybe what I'm mentioning isn't fundamentally relevant to the discussion. I might be focusing more on the meta, but Landon had mentioned, the speed of light and its value. I would argue that nothing in reality actually has an intrinsic value or quantity. Things like value and quantity, even in a mathematical sense or an arithmetical sense, are abstract conventions of the human mind. If you think about the value of the speed of light, it's a number, but it's a number relative to some arbitrary measurement decided upon by humans. There isn't any intrinsic value or quantity there. It's just a thing in reality that we, through an abstract convention that we developed, utilized as a method of quantifying this thing that we observe. Like, it's in kilometers per second or meters per second or miles per second. Meters, kilometers, miles, seconds, these are all things arbitrarily defined by humans. Now, we might base that in some sense in some physical state, like I believe the second, and I also believe the meter. I think the meter is like defined as the period, the length of a pendulum. What's period is 2 seconds or something like that. I might be wrong. But we might define those.
It's a wavelength of a cesium 130.
Like a megalithic yard or something.
Well, the second has to do with but the meter, I thought
the meter had to do with the wavelength.
The length of a pendulum. What's period is 2 seconds. Anyway, it's not relevant. There is no
talking about a megalithic yard
which is inherent.
Nearly a meter.
It's not there. So when we talk about what the value of the speed of light, we picked what that is.
So
Leo,
is it possible though that these are always changing because of?
Can I respond before we go in there for that thing?
Absolutely.
And so Leo, there's going to be difference between the quantity and the value. They're going to different aspects of stuff. So C, which is, if you will, the speed of causality in a vacuum, which also happens to be electromagnetic propagation in the vacuum. How you quantify that is relative to whatever units. So the question whether C is a constant is independent of how you actually measure C.
Oh no, I would agree with that. Yeah.
So measuring C will be in terms of kilometers per second or something per something, right? It's a distance time function. But C as a constant is something that now in physics is asserted as being true, and in fact to the point where our measurement systems are now makes an assumption that C is if you will static. Now people still ask, I think, valid questions as let's check to see if C has varied. The units you ascribe to it are more a matter of trying to give it a numeric quantity of stuff. So when I talk about constants and their value, I'm really doing it independent of the nomenclature. So someone doing furlongs per fortnight of C has the same constant as meters per second.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that regardless of how you define it, it's going to be constant. It's going to still be something that doesn't, I guess you could say, remains invariant between frames of reference or transformations of frames of reference.
Don't these all change with time though? Like time and speed aren't all these variables?
We have no evidence that C has changed over time. C may be invariant. It may even be geometrical, much like pi. pi is going to be pi, no matter what your religion is, what your civilization's like, what your opinion is. It is a defined constant. We don't know if C is such a thing, and in fact, people are looking for arguments as to why C is what it is. There may be constructs where C can be constructed by even for more fundamental things, but we have no evidence right now that C has varied. It may be invariant over time.
Yeah, and invariant over location as well, because there have been arguments that in certain parts in space that the light may have changed. I don't see it.
Correct.
But definition: the meter is defined. The meter is defined by taking the fixed numerical value of the speed of light in a vacuum, c, to be 299,792,458 when expressed in the units meters per inverse second, where the second is defined in terms of the cesium frequency delta V.
Okay.
Or cesium. Okay. They call it's the British spelling. I hate this. Aluminum. It's aluminum, people. Screw your aluminum. What is it? Aluminium nonsense.
I was reading something on pi squared is equal to G, because pi squared is like 9.87, I think, and the G is 9.8 meters per second squared. And they were saying, well, why are these numbers so closely related? And what I had read was something along the lines of that, well, how we defined the meter was that if the meter is the length of a pendulum on Earth in Earth's gravitational field, where the period of that pendulum would equal 2 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that would be
Leo,
equal to
I just had a mod say I'm not perfect. You're not getting your check. Right. You're not getting your check.
And of course, Leo,
I'm really hurt by this.
That pi squared is near G. It's just simply a function of currently the Earth mass happens to be around 9.8 or so meter per second squared acceleration. But if you go to the North Pole or South Pole, you're going to find a different acceleration. You go into the ground and go up, so forth. So that I think is there's coincidences. Just because you can pi squared is accurate to within 1 decimal point of a certain values of G doesn't necessarily mean anything. So you can't always
exactly. Yep.
I think you're safe.
And by the way, can I put that on the live chat real quick? Going back to we'll get back on topic here in a second, but for those that don't understand something that we talked about earlier, there's no such thing as by definition for a description. It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
You can only have by definition for something that it prescribes. Okay, so in mathematics there are prescribed definitions for things. Happens frequently. You can say this is the definition for this. A square has a specific prescribed definition in mathematics. Rational numbers have a very specific definition of P over Q, where Q does not equal 0 for the lowest common denominator equals 1. This is a notation that they've used to determine this is what is prescribed for a rational number. The dictionary does not prescribe. It does not define words. It gives you a general description. You cannot say
usage.
You cannot say rational.
Usages.
It's usages. You cannot say rationally. This is what we're talking about critical thinking. This is what bugs me about new atheists. They don't understand critical thinking. You cannot be rational to say by definition of a dictionary. That is an irrational statement because you're turning a definition that is descriptive into a prescriptive. And I wish they would stop doing that. It's not complicated, but I see this mistake made frequently.
It's not fair.
Because dictionaries document
Steve.
Language use.
I have a proposition for you, Steve. If 2 + 2 = 4, then Steve isn't perfect.
That was way less of a sexy proposition.
But again, it's
that actually conditional is false. You don't realize that, right?
Yeah. I know. That's why I said
dictionaries document use of words, and from that point of view, they tend to lag on terms of describing the how the language is. Typically, a dictionary will be behind the times, but dictionary does not determine what the language is.
Right. It just tells you the uses
and so
it's called synchronic definitions rather than diachronic.
It is okay to disagree with the dictionary, right? And that's fine. If you value communication, you might want to make sure you're using common words. Otherwise, you end up with a.
So, Landon, what would happen? And we'll get back to fine tuning here in a second. But what would happen one of these days if theists actually did take my WASP argument and ran with it and say, hey, Steve's right in this WASP argument. By the way, it is right. If they say, hey, look, we're just, but again, only Christians really have to go say that they, the good word, right? That they have to pronounce Christian, Christ is the risen Lord. It's only Christians that have that mandate they believe from God, but other religions may not. You can have a theist out there. Let's say we'll take like Lawrence, for example. Let's say he's a theist. He believes that God exists, but his God doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit.
I did have a question for you, Steve.
Well, hang on. I'm in the middle of something. I'm in the middle of something.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My bad.
I'm going with this. We haven't got to the station here yet. Train's pulling in. But let's say that was not a sexual reference. You dirty dog. But let's say Lawrence is God, doesn't give a shit whether he goes out and announces to the world his existence or not. And Lawrence and a bunch of his cohorts get together and they get a big religion going, and they say, look, theism is merely the lack of belief that God does not exist. You don't have to have a God belief to be a theist. You just merely don't have to have the belief that God does not exist. That's it. That is the condition. That is now necessary and sufficient. Now the dictionary would have that as the definition, right? As a usage, right? It'd be the disbelief, theism, the disbelief or lack of belief that God does not exist. Same exact thing. But I guaranteed atheists would balk at that, going, wait a minute, no, you can't have that. How do you have theist without a God belief? That's the same thing. That is the same thing I hear in my brain when I hear an atheist can exist without believing God does not exist. Sure, I understand it epistemically. I understand why they think that way, but it doesn't make it rational to me. It doesn't make it coherent to me. To me, a coherent system is the propositions all can be true at the same time, and it makes sense, right? And there's hypocrisy, there's incoherency in the hypocrisy of a new atheist that says, oh, look, atheism is defined in the negative, but we're not going to allow theism to be defined in the negative. Then you have hypocrisy. And also worse,
special pleading.
It is special pleading. And if you have atheism in the negative, that is merely does not believe God does not exist, or does not believe God exists, and you have theism in the negative, that it is not believe that God does not exist, what happens to a person who believes neither? They are now a theist and an atheist. Great job. And by the way, Dr. Hoppy points that out in his 2019 Compendium to Atheism. He points out that exact same frickin' thing that I have been saying.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's not just me that has come up with this. If you want to go argue with Dr. Hoppy, great. But he has independently come up with the exact same thing that I've said for how many years now?
So can I ask my question? I did want to ask it just before we move on.
Yes,
and this is a genuine question because I might be misunderstanding the particular context, but you said something about by definition, and I just wanted to ask. So let me ask you this, or let me pose this question to you. Aren't rather analytic statements defined as being true by definition, like a bachelor is an unmarried man, or would you say that that's not necessarily descriptive?
Okay, so on that particular statement, real quick, because actually who is my friend, he's pulling people's legs. He says, Steve, you're wrong by 200. He says you're wrong by definition, 206. I love you, Yes, thank you. He's just pulling my leg. So yes, for an analytical statement to be the case, such as a married bachelor, somebody who's unmarried is a bachelor. That is true because of as you would say, by definition of our understanding of what I would have to, if I say I'm unmarried, right? I don't have to discover that I'm a bachelor, right? I don't. It's a priori.
Exactly.
It's a priori analytic.
Yep.
And so this goes. Oh, by the way, this goes into the what's called a posteriori synthetic. A priori synthetic and the synthetic analytical distinctions, which I think is very mired, because his version of it is a little bit different, because when you have an analytical a priori, that is, of course, like you said, by definition, but it's only because it's a priori definition that I don't need to go out a posteriori to discover that a man is a bachelor if he's unmarried.
Yeah,
I know this a priori rather than a posteriori. That's the difference.
And then Steve, we do it in mathematics. You have a paper where we'll make a definition. And we'll say by that definition.
Shit, by the way.
So Steve, again, let's say in mathematics, we'll define something, and then we'll say by definition, ... And that is really what we're saying is it follows from this statement.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You haven't proven anything. You've just gone and made a logical inference from an assertion.
Yeah, but see,
Well,
people make all these mistakes. Like, hang on.
Words itself is
somebody,
a tool.
somebody says
it's
like
a tool for communication that is describing an abstract thing so that humans can communicate with each other.
Let's do an experiment here, and I'll get back to the fine tuning, I promise, but it's from a Coke. So I want to do an experiment here. I want to show you what happens when you ask a new atheist for evidence. Watch. So Get Real has just said, and I'm assuming he's a new atheist TM. I'm just going to throw that out there. It could be wrong, whatever. Just like a Gnostic with, he puts it capital A, means absent the knowledge. Can you give me an academic citation for that, please?
Oh no, he doesn't know what the prefix A means.
Right,
I
guarantee it. And I will tell him. I will tell what it is. It's the Greek alpha privative, which means not. But in the case of agnostic, that's not how it's used. Again, in atheism, that's how it's used. But you're not prescribed. The Greek alpha privative, which is for the A, is not prescribed usage. It doesn't necessarily by any kind of prescribed thing means it has to be this case, right? And so people get really confused in that. But if you could show me a citation, from an academic source that agnostic, right? Because the A is there, that it is absence of knowledge in the ontological domain, meaning with the existence of God, right? Not just without knowledge, because that's the etymological root. But show me that it's because of that A, that agnostic is without knowledge as far as the non-belief that God exists and the non-belief that God does not exist. I would love to see that because I've never seen anything like that. And I've read quite a bit about this topic, probably, no offense, more than anybody even here. One thing I do know more about this than even Landon, right? Because Landon knows everything about everything. But I would love to see this. Show me this citations in this work. I will read it and I will digest it and I will get back to you on it. How's that?
I would say further.
I wanted to ask Landon, what did you mean?
Lawrence has been waiting a long time.
And by the way, Raleigh says a priori, my posteriori is not synthetic. I might have to ask you for evidence.
Wait, hold on. Who said what now?
Oh, Raleigh said my posteriori is not synthetic. Evidence?
My posteriori.
So you have Lawrence want to say something, and David want to say something.
I was just going to say that
Landon, what did you mean earlier when you said C might be geometric?
There are people that are physicists that are looking into particular speed of causality, as I like to call C, and they are looking into arguments that it may be because of a fundamental of space-time, fundamental of geometry. So it may be that that, for example, that C, because of fundamental geometric things, that it is what it is, right? It may be a result of geometry, not an arbitrary and capricious value. And this is back to one of the big fundamental problems in physics is why are the fundamental constants constant in space and in time, and why are they the values that they are?
Right. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just curious as to, like, using the word geometry is a tricky, weird word to use for, I would think. Like,
well, I mean, just like, for example, the value of pi has a geometric value, but it also has other values in terms of infinite series and whatnot. So really, when you talk about something has a geometric argument, so for example, if C is derived by space-time and you get space-time becomes highly curved, perhaps C might vary. And so physicists are looking for, well, let's see if we can measure C in extreme space-time events to see whether or not geometry of space-time causes C to vary. The expectation is it isn't, but you then go through the process of trying to do the experiments to see whether or not that is.
So is that sort of essentially saying, like, that it's shaped by reality, essentially, just like depending on, like, that some people are proposing depending on the state and scope of what things are, that might be what's determining the speed?
I suppose so. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has a comment about something being geometrically based, for example. But again, it may be that the nature of space-time causes C to be what it is.
I asked because it's you hear people that are into like sacred geometry and stuff try to make these arguments. The whole universe is based on some underlying patterns and shapes, and and in some strange way they may be right, although a lot of the other stuff is nonsense. But I guess I don't know.
Dave,
when you're talking about,
I'll have to review something, but you might be interested in trying this yourself. I was able to do it one time, and it is complicated, but I was able to actually do it, so I know it does work. But there's something called quantitative analysis, and you can actually, if you know one of the formulas for the natural relationships for the natural units, which is again Planck, Kahn, and all this stuff, you can actually just by derivation and a little bit of matrix theory derive the other constants, and so they're fundamental throughout the universe, right? And so if some universe, for some place on another planet so far away, if they knew certain things like Planck's constant, right, they could, and I think you have to know at least minimum two to derive the others. It could be three, but I think it's two. But you could use matrix theory. It's again kind of complicated, but you could use quantitative analysis to actually find all the other natural units. It's amazing how it works. It's really bizarre, but it does work. I've done it. Very long time ago. But it's weird because that means that means that an alien living on another planet, right? They would actually discover the speed of light and all these other constants just like we would. It would be the exact same number, right? They could discover it just like we would, merely by again quantitative analysis. But not even experimentation.
But David, again, the answer to the question is, for example, pi is going to be the value it is because it is a fundamental mathematical constant, right? It's independent of your belief, independent of reality, and so forth. It is an abstract sense. Now there are things that there are things you find in physics where pi becomes involved because of this of the circumstances of the geometry of the situation. And that's why we see pi showing up lots of formulas. It's C, one of those things, which could be a fundamental property of if you will, mathematics, perhaps geometry or not. We don't know.
I agree with you that a circle is a circle wherever, so pi is going to be pi wherever, right? But we don't really necessarily know that, which I think is what you're like when they talk about black holes and whatnot. I've heard people say that they will bend light in some fashion, or absorbs the light, slows it down, traps it, does whatever it does. In that same way, I mean, we've looked pretty far, but could it not be that different pockets of space have different relative light speeds in some particular fashion? Like, I don't know, like we don't have a way to necessarily know that. Like a circle would be a circle here always, but light speed could be moving differently somewhere else.
Can I speak to this?
Please, Leo, please go ahead.
Well, first I want to ask Steve, is there any way I could present my screen? Because I'd really like to draw an intuitive thing with the
as long as you don't draw boobs, because that chest.
Oh, I'm not gonna draw boobs.
You can explain this with boobs. Then that's fine.
I could too, but we'll go off air.
Lawrence has been waiting a long time to speak too.
Yeah,
so.
Just wanted to say one thing here. So on the Greek thing that we're talking about, every single thing that I've read in Greek or about Greek is pretty set. It only makes sense if the prefix a means not. There are other prefixes for the negation of words and phrases, and a is one of them.
So what I wanted to do was draw a circle. That's probably not at all dark enough. Let me find something else. It's going to be a little bit, that's too thick. That is way too thick. That is not going to help me.
That's what she said.
So
that's THI, yeah, CC.
So
right?
we have a circle, and we know that the radius of a circle is from any point on the outside of the circle. That's really bad. If I could, there we go, to the center of that circle. Now take that radius so that I shouldn't have done that.
Oh god,
so that
these
the
are
center,
boobs.
So that the center here is placed right here. So what that would mean is your line now looks something like that. Now, what pi is if you take that and you wrap it, it will go 1, 2, 3, and obviously I'm not exact here because I'm drawing stuff, but picture it being exact. It's going to be equal to 3.14, all the other digits around that circle.
Yeah,
it's in
the circumference.
2 pi.
Yeah,
a circle is
2 pi.
Inherent
Right,
to the geometry of that circle. So what Landon is saying is that what the speed of communication or causality is something inherent to the structure of space-time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and also
right, and I understand that part. Like, it's not the speed of light that I'm misunderstanding. I'm just saying, how have we determined that it is in fact? We know it's definitely a local constant, right?
Yeah,
but it doesn't seem to me as knowably constant as pi.
But there are experiments looking at speed of light out, where we can measure the speed of light elsewhere in the universe, and we have not found a case where the speed of light varies someplace in the universe. Does not mean it can't. It means we have no experimental evidence that
that's the same with any natural
light,
unit.
The round trip, and very specifically, the round trip speed of light has varied, and their implications, if it did, it would be a lot of interesting things happening, and we have not observed anything that would suggest that the round trip speed of light has varied over space or over time.
And the only thing we've ever seen the only thing we've ever seen that we thought we saw that had a variation for a natural unit was the fine structure constant. It's supposed to be, they call it constant, which is 1/137 approximately. That constant, at one time they did some observations where they looked in one direction of the night sky and they looked at the opposite direction of the night sky, and they seemed to be some inconsistencies in the values of that. Now I think that has been resolved. And I think it was just either a measurement error or just alignments or whatever. I don't know whether the technical thing for why it was, but it was a big thing back then. They're like, hey, wait a minute, we might have parts of the universe that have a fine structure constant that's different, and that would change a lot of things. The sun would be very different if the fine structure constant changed.
Sure.
And
so,
good.
Yeah, and I also want to say when we talk about these items, let's again be clear. When we talk about people usually saying the speed of light, we're talking about speeds of causality in a vacuum, speed of light in a vacuum, right? Speed of light in a medium is going to be slower than c.
Yeah, and by the way, that's true. And here's the interesting thing, though. And again, maybe this is the way I'm looking at it, but I don't think a medium actually slows down light. What it does is it has a longer mean-free path.
It changes its mean-free path. So, like, say between where a photon is emitted by some electron in a medium and absorbed by the other, in between those two events, that photon is still traveling at c. You could think of it as the trajectory that the photon takes has been elongated, so the distance between A and B is longer than it would otherwise be during its free stream through the vacuum.
That's how I look at it too.
Yeah, and if you're going to do a QED argument, you talk about the integral of all the possible paths.
The Feynman's path integral formula.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve's smarter than he looks sometimes. I know it's weird.
So
I love concepts. I can't do the math. Like I said, people know I've looked at Einstein's field equations, and I looked at the covector and all this bullshit, and I'm like, okay, this math. He created a whole new math for himself.
Covariant and contravariant.
Covariant and contravariant, very different things. I tried to understand it. I've watched Susskind's lectures on it. I've tried to read some PDFs on it, and I went, I'm done. I'm not going to be able to understand this. I don't get it. I never will. I'm fine with that. But I understand concepts, at least, for the most part. But the math I'll never understand. But the concepts, I've done vector analysis. But as far as the way of annotating it that he used, way beyond me.
You've done QED, haven't you, Steve?
No. Why would I ever?
You've never done quantum electrodynamics?
No, I mean I've read books
or anything.
I've read about QED and QCD.
So what do you know of like vector calculus and tensor calculus?
Other than just the basics. I mean, obviously I've had some experience with some tensor mathematics. But that's to me is just how you use in a three-dimensional field. I mean, if I wanted to know, if I have a matrix system where I wanted to know the conditions of spatial dimensions, that's going to be a tensor because I want to know I want to know at each given point in a neutron flux density. I want to know what is the vector at that particular location. I want to know if there's curl. I want to know if there's divergence.
divergence, gradients.
Yeah, gradients. And I've had we had to learn about Maxwell's field equations, so like that a little bit. But I mean,
because I was gonna say that general relativity is just differential geometry is a big aspect of it. Riemannian and pseudo-Riemannian manifolds naturally. Vector calculus and tensor calculus. I don't understand it very well either, but it's it is something that can be learned.
When you learn magnetism, right? The first law of the Gaussian of Maxwell's equations and the Gauss laws deals with literally how you have a magnetic field exiting an area boundary condition as opposed to what's coming into the boundary condition. And so there have to be, I believe it was an equilibrium of some sort, but that's what it has, like delta, whatever the formula is, I think equals zero. What is it? The delta, Landon, what's the first formula? Delta something was zero. You can look it up.
Is it delta or is it del?
Del.
Because
del.
Because del is the
that's I believe
it's
a del operator.
Vector operator.
Yeah, it's not delta. It's a del operator, which is again del is an operator for partial derivatives when you have three, for example, x, y, and z, and those are going to be
vector operator.
Yeah, they're going to be differential to if you hold one thing steady, you want to differentiate the other one. Well, you want to differentiate these two and all the other ones.
Partial differentiation. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I've had that. But I hated partial derivatives, man, because you know why?
PDEs.
My hand. Yeah,
PDEs are tough.
We had basic PDEs, but the drawing the little symbols, I mean the delta y and delta x, no problem. When I start doing the partial derivatives, you say, okay, I've got three things for like volume, right? You have x, y, and z things for your volume, and I say, okay, if I wanted to hold two of them steady, but I want to differentiate just with respect to the x-axis to the volume, that would require a partial derivative. That sucks because I hate that notation. And we use, I was Leibniz, I guess, notation.
But for Steve, if you're talking about, in things like the Gauss's law, the first,
Gauss law,
if you will, Maxwell's first equation, that's a del. Now, I can point out, by the way, that Maxwell's initial equations, he had a whole bunch, and it wasn't until other people helped refine him down to the four. Gauss law.
He had a lot.
Got a lot of magnetism.
Of the other guy.
Maxwell,
what was
Faraday,
the name that
helped? It'll come to me.
There was a guy. His name. It's not Faraday, Gauss, or the other guys. But it's not Maxwell. But somebody who actually helped Maxwell.
Ted Cruz.
Derive his either 3 or 4 equation he actually.
I mean, certainly
has.
Boltzmann was a key part of that thing.
Is his name? I cannot remember it.
Bill.
I'm gonna have to look this up.
S. Preston Esquire.
Well, I think
Ted Theodore Logan.
I mean,
rock on, stallions.
Just saying out a bunch of different.
San Dimas triple number 1.
I haven't seen the new movie yet.
Is it Heaviside? Oliver.
I think it might be. I don't know for sure, but I think that's correct. I think.
Oh, you know what? I think I did see Bill and Ted Face the Music.
Let me look this up.
It is out. I did think I saw it.
I think it's Oliver.
I forgot
Heaviside,
it.
I think is his name.
Yes.
I think it. Okay.
Yeah, Heaviside. Heaviside worked to eliminate the potential electric-magnetic potentials that Maxwell had used. Central concepts in his equations. This effort was somewhat controversial, though it was understood by 1884 that the potentials must propagate at the speed of light, like the fields. So yeah, you were correct. It was Heaviside. Yeah. I knew there was somebody else who helped Maxwell refine his 4 equations, but I could not for the life of me remember the name.
Yeah, Landon helped Maxwell.
I'm not that old.
Yeah. and Landon and Darwin were very tight back in the day.
Oh, that's messed up, Steve.
Him and Copernicus.
All I'm saying is you guys should see the lectures. I was about to say you should see the lectures that Landon and Newton had together. Man, developing classical mechanics.
Hey, y'all gonna stop making fun of my homie. Y'all gonna stop making fun of my homie Landon. Y'all leave him alone.
You have to respect him. You have to respect him.
Why are you making old jokes?
This man was Copernicus himself.
From Adventure Time.
I saw them. They were called the Newton-Noll lectures, right? Or just N squared.
Yes, the Newton-Noll lectures.
The N squared.
Just because Steve killed one dragon with his little ice spear, he think he get to make fun of everybody else. No.
Landon is this close to becoming a unit of measurement. That's how he feels.
Oh,
That'd be awesome.
The
What could
Noll.
the Noll be a measurement of?
Okay, I got one for you. How many nulls away
it.
from the nucleus of an atom is the electron?
I got it.
So-
the amount of big dick energy someone has.
Big dick energy. Landon, big dick energy.
I wasn't going
So
there.
he's got an infinite amount of nulls.
I would say that one measurement of Noll would be a quantitative way of measuring how interesting someone is.
I like the big
Ooh.
dick
And
energy.
it would probably go
this.
from like 1 to like, I think Landon's
Speed.
probably at like mecca of Nolldom.
What is
So
that?
he'd probably be at like I gotta have 1,000.
Wouldn't that be
I'm
related to
probably
each
at
other,
about 4 Nolls.
We
Wait,
know
wait,
Scoville.
hold on. Are we talking nulls or are we talking like mega nulls,
Mega
killer
nulls.
nulls?
He's in the mega nulls.
The
Wouldn't
OG.
Wouldn't it be the fundamental unit? But as I say, I think that's
It's finite. It's finite. You can't be cool. You can't be more Noll than Landon. Like you
Right,
can't have more Nolls than
maybe
Landon.
it's the number of digits between primes.
You shut your dirty mouth, David.
So you're saying it's decimal, that Landon is 1 null and everything else is less than 1 null but greater than 0. Is that what you're saying?
reciprocal, right? If you're more interesting, you'd be a number approaching 0, and if you're less interesting, you have a larger number to give people a better feeling.
Yeah. Because the closer you get to 1, the better. So I'm probably at like, I don't know, 500, 600. But I'm getting there. I'm learning things. I'm learning things. I'm learning to like have better conversations. I might even get up to 400.
It would be the value of the questions you're able to ask. The ability to ask questions, I think, is a key part of there. Because there's some people that ask really great questions. I just encountered a lady who was really good at questions. Yes. But Mikey does a good job too, and Ben. That's why you should subscribe to Ben podcast.
Right, me off.
But of course, the Milwaukee Atheists ask a lot of interesting questions about things like the Bible, which is why you should tune on Sunday, because they will be looking at some. We're probably still in Jeremiah, right?
Yeah, we're still in Jeremiah. Well, we'll be having Dr. Josh on for tomorrow's show.
I'm super excited about that.
Oh, you're about Josh? Everybody wants to be Josh Build.
Yes.
It's funny you say that, because I still have in the chat pasted the link for Nat 1 Heroes, but we never got there.
How about when you get Dr. Jim Majors? But he's
Dr. Jim Majors.
He's working on his PhD.
By the way, guys, I don't know if any of you heard. I'm assuming most everybody here is probably familiar with her. Erica Guts at Gibbon was accepted in the PhD program. Of course.
Yeah, I love her.
And I do have a quick question for Landon. You never get a quick question with Landon.
Oh,
okay.
No, that's like in the military. They used to say, "Please explain."
Happened
no,
yet.
I swear to God, they did say this. And I'm going to like it. Briefly explain in detail. What's a military thing? Briefly explain in detail.
Right. Yep.
Briefly explain.
Okay, so
wow, that's funny.
Go ahead.
The
Ask your 4-hour question, Leo.
The E in Maxwell's equations is the electric field, and the B is the magnetic field. Correct?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Okay, so what does the D stand for in the first one? What does the H stand for in the fourth one?
Hose.
Because the first one is del dot D equals. That's not P, and I cannot. Del
D is your divergence.
Well, yeah, because del dot is divergence, and del cross is curl.
That's your curl, yeah. So remember your divergence.
So you're talking about. Are you talking about so which laws you're referring to?
Maxwell's equations, the four Maxwell's equations. The first one is del dot D is equal to, I think that's pho sub V. The second one is del dot B, which I believe B is the magnetic field equals 0.
Or
3 is del cross E. And then the fourth one is del cross H. I know the E and the B, but I don't know the D and the H.
Remember when you have a divergence, right? What we're looking at is the amount of electric charge or in field, whatever, but electric charge coming out of of a boundary condition.
Yeah, coming out or going in. Yeah,
related to the amount of field in the boundary itself, right?
Yes,
that's what divergence is. I hate to say defined as, but basically what it is. That's what it's measuring. It's saying that the differential between the divergence has to be equal, has to be 0.
Yeah. I know what
you can't have more shit going out than you have coming in. Kind of thing.
I know what the del dot is. I just don't know what the D is.
Divergence.
Well, no, because the del dot is the vector operator for divergence. The d equals faux v is it's not a constant. I don't think I think it would be the coefficients of the equation.
So you're talking about, are you talking about the in the fourth law, the third, which?
The first one is del dot d equals faux v, and then the fourth. Yeah, and then the fourth one is del cross h equals the. Oh, I don't know if this is derivative or partial derivative of d with respect to t plus j.
D is typically 1 over c times an expression. It's what it's 4 pi j plus del e del t.
Okay.
Potato.
Gesundheit.
Potato is equal to turkey over steak.
Those equations are hard.
I didn't know you guys spoke Greek.
What?
Equals to vegan.
Equals to vegan.
So I say in fact that's where you can end up getting defining the field that comes from that.
Yeah. D and H are field quantities that are proportionate to E and B. Okay. I had to go to Encyclopedia Britannica for that one.
Well, of course they're going to be fields.
But I got it.
All these are fields, right? I mean, electric charges
Yeah.
field.
But the D and the H are field quantities, and they're proportional to E and B.
Yeah.
E is the electric field, and B is the magnetic field.
But Ampere's empirical law, with Maxwell's addition, it also is how you end up coming up with the speed of light. In fact, it's one of the things that Einstein used in his arguments in beginning with special relativity, that the speed of light was a variant in all frames, and part of that came from the statement that Maxwell's equations were actually appear to be correct, and that's what he ends up applying is that law.
How about this?
Special relativity essentially came out of electromagnetism, because I think wasn't the speed of light originally derived by Lorentz and Poincaré in the Lorentz transformations. I think.
Yeah. Yes.
So Leo, here's a good lookup for you. The difference between permittivity and permissivity.
Oh God, permittivity. Oh Jesus, I knew you were gonna do this. I knew you were gonna do this.
Do your thing, man. But anyways,
my God,
the Lorentz contraction, which by the way we've discussed that quite a bit actually. It obviously is the way that they derived that on Einstein for special relativity. Honestly, wasn't that hard. It was probably actually really, really cool how that was derived. Matter of fact, I think we've gone over that, how we derived it in this particular channel before. If we did not, didn't we went over that with Dr. Kroon? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found that fascinating, how that works. Look at Mikey go, man. He's like, just dude, you're having a good night tonight, aren't you, Mikey?
He's making up a drink. He's jamming away, coming up
Mikey,
with.
Mikey, you having
I'm
a good time?
interested to see what their drink is going to be.
So I've finished the gin. Should I go on to either the whiskey?
He never gets drunk.
Whiskey.
He doesn't even slur his speech. It's ridiculous.
Did you say
either
rum?
whiskey or rum, because those have been my votes for a while now.
Okay, so what you prefer, vegan?
Whiskey, but rum is. But
Black
that whiskey,
Barrel.
as soon as you showed it, I was like, "Oh, I want some of that."
Mikey,
I got an answer to your question, Steve.
Okay, one sec, Mikey. Why are you breaking out the good shit?
Seriously, Mikey,
showing us up.
Let me tell you right now, I'm making so much money off of the Bin podcast, which you guys can follow, and Nat One Heroes. I'm living high on the hog.
Dude, I saw your thing come up, your recommendation, and I saw that you had 6 people watching. I was like, whoa, he's made it big time.
We did a thing.
Yes.
It looks so good too, and it was so funny.
Yeah.
Well,
for a premiere, that's not bad.
For us to only have 78 subs, which I hope will change very soon.
And by the way, Vegan should have a hell of a lot of subs. I mean, she could just smile and talk, and people would listen to her and get a million subs.
She would be an amazing live streamer, right? Because she can just. She's got that charisma that you need.
We love her.
Very Voshian.
I have 27, I think, which is fine. But
wait, 27 what?
Charisma. Charisma. That's really good.
27 Noll.
Oh my God, she just broke.
She's got 27 Nolls.
She can win every argument with 27 charisma.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh, I want to tell this person to put his sword down. natural 1, so that's an 87. Like
Yeah.
you can't beat her.
You've lost your hand. Oh shit.
Yeah. Nope. Nope. I
You're
have a
fake
whopping
teeth.
35 now. 35.
Wait, I should be subscribed. I think I am.
Leo,
but by the way,
yeah,
Steve, I did get an
I'm
answer to your question.
Leo, go ahead. What's in
Yeah, I had to look it up, but I didn't get the answer. So I knew offhand that the permittivity of free space is epsilon naught, and the permeability is mu naught. But I had to look up what they mean because I'm going to be honest.
I'm going to give you another lookup. So using the epsilon naught and mu naught, find me the formula for the speed of light.
Yeah, isn't it 1? No. It's the C equals 1 over the square root of epsilon naught.
Oh, wait, you had that. Wait, you had that on memory? Get the fuck out!
Don't help them.
Because it's 1.
You're right, but I mean, holy shit!
Keep going. You're doing fine.
It equals 1 over the square root. I think, and I might be wrong here, but I think it's epsilon naught minus.
No, it's the product. I think it's the product. It's the product.
It might be.
I know.
Wait, you don't even know it. You don't even know it. God.
But
I was going to ask Mikey, but I knew he would just blow us out of the water with that. So
I already knew. You don't have to ask me questions. I obviously already know.
And by the way, one is the resistance to change with respect to electric fields, and one's with magnetic fields. But yeah.
Yeah. The permittivity is the property of the material which measures the opposition generated by the material in the development of an electric field.
Correct.
Whereas the permeability measures the ability of a material to allow the magnetic lines of force, the magnetic field flux, to pass through.
That's what it is. Yeah.
That I did not know off the top of my head.
One's a resistance to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, but he talked right over the top of it as I was saying the exact same words.
Yeah. So Now When Heroes does have 78 subscribers.
Wait, Landon gets more subs. Let's check here. Landon, you started with 112, and now you have 100 and now you have 5. Okay. Okay. Now you got 1 sub.
I stayed.
I actually
haven't been as popular as they used to be, but people are worn
I haven't
out.
been
I
here.
get it.
That's on me.
Yeah, I know.
It's been a while too. It's been like since way before Bull died.
By the way,
we haven't had it.
I love. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I love how bad arguments people use. This person's like, somebody had asked, "How does science disprove God?" I asked, and they say, "Science does not disprove God. The absence of magic disproves God." I'm like, so you're making an assertion to make
That's
your
a
claim.
Circular argument.
Absence of magic?
Yeah, it's like these people have no idea how to have a coherent argument, right? I mean, it just boggles my mind that they think that, oh look, I've shown there are no gods. Why? Because magic is disproven.
But
that's
magic
another assertion.
Is performed by magicians, right?
Yeah, well,
you just proceeded.
You cannot argue something by just making mere assertions. You have to have an argument, premises, a conclusion, and then you evaluate the validity of those statements. But by saying, I'm just going to make the fiat statement: supernatural doesn't exist, God doesn't exist. That's not an argument.
I would make the statement that supernatural doesn't exist, but I can present not 1 but 4 separate arguments that I think make a strong cumulative case against the existence of the supernatural. But I would never claim that it's a fact that there is certitude in that the supernatural doesn't exist.
Who you calling certitude?
But
But
you see how
agnostic.
You see how bad their arguments are, though. It's just
they're bad.
Hello.
They're bad.
I have returned.
At least you didn't have an argument about
Welcome back.
Telepathy and all that.
Oh,
I literally had to have a conversation with somebody on whether or not telepathy was a thing, and they pointed me to a book of someone who was misunderstanding how quantum mechanics works. And
was it a Deepak Chopra book?
It was it was, but it was on that same level.
So wait, it was a Deepak Chopra book. It was by Deepak Chopra?
It was not, but it was on the same line of it. That was someone trying to be that, and this person was literally like, "Have you read this book by this lady?" And I was like, I said, "Wait a minute," I said, "If it is this." But then I went and Googled the book real quick so I could see what it actually was. And I got 2 paragraphs in, and they were misstating what the second law of thermodynamics was. And I was like, I can't even get past this. Like, how am I going to talk about the rest
I love
of this
it.
stuff if you're going to go into quantum mechanics, you can't even get the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
There.
so many people
read crazy.
With the second law of thermodynamics,
people get that so wrong.
It's they always want to speak in terms of order and disorder.
It's not.
And
right.
Yeah, I mean that's
find the book.
The easiest way to understand entropy is very simple. All you have to do is think of it as the unused energy in a system for any reversible thermodynamic process. So it is energy that you cannot use for anything. It's unusable energy. That's the best way to think of thermodynamics as far as entropy. It does not matter about the order. Now, there are some things to be said when it comes to information theory, but that we're not really talking about that. We're talking about in a thermodynamical sense. Entropy means that for any reversible thermodynamic process, there's going to be expenditure of energy that is unusable in that process, which causes the overall energy that for an isolated system to go up, and the only isolated system is the universe.
Yes, the way I tend to define it for people is as energy is utilized to do work, obviously work in the physics sense, the workability of that energy will inherently decrease. So naturally, at some point, it's not that the energy goes away or is destroyed or disappears. It's that the ability to utilize it to do work decreases.
I would just point those people to James Randi and his stuff.
Not work you do in your homework.
Yeah.
The
work is the ability to cause something that to change. For example, if I want to move something, right, and I impart a force to it, I have a change of I have change of the vector of this. That's work. That's work done in the system, right?
Here, I can sum up really quickly with just a simple movement what work is.
One more person say work, and I'm singing Rihanna.
Ooh, right. Okay. So I got the book.
Work.
All right. It's terrible. If you ever want to laugh at.
Wait. Can you?
If you ever want to laugh at something,
I want Rihanna.
Go and look up. If you want to laugh at something, go to look up The Intention Experiment by Lynn McTaggart. It is from like 2007, and like just a little blurb is literally talking about the intention experiment is an extraordinary advance in our understanding of consciousness as a field of all possibilities where intention orchestrates its own fulfillment. Literally goes into, like, you cannot go 2 seconds into the book when it starts getting everything about it wrong. And I don't know quantum mechanics, and I'm like,
she's into like the sort of like secret kind of stuff.
And by the way, I just want to record, Mikey, I would probably kill you for Rihanna, just to say I would love you like a family member.
No,
I would stab you in the heart.
If that was the only way, Steve, I'm not even gonna resist.
Okay, we got a big super chat, a really big super chat here I should read. Josh Garver for $100 US. I am so late to this, Steve. So sorry, just wanted to show my support. I will watch from the beginning later.
Yeah, watch from the beginning.
That is gracious.
No, read it again, Leo. Leo, read it again. Read the last sentence again.
I will watch from yeah, you're right. I will watch from the begging later.
Thank you.
There was a lot of begging because vegans here. But thank you, Josh. By the way, Josh has. I'm going to make this public. Josh was very kind.
Pussy.
Josh was very kind to want to tutor my daughter in geometry because I had gone to at the beginning of this. He'll see, and I had mentioned him numerous times in this. That until he explained it to me, and now it makes sense. Now I know the answers to these questions. Now that he explained as a function, Josh, when you go back to the beginning, we got all the answers. We figured it out.
And thank you, Josh, because I learned something too.
I would have never been able to do that, but I gave my daughter his number, and they'll get in contact with each other. But he wants to tutor people when he has free time. He wants to help people, just like I want to help people. And so he has asked me if there's anybody out there that wants some tutoring in mathematics. Let's make it happen. We can even make it a hangout for certain things. And if they want, I want to make it public because it's kids. But if you have kids that want to have tutoring, let him know. That's what he does. He's a teacher. But I would have never been able to figure out that freaking Common Core nonsense if he didn't explain it the way he did. which was spot on. Oh, think of it as a function.
I think we should all just thank Josh Garver right now.
Thank you, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Thank you,
Let's,
Josh.
Because Josh Garver's touched all of our lives in so many ways. Like that time when he saved me from dying.
Josh has touched all of us. He's touched all of us very deeply, very deeply.
We need more begging. More begging.
Josh
has touched
the
us all
one,
so deep.
The only.
I didn't know we were being
bringer
so
of light
public
in
about
my
it.
world.
You know, it's so funny because my daughter's kind of reserved. She's a lot like me, but she's kind of introverted. and she's like, what am I going to say to him? I don't know who he is. And I'm like, he's a teacher. Ask him questions. This is what he does.
Say hello.
Yes, call him, say hello. She'd be like, I'm Steve's daughter. You know, he knows.
That's exactly right. Like, oh, hey.
No, she needs to brandish some sort of bladed weapon and scream as hard as she can.
But it was hilarious because I couldn't. I was like, I don't understand it. I was telling him, I was like, I don't understand this, and he did admit he never saw this notation before. And once he told me it's a mapping function, and I was like, oh shit. Okay, now I feel stupid because now my daughter came over. I can help her with it.
I was not interpreting the word image the way that they were using it.
Yes, and that's the thing.
I asked him. I said, "What does it mean by image under H?" And he said, "No, it's image under H under the."
Yeah,
this
that made no
function."
sense.
And I'm like, "Oh, it's a mapping function." Okay, so yes, it's the answer C. I get it now. But the other one, the next question.
The thing is,
the next question.
What they're trying to do. I just thought that they were using poor choice of terms.
That's why I don't.
Yeah.
None of us are idiots. But the terminology sucks because the second one says
what?
Well, it's Mikey.
What? What?
Thank God you're pretty, Mike. So at least you got something going for you. But
my meal ticket.
It's moneymaker. The when it said like the real, what is it? The real. What was it said? The real something. And then it gave
husband for Hollywood.
Yeah, the rule. That's what it was. The rule of this.
Yeah, the rule.
And you have to find the ordered pair for that, which would have been, I think, minus
G
70 or something, minus 80. That would be the ordered pair. That's not a rule.
Yeah,
Josh,
that
Explain
confused me.
Here, let me see. Let me find the image. I think we got it right here. No, that's not it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I was able to derive.
So real quick, one quick, Landon. I apologize, but one quick why I've got him here because I know it's late for him. He's 3 hours ahead. But it says what rule describes the translation B to A, right? That's not a rule. I mean, if I'm going to move this out of the way, but if you look, so what rule describes translation B to A? Well, here you go to here, so I end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, minus 8 on the X and 0 on the Y. So the ordered pair is X minus 8, comma, Y plus 0. That's okay. That's what I think they're looking for. That's not a rule. So Josh, can you explain to me what the fuck are these people talking about when they call it a rule? Because a rule is prescriptive.
Why do they use the word rule? Why do they use the word image? I mean, I got the
point. The first one I still can't get over.
I don't know, but I hate the way it's worded. I mean, this is what I hate about Common Core. The terminology is bullshit. This is why people say, well, why do you harp on terminology with philosophy? Because if not, you run into the same bullshit with mathematics. You get stupid fucking terminology rather than concepts.
And words matter.
Exactly.
I'm venting now. Now I'm just pissed.
They do.
Yeah.
But,
I just got a $100 super chat and I'm mad. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
To quickly
Josh, you're supposed to be bringing the light, not the hate.
Thank you.
That's how you know you've made it when you get the big super chat and you get like
touching people.
Yeah,
fine-tuning argument.
I have money and I'm still angry.
Fine-tuning argument.
Landon has touched me personally.
He got us. I know this.
He got us
lucky dog,
so
dude.
many fucking awesome books.
You
like a
lucky
whole
dog.
bunch. There's one upstairs that I've been reading. But
That's awesome.
Landon, again, I think you'll read.
Landon's the greatest person I've
Thank
ever
you.
met, I think.
Fucking
You're
amazing.
welcome. I think the fact that you read them and then you go on to your various shows and educate people based upon stuff you read. That's the value. Is if you go to the multi-atheist wish list and buy something, you'll get rewarded because they'll go and give you a really good explanation.
I will say this.
Hey,
Landon, you're the second greatest person I've ever met. The greatest person I ever met was Bull Leader, and here's a shot to him.
Hey, Bulls.
Yeah.
Skål.
God bless you, Bull.
I don't have any alcohol in
nobody's
here.
As they say in Russian, gorka.
Oh, that was good, actually.
So,
That's
Landon,
actually straight
to
up
buy,
good. Not gonna front.
Do you have an extra set of the Feynman lectures on physics laying around by chance, Landon?
My set is over here.
He's actually gonna get up and get it.
He probably has them. He probably has them signed too.
Made the effort, you know.
He probably has them like literally signed by Feynman.
Yeah,
probably.
But they're also signed by Simon too. So
hey, Josh, check your Facebook so I can get the link to join.
And Josh does say it is common in some areas of math to use the term rule instead of function.
Bullshit.
You know what? That actually is
Image.
true.
I know it's
yeah.
true, but I don't like that. I hate it. I think it's bad.
And image is really common in set theory. It applies to points or sets.
No, I get that. I understand that. No, I do understand the image for set theory, but I don't like the rule for function. Because I think of a rule as a prescriptive, but they're talking about a function being, you have one in, one out, right? You obviously have a one-to-one correspondence. So it is a rule, right? In the fact that you put something in, you're going to get something out of that function that's unique to the input. Again, without them explaining these concepts, because they certainly didn't explain it to my daughter, and she's in the class. So how am I expected to know how they're using these terms?
Exactly.
How am I supposed to help my kid? It's like, how are parents supposed to expect to know these things when they learn things completely different? All of a sudden they start using these terms that, yes, it might mean this way, but I mean, my daughter's not going to become a mathematician. She's not going to have to know the nuances of rule to being function. I want her to understand the concepts,
Exactly.
And this is why I don't have kids.
that you know of.
Oh, no, I know. I would know whether or not I'd have kids.
Also, kids are horrible.
All right, well, that too.
okay, so they're using
Lawrence
they're
thinks my
using
daughter's
image
horrible.
in set
Thank
theory,
you.
like image and pre-image stuff, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did, Steve.
No, image. I understand image for mapping. I get that. Right? I totally get that.
I think of it as being contained in the codomain under a translation.
That's what it is. A code. Yeah, you have codomain.
Yeah.
You have mapping and you have codomains.
Oh crap! Josh Garver.
Yes. So Austin,
He's
Josh.
come back to touch you again.
Quick.
Josh touches us all.
Josh, quick, touch us.
The man who
Touch us,
saved
Josh.
vigorous.
Josh,
We're
put
begging.
Josh,
We're
put your
begging.
hand.
He just came in to flaunt the hair. He's like, Steve,
Put your hand on the camera lens, Josh, and touch
The
each
way-
button.
you have to mute.
The way
Yeah, but you also have to put your hand on the mute button so you go unmuted.
Unmute Josh.
And then do that too.
Touch your
All right,
touch your microphone.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
sir.
unmuted.
Speak
No,
to
we
us.
can't
Touch
hear
us.
you.
Touch
Your
us,
microphone.
please. Touch
Oh,
us.
come on, guys. That was a beautiful opportunity to troll him.
We all can read lips
We're just
real
going, yeah,
well.
whatever you say, man. Yeah.
on my thing, it just shows all the three long hairs. Light to
I
dark.
have the long hairs.
Well,
I
there's
don't.
nothing wrong with long hair.
Explain to us the math here, because why do they do this stupid shit? I don't like this.
So, which one do you want me to explain?
Well, I mean, I understand the concept now, but why do they use that terminology? Because it's
Can we
like,
please start with the image? That's the one I'm not getting it. I'm really not getting
yeah,
how
it
they're
says the
using
image
it.
under H. It doesn't. You noted that the bottom is a function, right? And I get that, but
Instead of it being a label.
why would you word it like that?
So, image.
Unless like H is the codomain, then
Hang
I
on,
can
let
understand
him-
image under H, but I don't know. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no,
I
no,
apologize.
No, it's actually a really good point because so image is mathematicians use image because you can map a single point to another point, or you could map a whole subset to another subset. And if you map like a whole subset to another subset in the codomain, that subset in the codomain is the image of the original set.
So it's an exact.
So-
it's an
Yes,
exact.
I understand from
You talking about bijection?
from and again in set theory, but why do they say that is the image, right?
Yeah, the image of H under that. That to me is confusing too. By the way, Austin,
The
pay
image of
attention.
a point is not.
Austin, pay attention to this because there will be a quiz at the end of this, so we have to make sure that you
can't
take
do
notes.
that.
The image of a point. Image of a in set. I mean, like in cryptography, you talk about plain text, ciphertext, and you're trying to decrypt, so you're trying to figure out the original image from a ciphertext. But they're talking about an image of a point.
Yeah,
and that seems to
that's
be
why I got confused.
unnecessary.
Thank you. I was thinking when it said image of H, I was thinking it's a point. I'm looking at this going H is a point here. So how is it an image? If you would have talked about the codomain and any of that stuff, I would have been okay. I'm following along. But it's talking about an image of a point. That's where I was like, I don't get this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I can explain this coherently, even though I've been drinking.
We all have.
Yeah, welcome to our world.
The idea of the image, it's what the point maps to. So, I use this mostly in topology, and there's actually what you'd talk about as an image and a pre-image.
Yes.
Which is, you define a function on a set that maps things,
or image and inverse image. Yes. Yeah.
Inverse image.
And so then you would sometimes they call it a pullback or whatever. You'd pull back what was initially mapped to. And so I think a good way to think about this for people that aren't used to it is, if you define a function, say f of x equals x squared, which maps a point to the square. If you do a pullback from that, if you were just given 2 and asked for a pullback, the pullback is going to be 2 or -2. You can get 2 answers when you pull it back. So that's why there's the whole idea of an image and a pre-image, because you can take a subset of your initial set and then it maps.
I have no problem with talking about image and pre-image. And I think it's as Steve said, when you talk about an image of a point, right? If you have a function x equals, f of x equals x squared, you typically don't talk about the image of 3. You talk about the mapping of 3. You might talk about the image of the integers onto the integers, or the inverse, image of the integers onto their quadratics. But it was to me a little bit bizarre. I mean, I got the value that was there, and the problem that Steve's diagram was too fuzzy to tell me which letter it was next to. But
thanks a lot, Steve.
It seemed like the image was an odd way to talk about the mapping of, what was it, H or something.
Yeah, no, I agree that the wording of that problem was awful.
Okay, thank you. I thought
honestly,
that's why I got it wrong.
I think the intention of the
problem. What do you think a better wording would be?
Is to better wording. I think first of all, when you talk about when you say sorry, I can't remember the letters specifically. It was the
H,
mapping of H.
And the answer would be C, because you would when you map it from the ordinal points, the order points here, you go over here, and then you go up here. There you go.
So, if I was writing a math paper and doing this, you would first define the functions. You would say, F colon, and then
X to X, R to R, whatever. Whatever the function is to the mapping function, right? That's how I would. If they did that notation, I would have understood it.
Yeah, no, and that's totally how I would.
Can I ask just a really quick question? So the F colon. So if you have X colon or F colon X arrow Y, is that read as F, which is a function that maps X to Y? Is that how you would? How would you read that?
X onto Y.
Yes. Depending on, are you talking about capital X and Y or lowercase?
Yes. Capital X and Y.
So if I saw it as capital, I would say that it was a function that relates a set X
to a set Y. Yeah, but that's still mapping. That's still mapping.
Yeah,
function.
That makes sense.
Right. I mean, if you have something like not F of X, it's F R to R. You're talking about the fact that you're going to have some function that starts with something in the reals, and you're going to end up with something in the reals.
The reals, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
For a particular function. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And it's read R onto R.
Yeah, you're mapping R into R, right? Rather than mapping
F
R to C or mapping,
You say F colon capital X arrow Y is really the function that maps X onto Y, the image of X onto Y, and then X becomes the inverse image of Y.
I'm sorry, Mikey. Did you want to add to that? I'm sorry, we weren't ignoring you. Did you want to add to that?
No, Steve, I don't.
I saw you write something, but I didn't see what you wrote. I just saw LOL afterwards.
No, that wasn't me. I didn't write anything. They might have referenced me.
Oh, of referencing. Gotcha.
I will actually specifically address Mikey because I believe he is a music fan.
He is a music
How
fan.
dare? Yes, I am.
in the metal genre.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a fan.
We are going to do
Which
a show on music one of these days. I swear to God.
Which
One
I
of
am
these
also,
days.
I am also a fan of. So I wanted to
Do we really need
express
sulfur?
my.
I think sulfur can be useful.
Who's talking about sulfur?
I'm sorry.
Sulfur?
I'm sorry. That's not supposed to be that loud.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, that's nice.
It's my cipher.
So all you have to know about music is to go out, get Rising Force, Ingrid Malmsteen's first album, and then throw away everything else. That's it.
And everyone should also be listening to Ailstorm.
Ailstorm and Stormseeker.
Ailstorm.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of metal, so
That's actually pirate metal,
Sorry.
but whatever.
Well,
You're a pirate.
First of all, vegan, we can't be friends. That's fine. I no longer love you, but I accept your decision.
Take it
to be
back,
wrong.
Steve. Take it back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
How
I'm
do
the
you not like
loser,
metal?
Steve.
This is
No,
weird.
I think people get introduced to shitty metal and they don't get the full
Poison
breath.
is not metal. I'm sorry. Yeah. What
Yes,
music?
it
Okay, vegan,
was.
what would be your choice of music then?
Oh, I
Bluegrass.
actually, no, I actually,
Fusion
I
jazz,
like.
Spyro Gyra.
I love
Rock.
jazz. Don't get me wrong.
Kasha? No, I'm just kidding.
No, actually, I do love jazz, but no, I love 60s music.
Okay.
So
Beatles.
Yes,
The
Beatles,
Yardbirds.
but Beatles is overrated. Sam Sham and the
They are.
Pharaohs.
Whoa.
I love
Oh.
like I love
Now
some Stevie.
I'm on
I
the
love
train.
some
Chugga chugga.
like I love Michael, like some old school Jackson 5. Like I want some Motown. Like that's what I
Wasn't Bob
love.
Dylan 60s? Was Bob Dylan 60s
Yes,
or was
Bob
he 70s?
Dylan was amazing.
Yeah, Bob Dylan's good. I like Bob Dylan.
That's your favorite genre, right?
Yes.
The 60s decade. How do you feel about R&B?
I love it.
Okay, how about this? Have you,
So-
have, you,
What about R&B in
have,
the
you,
60s?
have you ever heard a group called Friends of Distinction?
It sounds familiar, but
Mikey,
what's
do you go that far into like an old R&B? Grazing in the
Friends
Grass?
of Distinction?
Friends of Distinction. They had a song way back when. I think it was on the.
Let me pull this up.
What show was it on? I think it was the Ed Sullivan Show, but it was called Grazing in the Grass. One of the greatest songs ever written, I think. Brilliant song. I mean,
I'll look it up.
was it like a I shouldn't say, was it like a fantastic song? It's just a really catchy tune, I guess.
What a great name. I mean,
Grazing in the Grass.
Friends of Distinction.
Grazing in the
Friends of
Grass. I'll
Distinction.
remember
They
it
had the
though.
Gap Band out at the same fucking month. And it was like, you know what? Let's come out with Friends of Distinction. Like the Ohio Players. No. Friends of Distinction. This'll do
I'm
it.
telling you, go listen to that song. Tell me if that song is not amazing.
And I actually found the Ed Sullivan Show version. So
Go find it and tell me if that song is
I'm
not brilliant.
I will definitely.
By the way, I love that kind of music, and so people may not know that about me. I'm weird that I like old shit too, but I do like
I
metal.
love old music.
And nowadays, though Black Sabbath is considered to be antiquated and classical, I don't know.
I can't stand Black Sabbath.
I also like from like the 40s and 50s.
It's jarring,
old
and
Critter
it
tunes
doesn't
and stuff.
have like I don't know.
Coral, do this. I want you to go find this
Yeah.
song called "She's Gone" by Black Sabbath.
Okay, I will. I promise you,
It
I
is
will
a
look
very
it up.
soft, lovely ballad type song. I'm not even kidding. It's not hard.
I say this a lot too because my younger sister who
pressing.
lives with me, she loves that whole stuff, and she.
I used to listen to the Fifth Dimension. I used to listen to.
Oh yeah.
My parents had all this stuff. I have the records.
What's the song again?
It's called "She's Gone" by Black Sabbath. It was off Technical
She's Gone.
Ecstasy.
I kind of grew up on listening to a lot of disco, so I'm a disco and metal fan.
Okay, disco's
Bee Gees.
Radio
Love disco.
Disney over here.
yeah. It's a little too repetitive for me.
I kind of just mostly like everything but country.
Are we going to get back to tuning
I
it all?
like the vast majority of country music.
I like my metal. By the way, how many of you guys ever heard me play "For Whom the Bell Tolls"? I have a video on my guitar with that.
So Steve,
Not a lot of people watched it.
I've listened to the first minute and 18 seconds of Friends of Distinction. Never knew the name of that damn song. That's a great song.
It's a great song.
Do I
I told you.
That's a great song.
Now I can't remember her name. She passed away.
Now,
one of the two girls.
everyone mark this down on your calendars. Steve was right about something.
Oh my
This is
goodness!
a
Oh
good
my
song.
goodness!
Timestamp, please.
I just didn't know the
Timestamp.
name of the band and the song because Friends of Distinction is stupid.
You wouldn't
Objectively,
expect
and there's not my fault. I forgot the name of that group.
I don't remember
Get something right.
one of the two girls' name actually went on to have a very lucrative career, and she had an amazing voice, but she passed away. But I don't remember her name. But yeah, no, there's a lot of songs like that you think, oh man, I have heard this song before, but you don't know who's saying it.
Now, David and my other musophiles might catch this. Yeah, that's that song. I just didn't know that was the name of it, and that was the name of the group.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
I know
that's
exactly what song that is. Okay.
Steve likes music. Steve does like music.
Steve got one right. I mean, again,
Although-
timestamp, all that good shit, but
if you want to hear some really good, interesting music, I listen to a lot of stuff that is like Haley Reinhart. She has a really great jazzy, raspy voice, and she has some fantastic work. And if you want to hear some really insane, like just an insane range that is just technically amazing, Dimash Kudaibergen is amazing. He literally does 8 octaves.
That's not possible.
Wow.
4 is the highest you can get for your voice, man. Tarja from Nightwish can do 4. She's a mezzo
you can do
soprano with
whistle,
4 octaves.
whistle register.
Yeah, look it up.
8 octaves.
He's amazing.
There's another guy named Brett Manning that can do 8 octaves. So
I find that very difficult to believe.
Hey, after 5 octaves, can you save some talent for the rest of us? You fucking asshole. Can you not do all the octaves possible? Can someone else sing? Damn.
One of his songs he does that is beautiful is SOS. The other one is Adagio. That is gorgeous.
Are you spelling
well, hang on. They say the widest vocal range possible is 10 octaves. So it might be. I just looked it up.
I'm telling you, like he is amazing.
I don't need that gaping range.
So Mariah Carey takes the hang on.
It's difficult as fuck.
Mariah Carey has the prize for the largest vocal range. She can now go from a low F2 to a high G7. But it doesn't.
What?
And so that is. It doesn't say what the octave range is though. So let's see here.
No, that girl was singing an H. She wasn't singing no G's.
Okay, these guys found
F2 to G's
Listen,
G7
listen to a whole
is
different part of the
5+1.
alphabet. Fuck right
1,
up.
2. So wait.
But
so
it's not
Mariah
just
Carey's,
that. It's his
1,
control.
2,
that
3,
does that.
4.
It's just
It looks like
blow
5
your
octave
mind.
ranges. She
5
has.
octaves and a step.
Yeah, and a step.
He also
So-
sings the diva dance and actually hits every single one of those notes.
Well, you know what's funny is I don't know. I've watched something not too long ago on some of the old lead singers from groups like Vince Neil and and all of them have lost their vocal.
Holy shit!
All of them, as they got older, could not hit the notes that they used to hit. Even Gene Simmons and Vince. Paul Stanley cannot sing the way they used to. Even Geddy Lee, who I think is next to godliness, cannot. And I've listened to him. He cannot hit the notes he used to, and it's a shame. But it's a matter of biology. They just cannot perform what they used to do, and it's
exactly.
noticeable. Yeah, and so a lot of times they got to drop the sound, and they got to drop it down to a different key that they can sing in.
Absolutely.
Which sometimes
have you seen
changes the song.
Did you see any of
Rooney? This dude is crazy. The amount of technique that he does, as far low as he goes, and then as far high. I think his highest he's done is like up in like a G or G sharp or something like that. He's insane, and it's still a pretty sound. It's not like screechy.
He's not even trying.
Right. No, you're right. So Mikey
It's kind of pissing me off.
Mikey.
And can we cancel this fuck?
Mikey.
Yo, cancel.
Mikey.
Mikey, get him out of here.
Mikey, go to YouTube and type in Vince Neil bad singing. And there's this video of Vince Neil trying to sing when he's like, was he 50, 60 years, pushing 60, whatever the hell he does. And he's gotten so out of shape. And he mumbles the words so badly, and they're putting up words that they think he's saying. And it's the funniest fucking thing I've ever listened to.
That is the number one
check it out, guys. It's called Vince Neil Bad Singing. It's hilarious.
Didn't he like his daughter come in?
Did you watch that, Austin?
Sing?
Have you seen that before?
I grew up on a pretty wide range of music. Like,
yeah.
Austin, have you seen that before though?
No, I haven't.
it's
I
hilarious.
mostly listened to the Jonas Brothers.
I don't judge. I'm gonna be. I don't judge.
Kick them.
That could be a
That
guilty
song,
pleasure. Okay.
Love Bug, is fly.
Are you a
It
believer?
kicks, it slaps.
Are you a believer? Blubber?
Hell no! I hated
Believer.
that guy even in
Are you gonna tell me
2009.
you listen to Hanson too?
Yeah, you're Hanson. Oh, you're a Hanson
Do
fan.
some bop,
Bop.
bop.
Do bop, do bop.
Yeah, it's mostly been Jonas Brothers and Vengabus.
Oh my goodness.
Wait. So your two things are Jonas Brothers and Bang Bus? That's your repertoire?
The Eagles and that kind of stuff to Frank Sinatra.
I didn't really start listening to music
Alan Parsons
until I got
Project.
older.
I love
so
Alan
a lot of
Parsons
what I listened
Project
to was
is
just
great.
whatever was on and whatever my parents would let me listen to. So
Same.
a lot of
Well, yeah,
a
but
lot
you're
of my
just a kid.
nostalgia comes from terrible
You're like,
2000s.
what'd you say? You're
pop.
23?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mambo number 5.
I love Alan Parsons Project. One of the best bands of all time.
I love Alan Parsons.
Yeah, they were brilliant.
Not metal, it's more like prog rock. But it's
yeah, no, that's not metal. That's
brilliant.
not metal. Yeah, no, they're great.
I don't mind that. And
Now,
I
if you
hate
want to
metal.
get some technical stuff, go listen to some Dream Theater.
So
Theater's badass.
I know we're all trying to one up each other,
Yes.
but I think I have found the one group that everyone will like. There is no singing. They're prog math kind of hip hoppy because there's beat machines sometimes. Like they're very young and ridiculously talented, and if you're a music nerd, the writing is crazy.
Skrillex?
No. See, there's Steve. There's Steve being Steve again.
Fucking Steve.
But they're called Polyphia. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
No.
You should check out Polyphia. I will spell it in the chat.
Spell in the chat. I'll check it out. I love finding new groups.
How long have you been a Polyphia shill, Mikey? Huh?
He's in the band.
Yeah, I'm a producer and a musician, so I'm always trying to figure out
isn't
what
this your
is
group?
popping right now.
Isn't that your group?
No,
Sure?
it's not.
You sure?
Yeah,
I don't mind self
but
promotion. I think it's great. Do it. Self promote.
I wish I was fucking part of this band, but I don't really think I'm talented enough. The guitar player was just like, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Herman Lee from Dragon Force has been fucking streaming on Twitch and breaking Twitch with fucking like 70, 80, 100,000 people watching at a time.
Dragon Force is
it's
pretty
really
good.
It's really not fair that celebrities are now on Twitch and YouTube. It is like, dude,
It
you have
kills-
Hollywood.
Kind of dumb.
You have Hollywood already, and you have like record labels. You don't get to come into the poor people's
right.
You don't get to come into the poor people sector.
No, yeah,
Like,
YouTube and Twitch are for us.
YouTube.
The fuck are you doing?
It's YouTube, not them tube, okay?
Right, get the fuck out of here. And, like,
I'm not
T-Pain has a
against
Twitch.
celebrities being on YouTube or Twitch. I just rather YouTube and Twitch not cater specifically to them in order to keep them on. I want like it to be a neutral platform where anyone.
Well,
can
it was
watch.
like when celebrities moved to OnlyFans. They just fucked it for everybody else.
I don't think it's. I don't know about Twitch, but
Tell
on
us about it, Leo.
YouTube, celebrities don't have that great a presence. It's on YouTube. It is the person who is not a normal celebrity, right? And so
Like that time when they gave Will Smith the YouTube red spot, like sorry, the YouTube rewind thing.
That's bullshit.
Like
That's bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Why are we
yeah.
catering to
Right.
Will Smith?
Right. No, I
It's
agree.
because he has a stupid big audience,
So-
you know, and like
so-
it's less of a like this person is a YouTuber and more of a we'll scratch your back, you scratch my back type of deal.
No. I see. I think the rewind. I think it should be the people that started on YouTube that made it really big, like Bo Burnham, the chick that sings note based, no treble. Right? What is her name?
Vegan Atheist Coral.
Vegan Atheist Coral. Yeah, brilliant singer. She's an amazing singer. I love that song. All about the bass, about the bass.
Oh, Megan Trainor.
Megan Trainor.
No, she's toxic AF. Fuck her.
But she started on YouTube, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she started on YouTube.
So
She
did
started on
Justin
YouTube. Yeah. So I don't mind people that started on YouTube get the credit they deserve. Like for example, I'm pretty sure they started on YouTube. Like ever watched Jukebox? What was it called? Jukebox.
Human Jukebox?
No.
The last time
Postmodern Jukebox.
Postmodern Jukebox. Holy
Yes,
shit! Are they
PMJ.
fucking brilliant?
Haley Reinhart is on PMJ.
Haley Reinhart is on
She
it, yes.
sings on there. Seven Nation Army. She does white stripes, and
I've seen those videos.
Amazing.
Absolutely brilliant.
Those are so bad.
You know what? You know
They
what's
keep
funny?
trying to do Rage Against the Machine. I'm like, stop! You can't do Rage.
You know, we might have Landon's brilliant mathematical stuff and all this other stuff, but when it comes to like just straight talent, holy shit! Groups like Postmodern Jukebox, and I'm in awe.
Just blow your mind. Yeah.
Have you ever seen
so good.
Fine tuning?
Steve?
It's all Well, music is fine tuning, right? All about the bass. About the bass.
Are we getting
No
back
trouble.
to fine tuning?
No.
A lot.
We're gonna sing Megan Trainor.
Have you ever seen more?
Steve, go home.
What?
If you want to see
rather-
a sexy
What?
ass
I like that song. Is there a problem with that?
Sexy ass song. Do Haley Reinhardt and PMJ.
Their version of that?
And hold on, I'll find it.
No,
for you.
I've seen it.
It's
They
so
all take turns going to the mic and they just blow it out of the water.
Oh no, this is just she did all about that bass. She was one of the three singers for it.
Yeah, she's the blonde, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that song.
Neither am I.
That's
I'd rather
what's
listen
wrong
wrong
with you people.
No, that song
I'd rather
is
listen to
so
Lord.
problematic. That song is so problematic in so many different ways.
Whatever.
Lord is better than Megan
For
Trainor.
someone pushing body positivity, you can't shit on all the other girls just because
Yes,
you
you
want to
can.
like bolster your.
Yeah, like there's a
Fuck
lot of
that. I've been
in
shit
the-
on my whole life for being skinny, and I felt bad for the skinny girls who she fucking dumped on the entire
I
song.
thought it was great. I love the song. I think it's a great song.
So basically, in the music industry, there is a common trend of like, you know, attractive young females.
Of course.
Like singing about how they're attractive, how they got like in the right places, and like, you know, oftentimes it's like, you know, fat people
Taylor
are getting
Swift.
thrown under the bus.
Yeah.
But now
Swaler tip.
But now, like the all about that bass song is kind of the reverse.
push
So
back on
instead
that,
of
yeah.
her being like it's okay to be, you know, chubby or fat, she's more or less saying fuck everyone else.
Yeah.
Fat people are the way to go, and it's like that's just as bad. It's
It's
an extreme in a different direction.
I think it's pushed
You
back.
can't put people down in order to lift yourself up.
No, sure you can. That's her model.
Yeah, by the
And
way,
that's-
by the way,
that's
Austin,
why I don't like
Austin,
that
Austin,
song.
Austin, wait,
guys.
Austin, white people have been doing that for hundreds of thousands of years, whatever. I mean, so that's just how it
Yeah,
it's
and
society.
white people suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, hold on, guys. We got somebody new in here. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Nikki Daly? Daly?
Nikki was the first one in here, but she had to go, and then
she was.
Okay. Well, welcome back in that case.
Yeah.
And I posted the link to the Seven Nation Army Postmodern Jukebox song in the chat. It is so good. And she is so sexy when she sings it.
So
it is
I think me and Landon are on the same page on wanting to talk about the fine tuning argument when we get a chance. I'm not that I don't like music,
I
but
shut up. But when he leave, I'll be talking again.
Oh. Hey Leah, what are you doing? Are you trying to say Landon doesn't like music?
I don't know.
Landon, what's your favorite band?
And Landon don't even
Landon,
like
what's
music.
your favorite
That's
band?
messed up, Leo.
Landon, what's your
Sorry,
favorite band?
say again?
What's
your favorite band?
What is my favorite band? So you're talking
Einstein
about...
and the Matter Waves.
Actually, I'm gonna have to drop for now.
Peace out, Austin.
What kind of genre?
Friend. Thank you, kind sir.
What kind of genre? That's a good question.
Classic.
Classic rock.
Classical. So I would say, well, you're in a band, yeah, but, you know, I would say, and you're talking about classic rock.
Nicki Minaj.
Carly B.
Yo, Cardi B. Man, don't get me started on Cardi B.
Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the side of me, run a nigga up before I let him get inside of me.
Wop wop.
I mean, I would have to say, I would have if I had to say one band in I think it's rock and roll, in terms of talent and virtuosity, I would have to say maybe Rush.
Thank you.
That's a good.
Well played.
Rush is the all-time greatest band of all time. Metallica's close second, but Rush is. I used to be called Rushman in high school. That was my nickname. I'm a huge Rush fan.
No, Steve,
It's not because I know I'm in the band. I think that they're
Rush. The later stuff questionable, but still good. But the early stuff perfection.
So Steve, if I can take over the show for just a few moments,
I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna go make some coffee with some more spirits in it. And what I do, I'm gonna leave Mikey in charge so he can draw some boobs and demonetize my channel.
I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Who wants some coffee? You guys want some coffee? Who wants coffee? Anybody want?
It is all yours. Have at it.
All right. So I'm a benevolent deity, and I'm going to give you use of my time traveling powers. We're going to go around. I don't know how it's appearing to each one of you, but we're going to go around the circle. I'll just call people's name, and you got to give me your answer. I'm going to give you a time machine. You get to go to any concert in history, and you have like best tickets or whatever the case may be. Which concert are you going to? Leo, you are directly to my right, so you are first.
I would go to a Blue Oyster Cult concert that was taking place in either the late 70s or the early 80s.
I mean, that's awesome.
That's solid. That's a solid answer.
Definitely solid.
Mr. McGinnis.
Reaper.
Yeah.
Live Aid.
Oh.
That's a cheat ass answer, but okay, I got you. No, okay. David can say Live Aid, but Woodstock is off the table. So if you guys are going to be punk asses and say Woodstock, you can't say Woodstock. I want something more defined.
Why is that an unfair thing to name?
No, because I want. This is a way to get to know people by seeing if they had the opportunity, where would they go to see one group, because that will tell us more about their personality. If you pick the largest outdoor music festival in the history of Earth, that doesn't really tell me much. It
tells you everything about me. I love all of the music, so that's like one of the best spots to go.
It tells me everything, and it also tells me nothing. So I'm going to come back to you, David. Your answer's in review.
Can I qualify my answer really quick, just with one side note?
It will cost you $5, but go ahead.
I can do that. I would need at least a quarter of psilocybin mushrooms if I went to the concert.
That's complimentary.
I mean, it's kind of a given, you know.
It's complimentary with the time machine. Don't you even worry.
Continue going forward. In around. Okay. See what other people have.
Miss Coral.
Okay, can I choose a concert that was also on a TV program?
Your example is?
Motown 25, and that would be Michael Jackson's singing Billie Jean for the first time doing the moonwalk.
Billie Jean is not my lover.
That is a suitable answer, and probably
you're correct. You are
the
right.
only correct answer. That is. I don't know what the hell the rest of you guys are going to say, but Milwaukee Atheist. Michael Jackson's not from your city. He's from Gary, Indiana.
You're right. He's not from my city. You know who else isn't from my city? Dio. So I would go to a Dio.
Dio is a strong answer in the rock win. Mr. Landon, Curt, Noll, the man who possesses one Noll.
So, 1966, October 1st.
Oh shit! He's got the
London
date.
Polytechnic on Regent Street, where Cream was there and clapped in the audience.
Slowhand was there.
A gentleman named Hendrix got up and performed a version of Hollywood song "Killing Floor."
Probably the only way to to knock Michael Jackson down.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a one Noll answer.
Well, I'll tell you what. The way to knock Hendrix down, Eric Clapton. I don't care what anybody says. He was a better guitarist than Jimi Hendrix.
He was there.
Yes, he was.
He was there at that concert.
But see, was Hendrix really that good, or is the fact that he didn't? Really,
Yes.
Hang on, I finish.
I mean, he was.
Can I finish? Or was it that Hendrix just didn't realize what he did was supposed to be impossible? I just think he didn't realize. I just think he realized.
He had talent.
He did things that should not have been able to be done. I mean, it's just That's
So
one
did
of
Eric Clapton.
musical genius. No. Hendrix was
Yes.
way better guitar.
Yeah,
than
no. I'm sorry, no.
Hey guys, I know you guys are really loving
on
this
the stage, and Hendrix and Clapton did a duo on that thing.
I'm gonna go
with Cream backing band.
I know you guys want to.
Let's have the live chat. 1 for Slowhand, 2 for Hendrix.
All those young lads aren't going to know who the fuck Eric Clapton is.
There's a reason why Jimi Hendrix had a left-hand
What an
guitar
underground
strung.
artist, Eric Clapton. Nobody's ever heard of the man.
Right. That's what I was
He
going to
had
say.
a left-handed guitar strung upside down for a quote musical genius. That's how he was left-handed. It was actually strung upside down. So who was better? 1 for Clapton, 2 for Hendrix. And by the way, Clapton's still alive.
Give me a second.
I like how you guys are arguing over Landon's answer, but that's not really how the game works. You guys don't get to debate Landon's answer. Landon's answer is Landon's answer, and I thank you for it, and it is a strong contribution.
Oh, Landon,
Landon
puts 1 point.
You're welcome.
Like
Mikey, I tried to
answer,
answer your question, so there you go.
And you did, and then these young whippersnappers come in here all rowdy, talking about their punk music and their beat machines. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
Josh?
okay, I look at it this way. The equivalency to answer
Josh is next.
hang on, the equivalency to answer that question is a lot of lines of which is better, Rihanna or Beyonce. Where you're going to go with that? Is this like
Beyonce. I'm sorry.
But the whole point of this is for all of us to get to know each other a bit better. And if you have to choose one, we will know what to think of you. Like if you pick Beyonce,
we're going to judge you for your answers.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
This is why
I'm judging you, and I'm judging you hard.
And Hendrix, they both were there with Cream as the backing, doing Lone Wolf's Killing Floor, and you got to experience both geniuses in their own unique ways.
Yeah,
like Landon just beat both of you at your own game.
I'm
because
so
he's
sad.
Landon.
You know what, Landon? How about we talk about
one Noll? Let me know. When we get to one Noll, let me know.
I'm not a Noll.
I'm not sure the game because I was going away. But what was the last concert that I went to? Anybody know?
No. Oh, the last concert you went to? Probably Spice Girls 2001.
Posh Spice, baby.
Wait, no, I know. The first time Beethoven played in
Girl,
concert.
You know, Baby Spice, Posh Spice, Scary Spice. Yeah, I'd love them all.
Obviously, Scary Spice. Come on now.
Oh,
I don't know. Posh Spice. I know it's again. One or the other. I don't care. You know, I'm not gonna kick anybody out of my.
Can Josh answer?
Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Josh, I am giving you my time machine and all the psilocybin apparently that Leo is needing to go to any concert in history. You get 2 tickets, best seats in the house. Where are you going?
All right, so you're gonna hate me.
Oh, he's gonna go see Daft Punk in like 2020.
No, I'm not.
He's a juggalo, so he's gonna go with
ICP.
Hey, now come on.
That would be a better answer. I wish I would have done that.
Hey, don't hate on ICP. I grew up with
we love rum and coke night. We have fun.
No, I'm going to 1989, Portland, Oregon, to see Greg Sage and the Wipers.
Okay.
Who is that? Do I know them? What's their?
You don't know the Wipers?
I've never heard of them.
We love saying when we don't know something. It actually turns us on.
Right.
Like, we have no idea.
I'm like,
it's a punk band?
group to look up.
Yeah, I mean they were sort of post-punk, but they were more punk than post-punk. Greg Sage is phenomenal.
Over the Edge. Is that a good song?
Yes, The Edge.
Spooky says Steve was Old Spice. My dad was actually Old Spice. He loved Old Spice. But that's fine.
Youth of America.
I'll give you that
Youth of
one.
America. I would recommend to introduce yourself to them if you haven't.
Never heard of them.
I must have heard of. This is very classic punk sounding.
Oh, it is. No, it is. And it's funny because you guys were talking about like left-handed, right-handed guitar players. The thing is, Greg Sage was right-handed but played guitar left-handed. But restrung it so it's still like standard chords on a guitar. But I'm right-handed and I play guitar and I've tried to play left-handed. I can't do it. Like it's
impossible.
It just everything is backward. Like I can't.
I have a quick question. So when you say playing a guitar X-handed, the hand that you're speaking of, is that the one that's on the? I think that's called the. And I'm sorry if I'm butchering the terminology.
Hey,
Isn't it called the?
Hey! You know everything else. I know this.
Yeah, you do. So when you say you play it left-handed, is that the left hand is on what I think is called the fretboard, or is that the left hand is the one doing the strumming?
It's
your
the other way.
strumming hand is the
hand is your dominant hand.
Yeah,
that's the handed guitar you're playing.
Yeah.
So this is a standard or right-handed guitar, but if it was like such, this would now be left-handed.
Correct.
Because
yeah,
my left hand,
yeah.
So, but it's called left-handed play or incorrect playing because that's not the way you're supposed to play your instrument. You're supposed to hold it the right way up. Your strings are supposed to go how the guitar was made, and you're supposed to play it that way. Some people flip their shit upside down and restring the damn bastard because they don't want to learn how to like all the rest of us. Yes, I know it's hard to play upside down. I know it feels weird at first, but you will learn and you will get better.
What do you want me to do? I'm left-handed.
There's a lot of, but it's like you don't drive left-handed.
I actually do. I drive left-handed.
If you drove a stick, you wouldn't.
I drive no-handed.
If you drove
no-handed with your knee.
With no handlebars.
That's a real stress. That's a real stress.
Yeah.
But if you were driving a stick shift or a standard transmission car, you wouldn't like shift gears with your left hand. Like, nope, I'm left-handed.
I would in the United Kingdom.
Or Australia.
But you don't live there, and they're wrong too. And I've been trying to argue with them for decades, and they won't come to their sentences.
I can agree with that one.
Driving on the wrong side of the road. What is wrong with you? There's the right side and there's the wrong side. What is this left business? There's the right-handed guitars and wrong-handed.
So what about
politics?
Is it right and wrong when it comes to politics, or is it left and wrong when it comes to politics?
No, the only thing about politics is you burn the whole thing down. Yeah. Okay, and now we're on to Nikki. Nikki, I'm giving you use of my ultra super deity time machine. You get to go to any concert ever. Where are you going?
One of the last couple concerts before Chester of Linkin Park died.
Oh
my God!
Answer.
You have my love for the rest.
I knew I liked Nikki.
Yeah.
Like I said, I knew it was going to be good.
She loved Linkin Park. So.
I miss Chester so much.
I do too.
That was very sad.
Pardon my French, but god damn, he was just the whole band was just
with him and Mike. Him and Mike Shinoda. Yep, did some shit.
Yep. Oh, Mike Shinoda. Oh yeah.
They crushed. They were so different but so perfect together, and I can't hear either one of them without the other now.
Exactly. There's only one song that I've heard that Mike Shinoda did on him by himself. I think he had somebody else singing it, but it's called "Make It Up As I Go." I do like that song, but
I got a link for you, Leo. Don't you worry about that big boy.
I have revised my answer though, Mikey.
Okay, let me get Steve in, and then we'll go with revisions.
All right.
Steve, where you going? You get my super time machine and all the psilocybin you can stomach.
I don't know the locations because there's a whole bunch of places they went, but I would have loved to see. I would have loved to seen the World Slavery Tour with Iron Maiden when they did Power Slave, and I could open from them, but they did all my favorite songs like Aces High and 2 Minutes to Midnight, and I think they did Revelations. But I mean, I loved Iron Maiden, and man, to see an Iron Maiden concert live would have been amazing, but I'm simple. But my last concert I saw was Nazareth, and before that was 1984 Power Windows Tour by Rush.
I like it.
No.
But I would have
the second to last concert you went to was in 1984.
I'm old. Yeah, it's been a long time. Then I saw Nazareth later on in LA.
So when I was born.
Hey guys, I'm Steve McRae. I remember when
Well, I remember when Bach opened for Mozart, and then Tchaikovsky had gone on the stage, and
no, dude,
was rocked, man.
Dude, when Krog opened for Clog,
dude,
oh my god,
man,
the fucking
good
stick
times,
against
man.
the animal skin.
Good times.
Oh, I had so much Lickenberry that day.
Back when Steve was listening to Rocky Rock.
Oh my god. Leo, you're gonna fucking like Leo. We're either gonna become best friends or you're gonna hate me for ruining your life. One of two things is about to happen when I hit enter now.
Are these non-commutative properties or what are we talking about here?
Do you want me to start making dick, fart, poop, pee jokes again? Because when y'all get too up there, I'm gonna bring us back down. I am the bell curve of all.
He's like,
I am the bell curve.
There's a reason why me and Mike are here.
We're the layman's.
Right?
Hey,
Wait
Mikey,
a minute.
hey, I know. I was Mikey. Do you know who Kevin Burkett is? The luthier.
I don't, but does he have a YouTube channel? Because that sounds right up my alley.
No, he does not have a YouTube channel, but he has a website called the Electrical Guitar Company, where he makes all aluminum guitars.
Oh.
And, he's actually building mine right now. I have a custom guitar being made.
All aluminum?
All aluminum. The whole thing.
He
Polished
just blew his
aluminum.
mind. He's
Okay,
about
no,
to
I got a
explode
question.
his load right
I got a
now.
question for either Mikey or Josh. Can either of you two rip out the I don't know what the fuck to call it because I don't play the guitar.
What?
For the song "Don't Fear the Reaper," the typical. All I know is there's an open G in it.
Well, it's an A minor, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, my
The
guitars are
the
over
opening
there.
thing for "Don't Fear the Reaper" is literally on the first 4 strings, just 4/2.
Well, yeah, it's
really simple.
I know on a 6 string it would go 2 3 4 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I don't know where your hand goes on the fretboard though.
I have
Well,
tons
I have
of
an
guitars
acoustic for
over
that.
there, but they're all in alternate tuning because honestly, and the reason I was late to Steve's stream tonight is because I was
Hanging out with Blue
recording-
Oyster Cult.
Okay, trivia.
I'm so jelly.
Trivia. Who can tell me, and the audience can participate? What was the Blue Oyster Cult's name that they used when they went to go play these local dive bars? They had a very special name, so people didn't recognize the Blue Oyster Cult.
Oh
What was
God!
it? And I know the
What
answer.
was it?
No,
What was it? Yeah, no, seriously.
I have no clue.
See if
But
somebody in the audience knows. You can
I have
look it
no
up
clue.
if
But
you
while people answer that, Leo, what is your favorite Blue Oyster Cult album?
Give me a second. I gotta remember the name. Agents of Fortune, the one that Don't Fear the Reaper is on.
Okay,
if it's, no, we can't be friends anymore if it's not Fires of Unknown Origin.
Fires of Unknown Origin. That
that's
was a
good.
great
That's
album.
a good album.
That was a
That's
great
definitely a
album.
good album. But Club Ninja, I think, was like.
That is a good one.
Oh, you like
I
Club
do
Ninja?
like that one.
I love Club Ninja.
I mean, I feel like they had like good and bad picks off of all of them. But if I have to go for a full album, I'm going Fire of Unknown Origin every time.
Yeah.
I'm not.
What's
finding
everyone's
what they call
favorite
themselves.
Hailstorm album?
Hailstorm?
No,
I know
Hailstorm.
Hailstorm. I thought you said Hailstorm,
Yeah.
like Lizzie Hale.
No, I don't listen to I don't know any of their albums.
Never heard of it.
The answer is all of them.
Well,
I want on record too that I've never been to a concert ever before.
Oh, we gotta take her to a concert. Will you go to a concert with us? I'll take you to a concert.
Of course, as long as it's not metal.
Oh, guys.
Bro, as soon as
Now you're
COVID's
pushing
over,
things.
she's down the road from me. I will scoop her up in
I
the
will
Mini
fly to
Cooper.
look.
You're
I'm planning to-
coming.
I will probably be in
You're
Boston
coming.
this
Vegan,
summer, and
you
I
should
would
come
love to do a
to,
layover in Chicago to visit with you, Mikey. We can grab vegan and go do something.
You can grab me,
I'm not
too.
on a time schedule, so I'm going to take a little time more. I took a mini
Guys.
vacation, but I only went back to where I used to live, and I hung up with Heather. But what?
Hey guys,
What?
Jim Majors is in the side chat. I just wanted to say hi, Jim. How's it going?
No, that's pre-doctor Jim Majors to you.
Right?
That's
Almost
Sir
Dr.
Mr.
Jim.
Dr. Professor Jim Majors to you.
That's biblical historian / Hebrew expert pre-doctor Jim Majors.
One
I
day,
want to see him
one day
and
I'll get there too.
Josh on a team debate on something on the Bible, like the historicity
did.
of Jesus or slavery. They probably have, and I just haven't seen it.
It was on slavery.
I want to see this.
Well,
I want to see
I'm
our
not
Josh
surprised.
Actually, hold on. Was it them together or was he with Matt?
I don't know.
No, he was with a different guy. Okay, they actually did like the same debate with 2 different teams. I think it was No, it was Josh and Dillahunty and Jim and some other guy that I don't know.
When you say Dillahunty, you mean Matt Dillahunty, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know. Matt Dillahunty. What the fuck are you saying?
What guitar is that, Mike?
So how do we?
Sorry.
So how do we do that? How do we all jam one of these days? Because I noticed I tried before and lag was fucking killing me.
Yeah, it doesn't really work.
Somebody plays
do
music.
Live stream.
No, I want to live stream. I don't have to live stream. I can do it off air. I don't give a shit.
The only way that you can really pull that off, Steve, is if you have some kind of like a click track that everybody syncs to, and then you have somebody third party shift the audio that they're playing to match to compensate for the lag.
So yeah, what I've done is you like record your part and then just send it to somebody.
Yeah, that's no fun. I want to jam with somebody. There's like a few songs I can play, and I want to fucking play them. And...
It's just not going to work.
I'm sorry, Steve. There's this thing called physics. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
God damn it. Well, we got Landon here. He can correct that shit. He can change
Landon, he's literally already
physics,
solved this exact same problem for another band, and the answer is it can't be done.
Yeah, it's called physics, but yes, and I was actually hired by a musical act to try and solve their networking problems of doing stuff live. And the problem was that the members of the band didn't want to be on the same continent of each other. And
band members
they hated each other that much.
They hated each other that much.
Well,
and
was
they
it Motley Crue?
Taking out one of the members of the band because, they're dysfunctional. I know dysfunctional band is a hard thing to conceive of, but they were a dysfunctional band. But they tried to say, well, can't you do some innovative stuff? But because they wanted to be faithful, they did not want to do as Steve poo-pooed playing against some pre-recording. They wanted to be live,
right,
and have stuff and be able to fail and have that precision synchronization they do on scale.
Yeah, there's a really awesome concert where they have like over thousands of people, and they did it all live, and they did it for a TED Talk, where they had all of the people, and they were each one of them were on the just like how we are, and they did a whole piece that was
the only thing it's impossible to have them able to hear the other people.
Yes,
they have to just go to a click and know that they're right and start when they're supposed to start, or else it gets bad quick.
Yeah, and so this band had a real they had a real emphasis on integrity and the ability, that they wanted to be able to do their best and know that if they don't, the song will fail. And they had,
they could have just streamed it anyway, and that definitely would have happened.
and so they ended up basically kicking out one of the troublemakers in the band, or the person who was probably had the most honor was kicked out, and the rest of the people sucked.
By the way, Landon, just to let you know, from a new atheist, they have said, according to the Venn diagram, this is their refutation. Remember this? Just looks like nonsense to me.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a bingo.
Okay, give me
really
honest. Wait, hold on, Steve. Is this somebody in your side chat?
No, this is in one of the Facebook groups.
Okay, can I have you respond on my behalf? Just all I want you to say is give me the argument for that.
Oh yeah, I never thought about that. Right? I just put so you don't understand logic nor Venn. Okay, got it.
Well, that's good enough. I did want to ask Landon a question because I've been meaning to ask him this question for a couple months now, if not actually more like several months. So Steve will know because he mentioned it. I think on Discord a few days ago, but I can't remember the name of it. The map that depicted Antarctica is like without ice, and I know you've been to Antarctica. What's the deal with that? Because I mean, I know it has stumped a lot of like cartologists and stuff. Like, wait, how did they know this? And a lot of theists want to say, oh well, it was God's divine revelation that gave them the knowledge. So how would you explain this map from, I want to say it was like the 1500s or 1400s or something, that depicted Antarctica without ice?
Well, there's been math people that sort of posited that there might be something down, in down under, right? And there was this assumption. One of the things was that the Earth had kind of opposite stuff. So they would say, well, because up above Arctic Circle is sort of ocean, they figured there was land down below. And in fact, to the point where the Pope, in speaking in ex cathedra as infallibility, gave Spain the land to the end of the earth, and Portugal the other side, the land of stuff. And it's one of the reasons why both Chile and Argentina believe that their countries extend all the way to the South Pole. Now, never find the fact that there was this Southern Ocean was in the middle. There's various Catholic apologists who try to excuse the error of the Pope in giving them, as opposed to stopping at the end of South America. But no one besides Chile and Argentina recognize that their countries extend to the South Pole. But the cartographers would often try to imagine what the rest of what was beyond the map. Or so forth. And so that was a common thing to do. And that was one of their sets. Now, of course, were those maps accurate? No, we there's debates about whether or not, for example, the Polynesians went far south and found stuff. What we think might be sightings of what they might have been the southern land was really sighting large icebergs, and that they didn't actually get to land. But that's also another historical explorer argument. Because the question is, who was the first known person to have stood on rock that is Antarctica, as opposed to coming in and seeing land?
Well,
you should say like Cook got there, essentially saw a large sea of ice, knew it would have been a death trap to try to sail into it, and took off. So the question is, well, but did Cook discover Antarctica? Well, the question is, well, what is Antarctica? Is it the permanent ice? Is it the rock? Is it the And so today the modern definition is Antarctica is either rock from the continent, or ice that's on the rock from the continent, or ice that's permanently attached to ice that's on the continent, the ice shelves. And that becomes the borderline. And then the rest of it becomes pack ice and sea ice. When you see Antarctica from a satellite, and a polar satellite, or one that's going underneath the Earth, Antarctica actually extends quite a bit, because you go from the very dense white out to the sort of pale white to the dots of icebergs.
Okay, and I did have one other question. Do you know who Lior Shamir is from Kansas State University?
Lior Shamir.
Yeah, he's a computer scientist and a computational astronomer.
From a satellite. I mean, I know Adi Shamir, but you're talking about Lior Shamir.
Yeah, Lior Shamir, Lior Shamir. The reason I ask is because he submitted on the 6th of April 2020 to Cornell University's arxiv.org multipole alignment in the large-scale distribution of spin direction of spiral galaxies, which is often cited by the Rick Delanos and the Robertson Genesis of the world as indicating that the axis of evil is a thing, and that the universe actually rotates around the Earth and everything like that. I can read the abstract of his paper if you'd like me to really quickly, because I have it pulled up. He says, previous observations have suggested non-random distribution of spin directions of galaxies at scales far larger than the size of a supercluster. Here I use up to 1.7 times 10 to the 5th spiral galaxies from SDSS, for those that don't know, that's a Sloan Digital Sky Survey, and 3.3 times 10 to the 4th spiral galaxies from Pan-STARRS, STARRS, all capitalized. I don't know what that stands for, to analyze the distribution of galaxy spin patterns of spiral galaxies as observed from Earth. The analysis shows in both SDSS and Pan-STARRS that the distribution of galaxy spin directions forms a non-random pattern and can be fitted to a dipole axis in probability much higher than mere chance. These observations agree with previous findings, but are based on more data and 2 different telescopes. The analysis also shows that the distribution of galaxy spin directions fits a large-scale multipole alignment with best fit to quadrupole alignment with probability of up to 6.9 sigma to have such distribution by chance. Comparison of two separate datasets from SDSS and Pan-STARRS such that the galaxies in both datasets have similar redshift distributions provides nearly identical quadrupole patterns. I'm thinking about emailing him, however, and asking him what exactly is, because I've got some ideas about what his paper might be about. I've read the abstract, I've read his conclusion, I've looked at some of his charts, but I haven't read the paper in full. I'm thinking about emailing him just so I understand what exactly it is he's talking about. But I haven't gotten that far yet.
I believe, and you're talking about with I mean, it has been observed, and people have speculated that galactic rotation has that is not random as you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
One might expect that there, and so there have been studies that have shown that the orientation is not purely random, right? And so this sounds like, I was listening to the paper, it sounds like what someone did was they took the results of two different surveys and tried to measure the rotation of a galaxy and the orientation, actual orientation, and see whether that was a random distribution. And they sounds like this person claims in the result that they found a very non-random distribution. They're claiming there's been something we're saying, well, maybe in a cluster because of graduation and alignment that galaxies within a cluster might sort of orient themselves into a spot. But it sounds like he's doing a larger set, which is beyond mirror clusters, or I don't know if it's a super cluster, because I don't know what the distribution of whether it's doing random stuff around the sky or in a particular direction. So when we see like a spiral galaxy, it is a little bit tricky to get a precise thing about the size. One assumes the spiral galaxy is somewhat circular, and you look at the elliptical orientation and try to see if you can see, spiral stuff to get an idea about the axis of rotation. And so those measurements can have errors particularly when the galaxy gets rather small and fuzzy. But I presume if they've done the work correctly, they have done measurements and errors and looking at the error bars and measurements to try to determine whether or not the distribution is random. I'm not familiar with that paper, and I'm not familiar with that person, but that they were saying was coherent. I don't know if the results are there or not. So then it comes in fact to say, well, let's say that somehow galaxies are spinning and the axis of spinning tends to be in one preferred orientation for some reason. I guess the question becomes, well, what does that mean, right? And it sounds like you're dealing with some people that were trying to imply that if galaxies spin in a certain direction, preferred direction, that somehow there's magic or whatever. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that this person was talking about. I think this person was doing a survey.
And I wanted to read this from the conclusion because I was reading it earlier today, and I want to make sure whether or not the assumption that I'm making here has merit. And my assumption is that the observations that were made were put into a particular framework of examining them that made a particular conclusion more relevant, and that is this quote: assuming the asymmetry observed by the two telescopes reflects the real sky rather than a flaw in the telescope systems, the observation can be considered as evidence for large-scale anisotropy. The highest probability was achieved when fitting the distribution of galaxy spin directions to quadrupole with probability greater than 6 sigma.
So sigma is a pretty hard thing. Now, for example, there was a study that direction in which galaxy spins depends upon their mass. and there was a result, and it came out. In fact, there was a really interesting article that talked about that thing. It appears that the mass had a relationship with her, and again, this was something using looking at the studies and so forth, and that certainly virtual galaxies rotate, but the question is, how does that rotation come from, and how is this rotation established, right? They're actually, most galaxies are actually near these sort of flattened disks, and
exactly.
And so the question is, that these alignments of the axis of spin appears not to be just random, not sort of chaotic, but one of the things is that they're seeing that the direction that the galaxy spins depends upon their mass, which is an interesting thing. Now, this was a study of only 1,400 galaxies. And so small ones are likely to spin in a different direction than large ones.
Yeah.
And so some people are saying, well, is that because the small galaxies are being influenced by big galaxies? They're being aligned to the big galaxies. But then if that's the case, the big galaxies should have their alignments there. So it looked, so there appears to be things that we don't quite understand about the axis of spin of a galaxy, because if this data holds up, it's a function of mass, and there may be other functions as well that we don't quite understand.
Yeah, there's one more thing I want to read to you just to get your opinion on it. It'll be from Wikipedia, but it cites the paper that Lior Shamir did. Just give me a second. I need to pull it up here. I need to put one more word in my search to get the right results here. And I want you to tell me what you think of this. And this is direct verbatim from the Wikipedia page on the axis of evil as it relates to cosmology. Confirmation. In June 2020, the axis of evil observation was confirmed by a study conducted by Lior Shamir, which verified the same result via a different measurement. Shamir commented, quote, "We have two different sky surveys showing the exact same patterns, even when the galaxies are completely different. There is no error that can lead to that. This is the universe that we live in. This is our home," end quote.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like there's interesting things there. As what it means, I'm not sure. I mean, there is a notion of things like looking at on a spiral galaxy, the size of the bar to the size of the arms, the speed of the galaxy versus the size of the bar in the center, and whatnot. There's also studies about the galaxy that where we can detect a central massive black hole. That the black hole in the center of the galaxy appears to have a relationship to the mass of the overall galaxy. And some people are saying, asking why is that? Why is that the case? That maybe say something about how the galaxy was formed in the first place, and how the central mass of the galaxy of the black hole is also how the mass of the central mass of the black hole develops. Dark matter is probably also somewhere involved in this process. And if you look at, and also the other thing that people are looking at is that the galaxy is not real like a pie plate. It's a bunch of loose stars and gas clouds, and the rate of spin close to it versus out towards the spiral. If you look at that curve of the spin rate, you find that those curves appear to be, the visible part appears to be such that the galaxy should be spinning faster than what it should otherwise be. And that's evidence that there is a gravitational field unaccounted for, which we assign to dark matter.
And actually, I think it's more along the lines is probably the most likely case is the universe is only 6,000 years old. That would account for that.
To 100%. But I did want to say really quick, Landon, that I did cite the PDF, the ARXIV PDF in the side chat of the Google Meet, if you are interested in checking that out.
Okay, let me look at that. Look at that and see.
And like I said, I only read the abstract, the conclusion, and I looked at some of the charts that he had. And to me, it seemed that my first impression was, I don't think he's necessarily saying that this has anything to do, I mean, naturally that it has anything to do with intelligent design, but that it also seemed to me that he was saying that, well, you know, we get the best results when we measure this against a quadrupole. So I was almost wondering, okay, is he utilizing that specifically to get the most accurate results, or is there a true connection there? But like I said, I think on Monday, I'm going to at least try to email him and ask him about that paper and mention the cosmological axis of evil, and just ask him what his opinion is and what he's really saying in his paper, because he might say, oh, no, you know, this doesn't have anything to do with that. This is something different. You know, I don't know exactly what he means. I am not versed enough in the field to really dissect what it is he said. Of course, I haven't read the entire paper. I haven't read the abstract conclusion and looked at some charts, but I do want to email him and just get his opinion on his own work.
So it says a distribution of galaxies in the two survey patterns is an asymmetry between galaxies with opposite spin directions. Assuming the asymmetry is observed telescopes, I think that the highest probability is achieved when they're fitted against a quadrupole. And I see the images he's talking about in a quadrupole there, basically of pair directions and pair anti-directions.
Yep. And
he's showing that that you'd have there's a 6 sigma. He's saying that the probability of greater than 6 sigma, which means it's pretty unlikely that have a random chance where all of those galaxies happen to be in that direction.
Exactly.
And in 2 different surveys, you're trying to eliminate maybe a bias of a survey process to limiting galaxies that are in a certain orientation. Now, it is the case that one of the things you have to say on one hand is that faint spiral galaxies that are edge on are sometimes harder to see than ones that are face on.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You have to try to take into account that. And I'm trying to look through the article and talk to you at the same time. I'm looking at the rotation, the RA set. I'm trying to look at his curves and seeing what he's showing in the number of galaxies. He seems to be pulling in galaxies all around the galactic map. So it's not like it seems to be he's picking up stuff. It would be interesting to see how he picked the stars he had, but he had a certain data set of this many that are spinning clockwise, they're spinning counterclockwise.
By the way, Vegan, are you drunk texting Jim? Is that what you're doing?
I did want to say. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vegan. Go ahead.
I know her too well. I just know her too well. She's taking advantage of a drunk man. Do you understand this? Make sure he gives you consent because he's not in any state to make coherent, rational
choices.
That means I got to make my move now.
It means go do it. Yes, exactly.
I did want to say really quick, Landon, that I know that non-random does not mean, teleological. I mean, obviously there's a difference between teleological and teleonomical, but non-random, and I want to stress this, does not mean teleological.
Yes. Now, and again, I think, and what he's doing here is showing now. So there have been curious things that have been measured with regards to preferred orientations of galaxy rotations, and when it first came up and people said, what do you mean it isn't random? Well, someone said, here's a survey. And so this looks like a larger survey that has data. I'm trying to look through the paper to see where his measurement methodology is.
Yeah, that is the one part of the paper that I have not looked at yet, is this methodology, which I'm a dumbass for not looking at that, because that probably would have opened my eyes a little bit. Methodology section can help you out quite a bit, actually. But
because particularly he talks about the introduction, talks about the data he used, talks about the results, but I don't see where it shows the data reduction unless there's an appendice that I'm not seeing.
Yeah. I do know that it is published by, I think it's MDPI, which is a peer-reviewed journal. So it has been peer-reviewed. Obviously, peer review doesn't mean it's 100% correct. We all at least should know that. Let me see if they've got, if it's got anything here on methodologies.
And by the way, if anybody's curious, Six Sigma is 99.9999%.
It is pretty unlikely that that just happened to be random happenstance. That if his conclusion his conclusion is kind of similar in nature to other people, that shows that there appears to be a non-random axios distribution, rotation distribution of galaxies. Mm-hmm. Why that is?
Well, I think they basically think it's just an observational effect. It doesn't matter where you are; you'd have the same effect. The way the quadrupoles are oriented toward us. If we were somewhere else, it'd have the same orientation, no matter where you're at. I think it's the observer effect, from what I remember. But I haven't looked in the principal movie and like whatever came out, and so it could, like I said, just be the way that if you look at the quadrupole with respect to us and you see how it actually moves with respect to us, it looks like it is only because the observation is where we're looking at the CMB, the anisotropy. So.
Okay, where's my view full text? I found, and I'm working on 2 computers now. I found he's got something that says this page provides links to SDSS data files used in the experiment in to be completed. The data set is the same data set as the data set used in the past for photometric analysis. Do you want to see that? Because I can link it if you'd like to.
And by the way, vegan, you always have my eternal consent. Just make sure you get it on a video. That's all I'm asking. And I won't remember it later on. I won't believe it. I'll
monetize it.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
But I say I don't know. I don't understand because there's a lot of stuff that's not well understood about galaxy formation.
That is very true.
I'm really hoping that the James Webb Telescope will give us some new questions to ask about galactic.
Mm-hmm. I did post that link that I was like kind of mumbly reading from in the chat here in the Google Meet. Just if you're interested in reading that. But there was another thing to, in some senses, get us back on topic. Not it's rum and coke night.
We've lost so many topics. I mean,
exactly.
I have a quick question. An hour later of Leo,
This is about it. You're talking about the fine tuning argument. I don't know that galaxy formation has been fine-tuned, therefore God type of thing. But I say the fine-tuning argument, there is a non-theological, fine-tuning argument where it says the parameters of the universe are such that intelligent civilizations like ourselves can arise to do. That's an anthropic, almost an anthropic principle type of system. Not very satisfying, but it's a possible things. The question is, how do certain theists try to argue that the fine-tuning argument somehow then says, and therefore God?
Yeah. What I wanted to run by Landon really quick. So, and obviously this doesn't apply to every single theist, but there's a subset of theists that would say that, well, the universe is finely tuned for life, but then in the same breath argue that, well, abiogenesis is impossible, that the same universe that is finely tuned for life cannot possibly develop and sustain the evolution of life. What do you think of that?
That's too improbable. Yeah.
Exactly. And it seems to me, I seem to run into, more so naturally within the young earth creationist realms, both those arguments being used. Steve knows the name I'm about to say. Tangelo Grasso makes both those arguments, and I've called him out on it a few times, and he's never given me an excuse. The question I ask is, what does it mean to say that the universe is finely tuned for life? Because in order to get life, the universe would have to be finely tuned for other things like atoms and electromagnetism and things like that.
But you know, it because these probability arguments, I have a problem with because we have a data set of 1.
Exactly.
And it may be the multi-universe might eventually someday be proven to exist, but for right now we have probably a thing of 1. And so it's like saying, what's the probability of 3? Well, 3 is 3, right? It's 100%. Yeah. If you said, what's the probability you pick a random spot on the real number line and you pick 3, that'll be 0, right? But then you say, well, then 3 means God exists because look at how improbable it was for you to pick 3.
Yeah.
No, that's not the way real statistics should be run. So I don't understand why, we know the current universe is capable of rising intelligent civilization because we're here.
Yes, the probability has to be 1.
But we have a data set of 1
because we're here.
A data set of 1.
And I didn't want to bring up the anthropic principle, but I'm like, isn't this the anthropic principle?
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, somebody explained it to me that there's 2 ways. The whole when you hear all these arguments of, well, the odds of, the fine structure constant being what it is like 1 to 10 to 80th or something.
I don't think it really. I don't think the fine tuning argument really has to do anything with odds. I mean, Hoyle tried, but it's really not. That's not what the theist is saying. No, the theist. The theists are not really arguing it's a matter of odds. Okay, they're not. What they're saying is that given the small variation for change in these things, life would not have occurred in most other possible worlds, or if you want to use multiverse. If there's other actual universes out there, not just possible worlds, but actual universes, life probably wouldn't exist, at least in any capacity, because life for some reason exists because we have DNA. I mean, we have DNA, we have biological functions, we have all these things that with the small changes we would not have. And so
exactly,
it is unless there's an infinite amount of universes in there where all possible states of variables exist. We just happen to be in the one that the actualized, world. If you want to talk about possible world theory, it seems pretty amazing. I mean, that it does lend to the thing is there might be more out there. Now, do I think it gets to a God or intentionality? Not necessarily, but I do think that the explanation for the universe, the metaphysics of accounting, is probably way more than any of us could ever imagine.
Yeah.
So,
rum with root beer. That's not quite
root beer's a good choice. But the point that I was getting is that
hold on. Let me in.
Go ahead.
Tag me in, homie. Hold on. Where we go?
Tag.
There it is. But at the same time that they say that the statistics and have to be 10 times 8 to the at the same time, you can't breathe at the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
Exactly. Like,
so is that fine-tuned that you weren't born in a volcano? No,
that's a good point.
It could not happen any other way. Your mother could not have given birth to you at the center of a star. She could not have given birth to you at the inside of a live volcano. Like, these things are not possible, so they're not variables to be considered in the long run. But they love to bring that up as if it is as plausible as everything else that is actual in the real world.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think that. I don't like they mentioned the puddle analogy. I don't think the puddle analogy is that great of a defeater. It still doesn't take into account that we have sentience, and I think that's the biggest thing that theist talks about is that we have an actual sentience and ability to have intentional states. That is hard to explain.
We're not the only ones, though.
Isn't that kind of the
I
point
don't think
of the puddle analogy?
Yeah,
it's
literally
it's not. It's no. I don't think it is. I think that
it is.
When we
become sentient.
Yeah, we're sentient. Yeah, I mean, how
the puddle is sentient.
The puddle's not sentient.
In the analogy, it's sentient.
Yes, in the analogy.
It's the sentient puddle analogy.
The sentient puddle analogy. Yeah, I don't think
it's
very
the
convincing.
Puddle that is literally sentient and is looking around itself.
I get it, but it's just I don't know. I thought about it for a while, and I realized it goes a little more deeper than that. I just don't think that it's that great of an analogy.
It's not like the deepest puddle.
It's not Marianas Trench here.
Exactly. Yeah. But the point that I was trying to make is that somebody presented to me 2 ways, because most theists at least that I've spoken to argue, well, the fundamental constants and quantities and parameters that govern our universe, because obviously that's loose terminology, they're descriptive, not prescriptive, is that if they would change by even a hair's breadth, as William Lane Craig often says, life would not exist as we see, at least as we see it today. But he would argue, and many theists would argue, life wouldn't exist at all. So they argue that, well, the odds of them having the values that they do to allow for life is so astronomically large. And it goes back to, I mean, it's the argument that I hear from Otangelo, William Lane Craig, many others. Premise one, the fine-tuning of the universe is due to either physical necessity, chance, or design. Premise two, it is due to neither physical necessity nor chance, therefore it is due to design. So I would argue that a lot of people running the fine-tuning argument or the teleological argument are making the claim that the probability of the constants that govern our universe having the exact values that they do is so large, you can't explain it by just, well, it happened to be that way, or that there's some deeper underlying physics that made it that way. But what I was told is that you can examine the probability two ways. Number one, we can examine the probability in terms of determining the likelihood of some variable occurring in a greater population, but that doesn't work because the population of universes we have to examine is one, and the amount that contain life is one, as Landon said earlier. So, I mean, the probability is 100%. The other one is when you get into something, I think he said more along the lines of epistemic probability, and that doesn't work because the only universe we have available to examine, the only universe that we have epistemic access to, is the one in which there's life. So you're still stuck with the same problem. So this whole, oh, well, these probabilities are so astronomical, it couldn't have been this, that, and the other, just does not work. And I haven't really seen a defeater for that, to be honest.
I mean, Steve, what do you think of this argument?
I wasn't paying attention. I was busy. No, I heard. I kind of heard he said it. No, I mean, I agree. We only have one data set to draw upon, right? So if you're talking about epistemically, what can we know about what we can draw from? We have no other things to even say, hey, look, on all these other different universes, there's no life, right? But at the same time, we do have something along the lines of, look, we have all these different planets out there that we've discovered. None of them seem to be hospitable for life. But we have one here that does. You know, the odds of having Earth-like planets seems to be diminishing proportionally to the amount of planets that we are discovering. Not exactly a fine-tuning argument exactly per se, but it does say that, hey, look, maybe there is something very unique to us. Now, one of the things in the fine-tuning argument that I find actually really kind of interesting is the spatial temporal relationship to each other. The fact that we have three spatial dimensions and only one temporal. If we would have had any other combination, again, life wouldn't exist as we know it. In matter of fact, universe would be very, very different in a two-dimensional, one-temporal thing, or in any kind of multiple temporal, it's unstable. And so
we all read Flatland, Steve.
I love Flatland. One of the best books I've ever read.
I did not read it, but I just knew it was a good reference.
It is a very good book. But it is
like
kind
when
of
people quote 1984.
That was a very bad book. I had to read that in college in English class.
I like that book.
1984. Wait, hold on. Really quickly. Steve,
hang on.
Steve, you said you hate 1984 by Orwell?
Yes, Vegan.
Are you a fascist, my guy?
Vegan, I must love you to death, but that book was one of those boring fucking books I've ever read. Next to
oh my God, Steve's a fascist.
You know,
Steve's
the alpha, the beta, the gamma, the alpha males. I don't know.
As an intellectual, I find it rather pedantic. And
it's why I like the movie Equilibrium. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Oh my God, Equilibrium is the puppy. Oh my God, the puppy is what broke Christian Bale. It was the puppy.
But I did want to say, Steve, to what you were saying, doesn't that assume that life has some special privilege? Because the universe could be different in life in any way might not be physically possible, but to argue that is somehow significant, I think, makes the assumption that life is in some way, shape, or form favored.
No, I don't think it's an assumption. I think it's a conclusion people try to make. Not an assumption.
What would cause one to conclude that life is somehow favored or preferred in the universe?
Inductive reasoning, right?
No, because they're alive, and that's why it's important to them.
Yeah. So can you explain the difference between the weak anthropic principle and the strong anthropic principle, assuming you understand the difference?
Yes. So if you do weighted squats, then you are representing the strong. But if you like to sit on your ass and complain about what other people like on the internet, like, I don't know, the center threat, that makes you part of the weak anthropic principle.
Okay.
Jim Majors.
Oh, look at Vegan's face, man. She's like,
our Messiah.
She's flushed.
She's become
See,
rather.
I get that way when I see Josh and Landon come in, and she gets that way when she sees Jim come in. It's okay, whatever.
I mean, you guys have just been warming me up all day, you know. So
we're foreplay. We get it, right?
Absolutely.
She's not a hot yet. She's just.
I'm gonna roll a Constitution. I'm gonna roll a Wisdom saving throw against Jim's thrall here. Hold on. How many Nolls
is Jim?
I don't really have a modifier, so I just got a 10. I wonder if that passes.
How many?
Yeah, but understand that the Noll, the Noll thing is that if you're a 2, you're half as interesting. If you're a 3, you're a third as interesting, right? It's you want to have less than 1.
What is that called?
God, I'm like some weird fraction now.
Yeah, because you're more interesting. So you're like a
stop it. Stop it. Get out of here. How many times have I been to Antarctica? Anybody want to guess? Right. None. hey, guess what I have in my freezer? It's either A, frozen tilapia, B, frozen salmon, or C, a frozen ice core from Antarctica.
I would hope it's salmon, but tilapia is good.
I'm gonna go with a frozen body from.
Steve, you promised.
You got a less chance you got a less chance of
Jimmy.
Yeah, but see, I haven't played D&D in like a couple decades. So.
Oh my God, Chris is gonna make you play it. If you
I'm gonna talk over every single person here. Landon, you have a standing invitation to Nat 1 Heroes to be like a barkeep or a traveling minstrel or someone to just like enter the story. Hang out with us for an hour or so, and then we lose track of it.
Will you send me the link next time we do that? I want to watch you play.
I will grab the link for you right now.
You can also subscribe.
It's
you can
subscribe.
Put it in the live chat.
So
I want to watch this.
We have the worst producer on the planet. I kind of hate the guy.
Sorry, Trademark Canada.
Yeah,
that is correct.
Super polite.
Can I
give me the link? Give me the link. I want to watch you play D&D. What do we do?
Sneak peek of episode 2, and I was
not on your life. Not on your life.
I was rolling. It was so funny.
Who gave you a sneak peek, David? No, David. No more sneak peeks for Coral. She will have to wait like everyone else.
You are beautiful, and over the years, your background has only improved.
Yeah, she was calling.
You get out of my panties right now, Jim.
I was working on the show.
Yes.
Wow.
He
Jim
was
really
working.
is drunk.
Well, if I'm already in him, I'm not leaving.
Get out of here! You've been evicted.
I will need 30 days. You're going to have to get a judge. Squatter's right.
I hope he doesn't bring up the whole 30 days thing. Fuck.
I'm squatting on this shit.
Oh, down
can I answer Landon's question quick?
Oh yeah, my bad.
So the difference between the strong and the weak anthropic principles, as I understand it, is that the weak anthropic principle would state that, well, we're just kind of here because that's the way the universe is and we're a result of it, where the strong anthropic principle would say, well, it had to be this way for us to develop. And it seems to me that the strong anthropic principle almost prescribes this preference to life in the universe. And I personally don't agree with that. I do not think that we are special. I do not think that we are preferred. I think that we are an emergent, classical, and stochastic result of, or rather a result of what the universe stochastically does. It's just, we're here. Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of like when you wander into a party.
And then it seems, I like what you're saying, because it seems like the universe is actually pretty hostile to life.
Right. Well, I mean, think about it. What life is made of, baryonic matter, constitutes 4%. 4% of the total mass energy density of the universe, but it's finely tuned for us. Yeah, totally.
But if you think about it, I mean, we're talking in such a narrow.
I don't think that's
What's
the
that, Jim?
argument, because it is finely tuned for us in the fact that we do exist, contrary to the fact that we shouldn't, because life is inhospitable to us. I mean, the universe wants to kill us, but we still exist.
Hold on.
Well, if we shouldn't,
Jim,
then why do we?
Hold on.
That's where the theists would come in and say, there's something that wants us to exist.
Okay, give me the argument for that.
Hold on.
I'm just telling you what they say. That's the way they.
The problem is that we're looking at it so narrowly, because we're looking at it from our context of what we know, what we know it is to be an observer. An observer doesn't have to exist within our parameters of existence. Who's to say in what conditions an observer can or cannot exist?
Very true. God. Mikey, he's our god. Everybody worship him. We found him, guys. We found him. We got him.
No. You guys don't need to pray to me.
Oh, Jim.
You don't have to pray to me, but just I need you to face south and be like, ooh, that ass 5 times a day.
As long as you're on the north side.
So does that mean that people that face north are apostates?
Correct.
And now what happens if you're on like Uranus, where its pole is like, cattywampus.
Cattywampus. Yeah, it's for them. We have a lot of material that we're reaching out to them with. We have a lot of tracks, as they call it these days.
We're reaching out to Uranus.
We're reaching out to Uranus with tracks. We have tracks for Uranus on the way.
Yes.
On a train, maybe. Sorry.
Whose anus and what are we doing to it?
Chugga.
As long as I get to be the caboose. Woo, woo.
Oh, no, you're the engine, man.
Has reached the.
I'll be the engine. I don't give a shit.
Full circle.
Hold on, though. If I'm the engine, Amelia Clark is my tender. That's all I'm going to say. If I'm the locomotive, Amelia Clark is my tender.
I would like to volunteer to be the tracks.
You're the conductor. Run over me with your big steel wheels. Run me over.
Yeah, Danny, back up.
Oh yeah, now back up and do it again.
Load this bitch down next time.
I am trying to reach out to the wonderful people of Antarctica. And hopefully, Atheist Sunday School will be the most popular podcast in Antarctica.
Well, if they have internet, they're probably.
I know that Carell is the
penguins
most
love your
popular,
shit, man.
Vidcaster in Antarctica, but.
I've always been really worried that before the extraterrestrials find the golden record or whatever, they're going to catch somebody's YouTube stream like G-Man or something like that and just nuke us out of existence.
Yeah.
If they see G-Man or Kent Hovind, we're fucked.
Well, it's slightly better than Darth Dawkins, though. So.
Well, I mean, is it? Or Darth Dawkins and G-Man both bad in their own respective ways?
No, you guys are thinking about this all wrong. If these are clearly intelligent beings,
Mikey, you're over talking me, sir. You're over talking me. Steve, did you screen my interlocutors? Why didn't you screen my interlocutors?
I gave you power to kick. And
if they see that, they're gonna be like, do y'all need help with that?
But Mikey, why
do you want us to show back?
We're going to show back.
We have a place for stuff
what's the report
like
on
that.
Our intelligent life?
Are you borrowing from my worldview, Mikey? How do you establish the law of logic? How do you account for the law of logic? You're borrowing from my worldview.
I'm from St. Louis and I'm drinking rum. What's good? Try that bullshit that I don't feel like participating in, and I go full black.
Right,
What's up? What's really good?
So here you go. Point of order. So here's your guys'
I do
options.
not participate in shit.
Here's your guys' options. I have to end this soon, or I can leave and you guys could do your own thing for a little while, and then I can end the stream after a while. People are listening to it, but it's late, and I have to be quiet, and I have to probably end this. Or if you guys want to continue, I will. You guys can do your thing. And
I have a third option.
I'm not sexualized. I'm not. No, you and I not tonight.
Well,
Another
fucking hell, damn it,
dude! I'm not.
Steve. I don't even do shit. I want
I told you you could have your booty calls, but tonight's not a good night.
You're always in charge of everything, aren't you, Steve? This is
Can you please present our options in the form of a syllogism?
Yes, there's the agnostic, there's the atheist, and there's the theist.
So you can believe that I'm going to end this. You can disbelieve I'm going to end this, or you can hold no position either way.
I
what would you guys
definitely
like
gonna
to
have
do?
to take off soon.
But
so,
how can you justify those premises when you're depending on the same worldview that I am?
What would you like to do? Give me your input here.
Something that's not okay for YouTube.
Okay, well, once she's leaving, then we're done because she's the only reason why I do these things anyways anymore.
Oh,
accurate.
Accurate. No, I think it is getting late. So, all right, guys, let's get some last words out there if we can. So, if you have to go right now, vegan, you want to give last words?
So yeah, sure. All month in April, we'll be streaming for Camp NaNoWriMo, and that's going to be tons of fun. And I would love to see anybody who's interested in just honing some of their writing, whether it is stories, fiction, or something else. That's what we're doing all month long, and it's going to be super awesome. And including on April 9th and 10th, we're doing Weekend of Writing Wildly, which is going to be super awesome on Twitch, and it is going to be over 900 regions, I guess, or something. So we'll see. There's a lot of volunteers, though. It's going to be super awesome, and I think you guys might enjoy it. So that's all I got to talk about. But
I just recently subbed to your channel with my 8 accounts. Where can people find you on the internet?
Probably at Vegan Atheist. Yeah, like those. I think it's various places, but yeah, I think it's actually
You should know these things beforehand.
I know. I need to get better at this, but
yeah,
no,
I'm on
not.
it. Oh, geez.
I need to like have it. Yeah. So I'm not good at that stuff, but Weekend of Writing Wildly.
If people want to find you, they'll find you.
That's right. You'll find me. Bother Steve. He'll link you.
I got her address.
If you go to YouTube and you search if you look up vegan atheist Coral, you'll find a channel with 41 subscribers.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'm over 40. I'm over 40 now.
All right.
Almost double my numbers.
I gotta wrap this up, so everybody's gonna have to fend for themselves. Landon, shout out your channel so I can end this. Everybody else will have
So our favorite universe, it only has a couple of placeholder things about Espresso at my former employers, but it's going to be a channel discussing our favorite universe, particularly from the physics and math point of view. I'll have a segment called Wine and Cheese.
You better have me on.
And I'd like to have people join. Like for example, Leo, Steve, Mikey.
So it's about people whining and cheesy topics.
I'm too busy for super smart people who give me time today.
Daniel's question is 46.125.
What is that?
Daniel has a question, and the answer is 46.125. Minutes of totality.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Well, guys, thank you very much. Josh, especially, thank you for that super chat if you're still listening to us. I think you have it out. I got nothing to do tomorrow, so why don't you go watch Lawrence? He's doing Bible reading on whatever shit thing that he does. What is it called again? But
yeah, we're doing Atheist Sunday School tomorrow.
Atheist Sunday School. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
What time?
It's going to be at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to have Dr. Josh on with us. We're going to be reading from Jeremiah.
He's fun.
So yeah, and then next week, if actually I wasn't sure, maybe it's because Jim was drunk, but next
No, I am. Oh, I am, but I am still going.
Okay. So yeah, then the week after that, we're going to be finishing off Jeremiah. Giggity.
I drunk put it in my Google Calendar.
Giggity.
That dirty Jeremiah.
And then I'm going to be on. I think I'm going to be on. And was it April 4th?
Yeah, I think it's the week after that. Yep.
Are we going to still be on Jeremiah, or we get to move on?
Oh, we're going to be moving on to Lamentations, which is still kind of Jeremiah.
April 4th, I'm presenting to the Secular Society at MIT.
All right, and so, let's see. So Monday, I've got Caffeine Corner with Chess, although we haven't figured out what we're doing yet. I do have Dr. Malik has asked me to be on his channel to discuss his paper defining atheism and the burden of proof. I'm very flattered with that. Dr. McLatchy, you guys know who he is. He's an intelligence advocate. He's been around a long time. He asked me to actually come on his show to talk about Christianity, and I was like, really, dude? Okay, why not? I guess.
No. Jonathan
McLatchy's has been around for a very long time.
Skype.
I remember when he was.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I remember when he was just a master's degree. I guess he did finish his PhD, but I remember a long time ago. I used to give him a lot of shit because he was trying he ran the argument that we could reactivate the Gulab pseudogene by getting a transcript and then doing RNA in vitro and fixing the Gulab and make the
Gulab gene
slower to make it reactivated again. And some people had pointed out to him the Gulo I call it the Gulab because that just had pseudogene to it. It doesn't have a promoter region.
Weirdo.
If it doesn't have a promoter region, then how can you get a transcript to even do anything for mRNA splicing? So anyways, he kind of told me the other day that he kind of gave up on that. I was like, oh, that's cool. Anyways, guys, I love these rum and coke nights. I love you all. This has been fun. This was enjoyable. We all needed it. It's good stress relief.
Can I show?
Thank you.
Can I show?
And I got to go.
Mikey.
Can I show?
Yes, Mikey, you get the show for it. Go ahead.
Now that my face is gone, I can use like my character voice. So if you guys hadn't heard from my like unabashed shilling earlier, David McInnes is the producer and Genesis Undead and Aisla, and our Dungeon Master is Desanse, Jonathan. We have Nat One Heroes. It is probably the most ridiculous TTRPG like channel you're gonna find.
You should.
And I play the role of Zermos, who is an ass.
You didn't put the link in the video description. I mean, you didn't put the link in the live chat.
I did.
Yeah, but you should subscribe.
You did.
And drunk Zermos is so funny.
I will add that to the video description.
Yeah.
Remember, everybody, with the holiday coming up, remember that there is life after death, just not for the people who are dead.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other thing is that stay safe. And David and Ansgar and I are going to do an interesting show that will air someday, and it has to do with the value of conservatism and
nice
lack thereof.
All right, let's get out of here, guys.
Oh wait, Steve, can I shill? I can literally make it less than 10 seconds.
You make nothing less than 10 seconds.
Go for it.
Ever.
One thing
I'm going to tell you. I
subscribe to the channel, by the way.
I literally have a clock right here. I'm giving you 10 seconds, and I'm
okay. Sweet, awesome.
Go.
Tell me. Okay. Check me out, Leophilius, youtube.com/C/Leophilius, spelled on the screen, Twitter @Leophilius if you like science.
YouTube.com/Jim Majors/
it's good.
no permission.